But because of the Lattimore trade, it's almost like the attention hasn't been on the game against the Steelers as much as, okay, what does this Lattimore trade do for Washington and kind of change things for the scope of this season? And I think it's important that we get back to just kind of focusing on Pittsburgh for the weekend. I know in the locker room yesterday talking with players, it doesn't seem like the players have the same conversational habits. Like they are excited about Lattimore. That certainly was a topic, but I think, the way Dan Quinn coaches and the way this team is built, it's week to week. The focus is week to week. And this week it's Pittsburgh. And Pittsburgh's a real good team, man. Mike Tomlin hasn't had a losing season ever, which is just one of those absolutely banana stats in 18 years. He also doesn't seem like, when you look at Mike Tomlin, the Steelers coach, he doesn't seem capable of having been an NFL head coach for 18 years. Like, he just looks perpetually young. In 18 seasons, Tomlin has won about 64% of his games. He's 179, 102, and two ties for good measure. Obviously has a Super Bowl ring, been to another one. This weekend is going to be no joke. Dan Quinn and Mike Tomlin go way back. Those guys have been, I think DQ was a graduate assistant on the William and Mary squad that was Tomlin's senior year. Like, I think Dan Quinn coached Mike Tomlin in some capacity at William and Mary, which is just crazy. Logan Paulson in today. B-Mitch got stuff going on. Logan, what's up, dude?
Not much, man. How you doing?
I'm good, man. Just
kind of reminiscing about coaching staffs and trees and all sorts of stuff.
Well, dude, it's crazy for those two to have that kind of relationship that spans 40 years, 30 years.
I always think it's crazy. And I mean, obviously this is an example that's relevant to this weekend, but there are these little hubs where it's 12 NFL coaches were on the same college staff someplace, and they coach 4 players that became GAs the next year. And whatever it is about those environments that makes these guys want to coach is something that should be studied.
Well, it really is. And like, how does it work for some of them and not for some of them?
Right.
B was on the Andy Reid Philly teams, right at like the turn of the millennium. I got millennia, whatever the plural would be there.
You make him sound so old when you say that.
Right, like early 2000s.
Yeah.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's way better.
And if you look at the coaches that came from those staffs, I mean, still coaching right now. Obviously, Reid's still coaching. McDermott in Buffalo, Peterson in Jacksonville. Ron was here. Harbaugh, like it's crazy.
Yeah.
And if you go further back to Holmgren's staff in Green Bay, then you get like that's kind of where Gruden broke in, and
then like the McVays,
sure,
and all these guys.
And you were here. I mean, the Shanny era here.
Yeah.
You had all those young guys. I've asked people. I asked Will Montgomery this maybe last week or something.
But we gave you a great answer.
What that dude should. I think he kills it in the tech sector or whatever. Yeah. But if that dude ever wanted to do this, he'd be very good at it.
Yeah.
My question for you: you were on those staffs. You knew all those guys as. I mean, hell, most of them were still young relatively, but they were young men then. That, like, when you're a young assistant position coach in the NFL, you are grinding. You're not making a ton of cash, and a lot of those dudes kind of live it up a little bit too when they have a couple nights off. Who's the biggest surprise out of all that group that's having so much success?
That's a tough question. Obviously Sean, everyone talks about how he was kind of the boy wonder and it was very obvious. Same thing with Kyle. Like, they had that kind of seemingly natural trajectory. I think one guy is Matt LaFleur. Obviously Matt LaFleur's a great guy, really smart. But, when I met him and I knew him in the very beginning, he was the quarterback coach here. And he was very kind of quiet. He wasn't that confident yet. I mean, he was an awesome guy to be around. He was great in front of the team. But he hadn't had that kind of developmental moment yet. And then I remember talking to Matt Ryan about him when he was in Atlanta, and he said he grew up a lot there because he kind of had to manage Matt's personality, had to manage Kyle's personality, had to manage their relationship as kind of the in-between. And I think that probably gave him a lot of confidence, according to Matt Ryan, to kind of grow up and kind of be a more assertive personality, someone that had the confidence to get up in front of the room. Another one is Mike McDaniels. Mike McDaniels is one of the smartest human beings you'll ever be around, but he's a little bit unusual. And so,
Sure.
you're used to kind of a very specific type of person in front of the meeting room.
I mean, specific to McDaniels, he also had his own demons, had to work through all that. And I imagine probably weren't aware of it.
I wasn't aware of it,
right.
But what I'm saying is like, you're kind of, the crew cut, the guy that gets up and sounds a certain way, the very Sean McVay-ish.
Yeah.
And then, for Mike to be able to get up in front of the team and relate in the way that he does, I wasn't sure the NFL player was ready for a guy like that, because he's plenty smart. He's one of the smartest people you've ever met.
When he played at Yale?
Played at Yale. He's incredibly smart. He loves ball. Great guy, but again, like a little unusual. And for him to kind of have the confidence and grow up the same way Matt did, and for the NFL locker room to accept him, I think speaks to the direction the NFL is going, and the type of and the other thing I think it's cool, and this is probably a larger discussion, is leadership and how it looks different for different people, and you can kind of mold that to fit your personality.
Players, not plays, right? Yeah, like you got you can't try to be what you're not.
Like you can't try to be Bill Belichick,
right? No, or dude, like it's not just coaching, right? I'm not the same dude as Grant.
I was going to say, like, that's a great point.
You run different show. Yeah. You gotta be what you are, and then push the gas as hard as you can, and try to achieve in your own lane. Yeah. And if you're trying to be something else, it generally, like in a lot of ways, I think Ron was kind of screwed here because of Dan, and then the demise of the organization. Frankly, like over the
kind of all happening around same time.
Yeah, during that, like, oh, F it, we're gonna sell. Yeah, like timeline, things were really bleak out here. Obviously, it's a different world now, but I also think Ron tried to become something else here. Like he wanted to be this like CEO looking over everything. And I said this then. I was like, dude, you're a linebacker on the 85 Bears. Just go be a badass. And who cares what gets tweeted? You know what I mean? And I think you see that happen throughout the NFL. And like, I'm curious if you've ever heard me say this, but I say it's the league of self-preservation, because once you make it into pro football, you don't want to do anything else.
Right.
So many coaches, players, front office people will do anything they can to just keep their job. And sometimes that goal of just maintaining your position doesn't run parallel to winning.
I think that's 100% right. And I think it's a larger discussion about whether they feel like they don't want to do anything else, or they feel like they can't do anything else because you put so much time equity into this industry.
Totally.
And so you do see a lot of people that kind of say, oh, I gotta worry about myself. And that's one thing I will say, having played for Dan and having worked with him, in the tangential way that we work with him now, he is a guy that doesn't really care about that. He cares about self-growth. And he cares about growth of other people as well. And I think that's what makes him so special, is seeing him now in this opportunity. He's different than he was in 2017 when I saw him when I was in Atlanta. And that's cool that you're that self-aware and that you can get that done. And because like you're saying, like a lot of guys, like you get in those meeting rooms, like I've had position coaches, guys that I had a lot of respect for, who would tell you one thing in the meeting, you'd go execute on the practice field, the head coach would get pissed off at you, and you'd be like, that's what I was told to do. And then you kind of looked at that coach and be like, can you take this bullet for me? Because I'll take it for you if you want me to. And they won't say anything. And I think it's a jacked up industry in that regard, because it's a lot of money.
It really is.
It's a lot of prestige, and it takes a special kind of courage to stand up in those moments and do what's right all the time.
And not everybody does. And I think that's what fans don't always see, especially you get to this time in the calendar. You look at what's going on in Chicago. With the game here, the corner is jawing with fans during the last play. The next week, their star receiver, they just paid a ton of cash to. And I think DJ Moore's a great player. And by all accounts, of my interactions, a good dude. And he's walking off the field. You've got a mess going out there, right? So the staff and the players probably recognize the coach is getting fired. Like the next 2 months are a straight up scramble drill to, am I going to be able to keep my job? How do I show ownership? Like, and when that starts to happen late in seasons, it's just a disaster, and it's toxic and all of these things. That's not what's happening here, though.
It's not what's happening here, which is nice. Nice change,
dude.
Because the past couple of years, it's felt that way.
Well, and not to oversimplify something, but they make the trade for Marshawn Lattimore, right? Which is a real hey, we're in this thing kind of move. Like, we're not backing down. We're here to compete. We'll see what happens. There's no guarantees in life, no guarantees in pro football, but they're here to compete. And to your earlier point about DQ, that he's for self-growth, and you could tell the earnestness with that.
Mhm.
Like, it's sincere, it's genuine,
Yeah.
right? And how he's pushed that to this team in a lot of ways. So you trade for Marshawn Lattimore. Guy's a 4-time Pro Bowler, Rookie of the Year. He's an established NFL veteran.
Yep.
Got the all-important second contract, like all the things, right? He wears number 23. Chris Rodriguez, I talked to him yesterday in the locker room. Rodriguez has been up and down from the practice squad this year, full on the roster last year. But Rodriguez was just an integral part of a road win in the division. Like,
yeah,
I wouldn't call him a necessarily like established NFL vet or anything, but he's been a part of this team, was a draft pick, all that. Immediately, he just gives Lattimore the 23. And I kind of looked around in the equipment room, like the available numbers for a running back aren't that cool. Like, just to be honest. But I asked him about it in the locker room. He talked about it. He's like, man, I've been here a year and a half. Like, this dude's a vet. I understand the big picture of things. And I just think that is a microcosm that speaks to what they're building here, and it's pretty impressive.
Yeah, and just to talk about Chris Rodriguez for a second, like, I've had multiple interactions with him. He is one of the coolest team first guys that I've ever met. You know, like, he works hard in the weight room, he works hard on the field. Like, he is a kind of an stereotypical, maybe is a better word, like Dan Quinn guy. You know, like, he's team first, he works hard, he's about the grind, he's about ball. And so, again, like, this is an opportunity for him to make probably $50,000, you know, making Marshawn Lattimore by the number. But I also think that, like, he understands it, and that's a really cool thing. It's cool, and I think you know, it speaks to the type of individual he is. It speaks to the culture, and it also speaks to a larger vision, like you're talking about, of the types of guys that Dan and this organization want in the building. And I'll tell you, like, people talk about this all the time. Oh, we need to be tougher. We need to be, you know, more self-driven. Like, some of that is just bringing the right people in.
Sure.
And I think that's what you see here. Like, it would have been so easy to let Chris Rodriguez walk, but you bring him back to practice squad, you prioritize him. And I think you're prioritizing the person. You're not necessarily prioritizing the player, but the type of individual that he is, knowing that he's going to get better. And I think you see it in the game against the New York Giants last weekend.
And the practice squad, the rule changes, I mean, COVID messed up the whole planet, right? But there were how it changed and restructured NFL rosters has been for the better.
I think so too.
Because practice squad guys are now basically part of the team.
100%.
With the Saturday night elevations has changed it, but they also travel with the team now.
Yeah.
Like, they're just around more. There's far less of a separation, and they're just in the locker room all the time. Like, it's just the practice squad is really an extension of the team. You hear DQ talk about coach at 70, like, they mean that. They consider this 1 to 70. I think one of the biggest problems during Snyder's entire era, but then particularly, like, kind of from once Bruce got involved, is they zeroed in on, like, the 4 players that mattered, and everybody else was kind of an afterthought. And that's just a disastrous way to run a football team, a sport where you have 22 starters and 40 dudes that are going to play a lot every Sunday.
Yeah.
It's just crazy.
Well, I think the thing to me too is it allows you to be a little bit more of a developmental league, keep guys that are fringe around organizations for longer. And I think when you look at some of the best organizations in the NFL, they do a great job of developing talent internally. And I think there's a lot of value there. And if you're looking for competitive edges in the NFL, this is a larger kind of thought experiment, is if you are really good at developing your practice squad players, they can become contributors to your roster in 2 years, and they're around. They know the offense, they know the culture, they know what you need. And if you can get that physical improvement from them on the field, you're going to be a dangerous team. And so I think, like, I think Dan understands that with the comments. That's how he was in it. Like, I remember in Atlanta, we were always talking about Atlanta. We used to have a player-led developmental period every Wednesday. So we'd stay out, and I was the oldest person in the tight end room, and we would do tight end drills. Like, we'd run routes or we'd do blocking drills, and I led that drill. And Dan was like, we need to make sure we develop these guys. And then on Friday, after the walkthrough, they would have a full kind of 7-on-7 period with the practice squad guys so that they were getting their reps and developing in the offense. And I just think to myself, like, that's the right way to approach this because it adds so much depth and continuity to your organization. And and again, it speaks to the importance of coaches and making sure that they are developmental guys. Because for a long time, I remember having conversations with coaches when I first got here and then being straight up. I was a rookie. They were like, it's not my job to develop you. It's your job to develop yourself. There's truth there, but you can help me develop myself. You can kind of give me the framework. And I think if you can help some of these guys come along, like think about Chris Rodriguez. Like
just because that's true doesn't mean it's necessarily right.
Right.
Like you can do more.
Yes, right, 100%. And so I think about like the Chris Rodriguez example because we're talking about him. Like think about
the kid Yankoff to go to tight end position.
100%. Yeah. Like he's a athletic, high upside guy, good on teams. If he develops
works his ass off.
Yeah, if he develops a little bit on teams, like you have a guy that could potentially replace Zach Ertz in a couple of years from an athletic standpoint.
Well, and dude, just from a straight up roster, like building, Bates in his third year, right?
Yeah.
Going into fourth, if that dude can. Now, John is a dog-ass blocker. I don't think you'd be in a hurry to move on, but like you can try to build your own succession plans if it works right.
And just like how he fits, and I think that's the other thing. It's like this is your first year. Development isn't just the technical element of the position. It's helping him establish his role and understanding the techniques you want him to deploy in terms of blocking some of these runs. And I think that's something, again, if you have a good coaching staff, and David Rye, the tight end coach, does a great job of that.
I think he could be a head coach someday. I think Blau's going to be an OC someday. I think Simmons on the defensive side of things is going to be a DC someday. Yeah. I think if this thing goes well, Joe Witt's getting interviews. If it ain't this cycle, it's next cycle.
Yeah.
Like this staff seems loaded again. And I've seen loaded staffs before, and then they weren't for a while. It just seems different.
And it just shows you how important coaching is and getting the right people in. And I think,
not to mention Cliff, who's obviously going to get the pick of the litter.
And I think Cliff, you'd have to ask him this, but to me, it feels like he's perfectly content, at least for the next 100%. Year or two, of doing this.
Well, it helps that Arizona's still paying him head coaching money. But dude, if you're Cliff and you've got Jaden, and you've got DQ, who's an awesome dude to work for, but also takes all the pressure off. Cliff has to do media once a week. He doesn't seem to mind it. He comes in, he tells them he's like one funny one-liner every week, and then he's like, all right, see y'all next week. Like he doesn't have any of the stuff involved with head coaching, and you continue to build this thing with Jaden.
Well, do you remember like when he left Arizona, that was the thing he talked about, just like how it pulled his focus away from the thing he really wanted to do, which was be an offensive coordinator and call plays.
Right.
And I think if you're getting back into the league after your hiatus, to Thailand or wherever you went, like just making sure you feel good about your role in the end. I remember this is a really interesting kind of.
We do have to go to break. I'm going to try to keep us on time.
Yeah. So right now, we'll hold that thought.
Hold that thought. Real quick, just to wrap up the C-Rod thing. I thought this made a lot of sense that DQ specifically talked about Chris Rodriguez in his opening statement yesterday. He said, I think Chris Rodriguez was the latest to show that he's down for the cause and just wanted to make sure that's the responsibility of all 70 on the roster. When we're developing people, it's to get ready to play. I think that's really smart, heady stuff from DQ. He wasn't asked. He said it on his own. Impressive stuff from the head coach as they move into this new world with Marshawn Lattimore on the roster. The other thing that was really smart and impressive is you could save money working with Paul Henry's Windows this month. Paul Henry's done a hell of a job for me at my house, replaced all my windows, all my doors. When you get in this weird weather pattern where it's still chilly in the morning and it's going to be 80 in the afternoon, having good windows and doors at your home makes a ton of difference. All month long, you get $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door. And when you purchase Soft Light windows, you get an additional 7% off each window. I'm telling you, call Paul right now. Whatever it is you're trying to do to your home, Paul can help you out. And it's a family-owned business. Paul himself comes to your house, has a conversation, gives you an estimate, and isn't always looking to sell you the most expensive stuff. He did that for me. He took our price down. I thought something was going to cost me X. It was X minus Y. Call Paul Henry's Window Installation today and tell him B. Mitch and Finley sent you. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice.
This sports update brought to you by Prince George's Community College. New Commanders cornerback Marshawn Lattimore joins his new team but does not practice yesterday due to a hamstring ailment. We will see if he practices today. Now, Thursday Night Football this evening, the Ravens host the Bengals. Alex Ovechkin's 6th goal in 5 games lifts the Caps over the Predators 3-2. Georgetown opens its season with an 85-77 win over Lehigh. And the post-Tony Bennett era begins for UVA. They defeat Campbell 65-56. Ready to chase your dreams this spring? At Prince George's Community College, we've got over 200 programs designed to fit your schedule and your goals. Registration begins November 4th, so don't wait to register today at pgcc.edu. Your future, your freedom. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
Don't worry about it. B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. We got the stream up and running. Logan Paulson in for B. B had some stuff to take care of. I can't feel my face when I'm with you. All right, stream's up and running. Logan, do you know what the link is for the stream?
The link.
Yeah.
Like the one
not
that
the stadium in Philly.
The one that I just clicked on. I just clicked on a link.
Right, but like if we're telling people where to go, but you know what it is? Because I don't.
I don't know either.
I butcher it. You want to guess?
Is it something 980?
Nope. We're on 1067.
Oh, 1067. So sorry. So sorry about that. Jeez, Pete. That's my bad.
Just
sorry.
the
Sorry,
big
CK.
The big old FM signal. All right, well, we're going to figure that out. Let's say good morning to the boys in the aquarium. Hello, Jeff. Hello, Landfill. How's everybody doing?
Great, man.
Jeff, what's the link, dude?
It's 1067 The Fan on YouTube.
Dude, I was close.
You were not close. All right, let's see who chimed in first in the chat. I got to scroll way up.
Do they leave questions in there or what? Just like, hey, you're awesome, JP. Love how your voice sounds.
Very rarely do I get any feedback like that.
Really?
Very, very rarely.
Seriously.
All right, Dennis Bailey, first in the chat this morning. He said, good morning. He spelled it MAWNIN.
Morning.
Yeah, I kind of like that. Good morning to you. No, I mean, I get some, usually in the chat, it's just an all Joan fest. Like people are just making fun of each other, making fun of us. Yeah, which is fine.
That's cool.
I'm here for that.
I'm down.
Although somebody's clearly listeing. Lace434 just wrote, hey, you're awesome, JP. Your voice sounds awesome. And then TW said, I'm shocked Rooster didn't burst through the door when Logan said 980.
Oh.
I wanted to ask you a question, and it's a question I've been getting a lot lately. And I think unfortunately, a lot of fans, I think there's kind of like the fantasy footballization of fandom, where if there's not if there aren't statistical, like if a guy doesn't have stats, then people are like, oh, why isn't he playing well? I think Ben Sennett's playing quite well for a rookie.
Oh, yeah.
He's super tough, super physical.
Yeah.
The stats haven't really followed in the pass game.
Sure.
And a lot of people are like, oh, man, they got to get Sennett going. I think when you have a top 5 offense, you don't necessarily need to get anyone going. You just keep doing what you do. But what do you think of Sennett so far? And what do you think kind of happens going forward here?
Yeah, I think Sennett's doing a really good job. I think the physicality that he plays with, the versatility he brings to the offense, that kind of Kyle Juszczyk fullback element is really, really valuable. So I think there are times where you're kind of like, that's probably a mental mistake that happens, once or twice a game. He's a young guy trying to figure it out. But I think in terms of role, like him and John Bates, man, like the Bash brothers out there, it's pretty exciting to watch. And I know there's not a lot of catches, But like that's not his role right now. You know, John Bates doesn't have a lot of catches, and you don't say he's playing bad football. It's
Right.
like my role is to be physical, block in space. When I do have an opportunity to catch football, I'm going to catch it. And that's not to say he can't do that. And I think they'll use him more as his career evolves in that way. But
I think for Sennett and for Luke, the second half of the season here could be where you start to see more consistent offensive production.
And I think Luke's I would probably put him ahead of Ben because Ben's role right now is something very, very specific.
Right.
But I do think Luke, he runs good routes. He gets open. He has a great feel for zones. And right now, I think his production hasn't been there because Terry and Noah Brown are playing so well.
Right.
And Zach's playing so well.
Yeah.
And so it's like, you know, people are like, oh, we got to get these guys more touches. They're rookie guys in their first year. They're playing well. You know, like when you watch the film, they're doing what they're supposed to do and they're doing it well. I think Luke plays with a great physicality, much like Ben. It's really nice when he's on the field because he, you know, as a chipper, he does a great job. Again, the understanding of zones and coverage is really, really high with him. So I think as they go, they'll get more involved. And I think there'll be games where maybe Ben has 3 catches and maybe Luke has 4 catches because, like, that's the great thing about Cliff, in my estimation, is he's not going to force feed touches to people.
Right. Well, and I think it's important to recognize that they're having really good rookie seasons, even if necessarily the production from can I play this dude in fantasy or can I bet on this dude for an anytime touchdown? Like, so much has changed in how a lot of people view football because of sports betting and like just the super popularity of fantasy. Like, those dudes, you probably shouldn't be betting on them.
Don't bet on them. But this is something I have a really hard time with fantasy. When people are like, oh, who should I put in for fantasy? And then people that list a bunch of names, I'm like, they're good football players. And that's how I judge it, right? Like when people are like, which tight end should I pick? I'm like, I don't know who's going to have the most catches. I don't know who's going to have the most touchdowns. But if I was making a team, I want those guys on my team. You know, like Zach Ertz, I think is a great example of that.
So I think people don't recognize how well he's playing.
Zach.
33 catches, 350 yards, a touchdown. But
it's just like if you don't recognize
his ability
what
to
are you
get
watching?
open,
You know,
his ability to run routes is just, I mean, he is really, really good. His footwork, all of it.
Yes, I think that's the thing is like his superpower is maybe not his top end velocity. He's not as explosive as he was when he was younger, but he gets it. He gets how to like. So, for example, you know, like we got like, you know, one plug coverage and there's a guy in man coverage. He's outside leverage. Zach knows how to stem that outside leverage player enough to get away from the plug player, that kind of middle defender, and create a throwing window for Jaden and win consistently versus man-to-man coverage and make contested catches. And so when you look at it, you should look up his third down catch percentage if it's on there. But it's very, very high. And it makes sense because Jaden can go to him in big moments and get these big completions.
How about this? I don't have specific third downs. I'd have to dig a little deeper.
Yeah, we're not into digging here.
Well, we're also live on the air.
Yeah.
Ertz has 33 catches this year.
Yeah.
19 of them have gone for
Yeah,
touchdowns.
that's a perfect statistic. Yeah, we don't need to dig for that. So that's exactly what I'm talking
and that's
about.
almost 2/3.
Yes. Yeah, 100%.
And I think it was a really smart move organizationally. And like, it's funny because the coaching stuff, we say DQ, and the front office stuff, we say leaders. I imagine getting Ertz was a far more like team concept because I imagine Cliff reached out to him. Those two are tight.
They're tight.
You know what I mean? But rookie quarterback, who obviously is a hell of a player and has hit the ground running in a million ways. The best thing for a rookie quarterback is to give him a big tight end target for third downs.
And it's just a guy who, like you said, like this is his value. He understands how to get open, understands coverages, and is a good, friendly target for the quarterback. Like that's it. And bringing that guy in,
that's really good.
That's a good thing.
Yeah,
that's a good thing to have.
right.
And I think the other thing is it's like when you are in a critical situation, like going for first down, for example, and Jaden Daniels can look to somebody and know that they're going to get open, there is value there. There is confidence there. And so that's what Zach gives you. That's what Terry gives you. Noah gives you an element of that. And I think that's something that when you're talking about the most important thing about this year is developing Jaden Daniels, you brought in somebody who helps you facilitate that and that you know and is a good dude and can lead and help mentor a young tight end if you need to. So I think that lots of positive boxes checked there.
This is really funny. You played here for Jay, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And if you know Jay, he's just funny. Like he's a
funny dude.
But as Jay has become more and more of like a media person, the dude coached in the NFL I mean, he was a head coach for 6 or 7 years.
Yeah, OC for a long time.
He's got people all over the league. And I assume this is about Trevor Lawrence. Jay Gruden just tweeted out, sources say surgery for Trevor. Damn, get well, man. Hope sources are wrong. I just think that's so funny. I don't know. I assume he's talking about Trevor Lawrence. Is there another Trevor that's hurt that we may or may not know about?
I don't know. That would be the one I would think.
I know he's been limited at practice. He's got a shoulder injury.
Trevor Lawrence?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So if this is Jay breaking news, it's just a hysterical way to do it.
Just a funny way to do it.
I love hope sources are wrong. Because I feel like
if you were writing that tweet, how would you write it? Because you're a pro's pro.
Trevor Lawrence, either sources tell us Jaguars quarterback Trevor Lawrence is headed for surgery, or Trevor Lawrence headed for surgery per source.
Oh, that's how pro does it.
And you try to maybe give a little more information, like expected to go on IR or expected to miss 3 to 6. Whatever.
I got a question for you. When you say per source, is that just like your mom giving you that, or is what qualifies?
That's a
as
great
source?
question, because this is not understood by a lot of people.
Yeah.
Especially in the Twitter, Instagram era of
it gets crazy.
Trade deadline. A source that you can report information from is somebody with direct knowledge.
I see.
They're
like his agent, or
I mean, in a scenario like that, it'd be somebody from the team, but like the coach or the GM,
right?
Not the dude that works at ticket sales,
not the quality control guy.
Right,
yeah.
right. It would be somebody directly from the team, or him, the player,
right?
The player's agent.
Right.
Maybe you could go to a publicist if you have a relationship and they're locked in, and
right.
Typically, some people have their agent, and then there's a different dude that handles their public stuff. But when the publicist is in-house with the agency, you could trust that more. But it's someone that knows, right? Not anytime it's a secondhand, I heard.
Yeah.
That you cannot report.
That's what I'm saying. And you see people doing that all the time.
Because especially as the world expands and there's man, my brother is an agent and told me,
yes,
you can't, my cousin, anytime it's removed, one step removed, that is not reportable. And to actually report something, you need to get it from 2 people, not one.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. The actual journalism rule. And the more I do all this other stuff, the less I feel like a straight up journalist anymore. But to actually report something, you have to get a story and then verify it.
Yeah, I think I wish people understood that more, because I see people talking about stuff, even on some people in this sports community here, not necessarily on the beat, because we got a pretty locked in beat, but it's oh, I heard this and this, and you can't tweet that. You don't know,
right?
You haven't talked. You haven't talked to anybody else. Or I saw this guy at practice with this on his ankle. Oh, he's.
The Twitter doctors that just have seen a video,
wild,
and then people just believe it that it's correct. And the other part of it is, if you do get information like that, right? The right way to handle things is not to run to Twitter. Say it's something about a player on this team. You call the team and you're like, hey, I know this. And depending, time gets involved, and if you're going to lose the scoop, there's a lot of factors, but you always want to give whatever the subject of the news is a heads up. You have the news.
I see.
And sometimes they're like, yo, here's the context. Can you please hold off on this?
Right.
As you build relationships and start.
I was going to say, because you want to make sure relationships are maintained.
Totally.
It's important to kind of scoop and be the first one to get it, but also you don't want to damage your relationship with the organization,
or be wrong, or not have the full story. There's a lot of ways things can go.
That's been interesting, because sometimes I thought I've had a scoop or some information before, and I've gone and talked to either the individual or the coach or the agent about it. And that's not really my job, so I don't do this often, but they're like, that's actually not correct. It's actually XYZ. And you're like, oh, that makes way more sense, actually. I'm really glad I didn't go spouting off at the mouth about that.
Interesting times when everybody's in a hurry to get retweets. Coming up at 11, Ray Fittipaldo joins us from Pittsburgh to preview the Steelers. Next, Alex Ovechkin on fire. It's hard to talk with this song being introduced. That's just so pleasant to hear.
It is very pleasant.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Logan Paulson sitting in for B. Mitch today. We went from a running back to a tight end. I want to at least make mention of this. Did you watch Caps at all last night, Logan?
Me?
Do you watch Caps?
You're
a hockey player these days.
I am a hockey player. My son's a hockey player. We do watch the Caps, but I was at hockey practice with my son. And then, as you know, get home at 8 o'clock, and it's kind of bedtime, kind of wrangling the munchkins. So
I know that world.
Yeah.
I had to go. Feel bad for my wife, kind of. I tape a show on Wednesday nights at NBC.
Yeah.
My All Ears show. It's on YouTube if you want to go watch it. It's really fun, and I love the vehicle. But it's just one more night I'm not home for bedtime. And my wife's texting me, and I don't know how well it went. And my 5-year-old is just hell on wheels, like at all times, man. Caps had a good win last night, though. They were playing Nashville, which is a good team.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
They win 3-2 with Ovi putting one away late.
No kidding.
Yeah, dude. So he is now, I mean, you know what needs, maybe it already exists, but if it doesn't, it needs to exist. There needs to be an account, like an Ovi tracker of where we're at. Yeah, on Twitter, of where Ovi is at in his quest to break Gretzky's record.
How far is he off right now?
I think it's 33. Landfill, do you know?
That's close.
He would tie him if he gets 33 more. 34 to pass.
34 to pass. He's got 8 in 12 games.
Dude,
he's
that's
just
awesome.
on fire.
Because what is he? He's 39.
Dude,
that's unbelievable.
Yeah.
And he's just got like such a unique role.
He just turned 39 in September.
But still, though, he's got such a unique role in terms of the goal scorer and how he plays the game and finding those opportunities.
Well, it was funny, dude. So Ben Sennett was a big hockey player growing up.
Yeah.
And I was talking with him yesterday in the locker room because he hasn't been to a Caps game yet. And I was like, dude, I think you're going to love it.
It's a great environment.
The vibe and the game production, all of that, they do so well. And then to also have a team, they're on fire to start the season, dude. They are tied for first in the Metro with the Devils and the Hurricanes. Like, they've beat the Rangers. Like, they've beat some good teams. I think Nashville's pretty good that they beat last night. I guess maybe they're off to a bad start, Nashville is, but they've already played Vegas. It's fun what's going on over there. And I need to get to a game. When was the first Caps game you went to?
Honestly, it was like this last year, 2 years ago.
Really?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All the years you were here as a player?
Yeah. Well, I had the 5 years here, and then I was out a little bit.
Sure.
And then with my kids' sports, like I'm telling you, like every weekend we're doing something. And my son does travel hockey. He's been doing it for the last 3 years. So we're out of town all the time.
Dude, you should put this on your calendar because we're going to try to go because it works out for the kids. The Friday after Thanksgiving,
okay,
they have a 3:00 game.
Nice. No, I think that would be great. Like stuff like that. I was trying to get tickets for a while for him. And then, it's funny, like through his hockey team, we've been to 2 games since then.
Cool.
So it's a really awesome environment for sure.
Well, also, and I don't think this will put you in a weird spot, but like the years you were playing in Washington was what, like 11 to?
It was 10 to 15.
10 to 15. Okay. The organization didn't have like the best. Let's be cool with all the other pro sports organizations in town.
There were guys that could get you tickets and stuff, but they weren't like affiliated with
Schuster.
The team. Yeah, Schuster. Yeah, give him a shout out.
Right, and like now the organizations just have these really positive relationships with all the teams across town, and it's very different.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And I think that's a big step forward.
I do have a crazy story. I remember when I got here in 2010. Cooley, after the game, you kind of hang out in the parking lot there, the players' parking lot, and I look over and I'm, getting ready to leave. And
after the game, 2010, Cooley. Is he playing at this point, or is he doing the radio?
He's playing.
Okay.
And he's like, one of my heroes, best in the NFL, blah, blah, blah. And he's wrestling this big dude in the parking lot. And I walk over, and there's a little circle of people around them, and he's wrestling Ovechkin in the parking lot.
Had there been any beers?
I mean...
What game was it?
I don't remember, but I just remember like one of those like kind of core memories where you're like, what?
That is awesome. And honestly, I know Chris better than I know Alex, but I know them both a little bit. Totally tracks.
Yeah, totally tracks.
That totally.
Like, it's not like, if you know both, if you know Cooley, it makes 100% sense. And from what I understand about Ovechkin, very similar.
He's a legit football fan.
Is
Like,
he?
Yeah. I think it's gotten to the point now where I'll know he's coming to a game, but he doesn't want to have to do like the media and everything.
Oh,
Like
I
he
see.
just wants to be able to come to the game and chill and watch it. I think he brings his kid. I think he has a son. I think he brings his son, and I think they're legit football fans.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
We used to before he got traded, Garnet Hathaway used to play for the Caps,
Huh.
and he came on with us every week. The Caps have a fantasy football league.
Really?
Like, yeah, like it's
That's cool.
They're all into it, man.
That's awesome.
And yeah,
It's interesting because like a lot of like European, Russian, Canadian players, and so you wouldn't think football would be that
they've
big on
been here long enough
that it
though,
works
you know what
out.
I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think. And so apparently somebody just tweeted this to me. This exists. Oh my God, this is really funny. Quick break from the Ovechkin goal tracker. So we mentioned that Jay Gruden kind of broke this news for Trevor Lawrence.
And it's not true.
So Jay tweeted out, sources say surgery for Trevor. Damn, get well, man. Hope sources are wrong. Ian Rappaport just quote tweeted him and said, no surgery scheduled, Jay. There are several options immediate and down the road. That's one of them. He's considered day-to-day with a left shoulder. But as he considers these options, Trevor Lawrence likely will not play Sunday, and Mac Jones is the backup. So he's not wrong necessarily, but he may not have had the whole story.
He's not
either.
the pro. He's out of his lane a little bit. Out of his lane. You know, we've all done that
That's
before.
awesome. So here's the account. You know what? I'm going to press follow right now. Bang. I'll never miss an update. The Ovechkin goal tracker at Ovechkin goal. Alex Ovechkin has scored goal number 861, 34 goals to pass Wayne Gretzky for most of all time.
Oh my God.
Well, and dude, think about this. They had a lockout year that he missed a whole year of his career.
861?
He missed a whole year of his career. And then the COVID year they shut down, he was cruising.
Yeah.
Like, if just the COVID year doesn't happen, he's probably at 875 or something. Watching Alex Ovechkin play hockey for the Washington Capitals is one of the great joys of my life. And I think he I grew up here. I always loved the Caps. They were always my team. I used to go to games at the Cap Center, etc. But like, he completely changed what hockey means to this city because all of a sudden young boys are playing. When I was a kid, I knew two dudes that played hockey.
Yeah, it definitely has brought it to the area.
100%. Absolutely. When we come back, we're going to preview Commanders Steelers. What a Week 10 matchup this is.
This sports update brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Alex Ovechkin's third period snipe lifts the Caps over the Predators 3-2. Ovechkin postgame on how the Capitals have gotten off to such a great start this season.
Overall, if you see, like, I think Carps tried to play four lines and try to give as much as time for everybody. And I think it's working right now. So, I think four lines rolling and everybody have a pretty good chances play offensive, defensive. So, yeah.
The Caps are now 9-3 on the year. They host the Penguins tomorrow, Friday evening at 7:30 from Capital One Arena. Listen to the game right here on The Fan. And on the hardwood, Georgetown beats Lehigh 85-77. And the post-Tony Bennett era at Virginia opens with a 65-56 victory over Campbell. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan, joining us right now from Pittsburgh, covers the Steelers and the NFL for the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, Ray Fittipaldo. Ray, what up, man? Thanks for making time for us.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
We're great, man. You're used to good winning football up there. We're not, so this has been a lot of fun in Washington. Serious matchup coming this week. How's everything going in Pittsburgh now that Russ Wilson is pretty established as QB1?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. They just added Mike Williams at the trade deadline, so they're going to try to mesh him into the offense this week. That'll be a big storyline. They kind of needed a number two receiver really since the summer, and they've kind of, they've had success without it. But when you talk about Russell Wilson being a quarterback, 2 starts, they're averaging 31.5 points per game and 418 yards of offense every game. And even if you look at the Giants game, they were 0 for 4 in the red zone, and they had to settle for field goals in that game. So I think the Steelers still think there's a little bit more meat on the bone there. They still think they could be even better. And, Wilson's just given them a different dimension at quarterback. He can throw the ball down the field. He makes good decisions. They were able to win with Justin Fields, but it was more conservative. He used his legs more than his arms. So, they kind of feel better about their situation right now with Wilson. And, looking at the numbers, I could see why.
Yeah, and obviously Russell's done a great job. But when you look at some of the throws that he's made, they're all kind of in these 50-50 jump ball, contested catch situation, or at least the explosive plays of the offense. Is there a concern that there's going to be a regression in the offense, like once those stop hitting, or is the staff very confident they can continue to make that go with Pickens and Williams on the outside?
Yeah, I think that's part of the reason they brought in Mike Williams. And, it's not like he's throwing into double coverage. I mean, they were very judicious. If you look at the Jets game, for whatever reason, the Jets stayed in single coverage on George Pickens that entire game. That's why they were taking those deep shots. So, when teams are going to play too high safety against them, Russ has the ability to check it down, to throw it to the intermediate parts of the field. So, that deep ball is a big part of his game. But I think if teams want to take that away too, and play that Tampa 2, the Steelers can just run the ball. And they've been really successful doing that this year. They're a top 10 rushing offense. Najee Harris has 3 consecutive 100-yard games. So, they haven't, they're coming off a game where they wanted to score more touchdowns. That's been an emphasis during the off week. But I think overall, if you want to take something away, they're more than capable of going the other direction and beating you in a different way.
It's pretty wild when you look at the numbers. In four of the six Justin Fields starts, the Pittsburgh offense threw for less than 134 yards.
Yeah.
Like it's just for everybody that was like, man, the Steelers are 4-2. Why are you going to Fields? Like, that's your answer, because they had 133, 110, 134, and 110 pass yards. It's also incredibly bizarre that twice they had 110 pass yards. Like, what are the odds of that number coming up twice? We're talking with Ray Fittipaldo from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, covers the Steelers, does a great job doing it. Let's go to the defensive side of the ball. And Pittsburgh's been great on D for a long time now. I think it kind of starts with T.J. Watt. I think Highsmith's a real player. And they just added Preston Smith.
Yeah, listen, Preston Smith is a guy that, like receiver, they've needed depth at outside linebacker since training camp. You know, they brought in Marcus Golden, who was here last year. They brought him in late in the process, and, you know, he was here for 2 days, and he decided to retire. And they've kind of made it work with some guys from the practice squad and guys from other teams. But Nick Herbig is injured right now. He's probably not going to play again. I think he's going to miss his fourth consecutive game. And they've been playing T.J. Watt and Alex Highsmith a lot of snaps. So to get a guy like Preston Smith in here, he's going to turn 32, I think, next week. But he's a guy at this stage of his career. He wasn't happy in Green Bay because they changed the defense. At this point, he just wants to win, and he wants to play in a base 3-4. That's where he's had his most success. I think the Steelers are a good fit for that. You know, he's not going to have to play a ton of snaps. You know, he can play 15, 20, 25 snaps a game as a reserve outside linebacker and, maybe contribute to a team that has a shot in the playoffs this year. So, I think he's a good pickup. And like receiver, like I said, it's a position on the roster where they sorely needed some depth, and they think he could add it there.
Yeah, in addition to the defensive line depth, I look at the secondary here with Joey Porter Jr. and some of these other pieces in the back end. They're playing good football. You know, Deshaun Elliott's doing a great job. How is that group coming along, and how do you think they match up with the Washington Commanders receiving corps?
Yeah, that part of the team was rebuilt. You know, Deshaun Elliott is new. They're playing an undrafted free agent, Beanie Bishop, in the slot. And they got Dante Jackson, the outside corner opposite Joey Porter, in the trade for Deontay Johnson. So, you know, when you change a room that much, I think a lot of people were expecting some growing pains, and there were a few early in the season. You know, they had some miscommunication, some breakdowns that led to big plays early in the season. But, you know, at the halfway point, that group is playing really well. And you look at this matchup, against the Commanders. You know, you look at McLaurin and. You got to find a way to limit him. You can't let that guy beat you. And Joey Porter Jr. in his first 2 years in the league, he wants those matchups. He wants to travel with guys. You know, the Steelers are, kind of judicious in when they do that. You know, they haven't indicated this week whether they'll give Joey that assignment. But to me, if you can, not stop McLaurin, you're not going to do that. But if you could limit the impact he has on this game, I think that's going to go a long way into determining, who wins this game on Sunday. I think that guy's a really good player, and, the Commanders are probably looking at the Steelers and George Pickens in the same light, right? If you can limit him, don't let him have a big game, your chances of winning probably increase.
Yeah, and the other thing about the defense that really jumps out is their ability to stop the run. Obviously, Patrick Queen is playing okay. Patrick Willis, the rookie at NC State's doing a nice job kind of growing and developing. Do you think, I know you mentioned that the Commanders they're second in terms of rush attempts. How do you think they fare in terms of stopping the run? Obviously, Cameron Hayward's on the interior doing a great job still.
Yeah, they're fourth in the league against the run, but they are coming off a game against the Giants where the Giants ran for 157 yards, and Tyrone Tracy had a 45-yard touchdown, and they kind of controlled the game. I mean, the Steelers never trailed in that game, but the Giants controlled the pace on offense when they had the football. So the off week came at a good time for them. I think some guys were banged up, and hopefully some guys can get back this week and start playing the way they were earlier in the season. But Cam Hayward, listen, he's 35 years old. last year, a bunch of injuries. He had two core muscle injuries, one required surgery, had some knee issues. He just wasn't the same player. But this year, he's back to playing at an all-pro form and, looking like the guy that he was, in 2021 and 2022. So, he's the linchpin there. If he has a good game on Sunday, I think the Steelers will be okay. But they need help. Second-year defensive lineman Keanu Benton hasn't been playing all that good, and Larry Ogunjobi, the veteran, is just having an okay season. So they need those guys to step up after the Giants game, and the Commanders are a good test. And it doesn't get easier after the Commanders. They got the Ravens and Derrick Henry coming in the week after. They got a lot of good rushing teams in the second half of the season, so the Commanders will be a really good test for them on Sunday.
It's kind of interesting, dude, because in a lot of ways, the Giants were able to run all over Washington too, at least in the first half when they were committed to it. And the Giants, not to make this about the Giants, they're kind of good. They have an awful record. They just make mistakes at terrible times. And I feel like the Steelers win over New York and Washington's last win over New York were fairly similar. You mentioned the bye week came at a good time. So Russ has been the starter in Pittsburgh for 2 games now. I had this running joke. We're talking with Ray Fittipaldo, covers the Steelers for the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. With the last year of Russ in Seattle and then the 2 years, I guess, in Denver, I had this running joke where I thought Russ Wilson had been taken over by an alien. He just seemed like he was having an out-of-body experience, like saying weird stuff, doing weird stuff, and it was also like perception-driven. I can't imagine Mike Tomlin would allow for any of that stuff. How are just kind of the Russ, the human vibes right now?
Yeah, I mean, he's not acting that way in Pittsburgh. I wasn't in Denver, so I don't want to really speak to like being at every one of his news conferences out there. But I saw the clips, and I get it. But he has not been that way here, and he's been a really good teammate. From the time he got here in the spring, he took the guys to San Diego. They threw out there, they caught out there. The calf injury was an issue. He couldn't really practice in training camp, and they kind of took it easy on him the first half of the season when Fields was playing. So it's kind of been a bumpy road for him just with the injuries. But when you talk about his personality, his dealings with the media, his dealings with his teammates, there really hasn't been any complaints. And if I, just go back to his time in Denver, I think a lot of that was due to Sean Payton. And, Sean has this reputation around the league. If he's not your guy, he's not going to make it work. I think he almost sabotaged his own season last year by the way he handled Russ. So, so far he's been a good citizen, nothing crazy here, but it's only been 2 weeks. Let's see what happens here in November and December. But, he's been a good guy to deal with so far, at least from the media's perspective.
Yeah, absolutely. And I will say this too. One thing that jumps out when you're watching the film is that Danny Smith led special teams group, and obviously Danny Smith used to coach here. I played for Danny Smith. Can you talk about that group? It seems like he's got those guys playing hard. Obviously Calvin Austin, big kickoff return or big punt return, I think it was. So explosive, physical. They blocked a couple kicks. That could be a factor in this game for sure.
Yeah, explosive plays almost every single week. You mentioned Calvin Austin's punt return, but they had blocks in 3 consecutive games before that. They had a blocked field goal against the Cowboys. They had a blocked punt against the Raiders, and they had another blocked punt in the game before that. So it's almost every single week. Mike Tomlin, it's always been an emphasis since Danny's been here, but I think they got the roster this year where they have really good quality depth. Tyler Matakevich is a longtime special teamer. He's back this year. He was with the Bills last year. They just got some really good guys. Miles Killebrew is an all-pro special teamer. He's back again. They re-signed him. So they've made a commitment to getting guys who are really good special teams players, and they're not necessarily guys who really fit on their roster otherwise, right? They're not great on offense. They're not great on defense. Some of these guys are only special teamers, and they've made a commitment to that this year. So it's been a big part of their identity so far. Big part of the reason why they're 6-2, and we'll see if they can keep it going Sunday in Washington.
You might know this, you might not. I can't find it this second, but I've seen some incredible stats about Mike Tomlin coming off a bye. Do you have those? Do you have that information? Does that stand out to you?
I don't have it right in front of me, but I know he's really good.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
yeah.
And you said whatever kind of injuries, it seems like people are in better shape now. Get the week off.
Is Nate Herbig going to play?
Well, Nate Herbig is done for the season, but the outside linebacker, his brother Nick.
Oh,
Nick's
Nick
got a
and Nate. It's
hamstring.
confusing.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
But yeah, Nick, the outside linebacker. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, Nick's been really good, but he did not practice. Well, he was limited yesterday, but he didn't really do a whole heck of a lot. I think they're keeping the door open for him on Sunday, but I think he's probably going to miss his fourth consecutive game. But guys, I mean, this guy is like T.J. Watt as a pass rusher. He's not the complete player that T.J. is, but as a pass rusher, in his limited number of snaps, he really gets after the passer. So if he doesn't play, that's good news for Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, I think it was the Chargers game. He was just extremely prolific, and you kind of had to double check because he looks a lot like he's got the 51 on. He rushes really well. He's kind of got the similar move set. So, it was funny when they signed Preston Smith. I was like, that's silly because Nick is playing so well, but obviously they're kind of negotiating that injury there.
Yeah, and I don't think they want to rush him back. And then when they do get Nick Herbig back, I mean, you got four really good outside linebackers. I mean, Alex Highsmith, no one talks about him. He can get after the passer, and he's really good at setting the edge. I think Preston Smith is 265. He's kind of like that hybrid defensive end, 3-4 backer who's also really good at setting the edge. So once all those guys get healthy, they're going to feel really good about their outside linebacker group.
Last one from me, Ray. Obviously, you cover the Steelers, and in that city, that's like a religion, right? The Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, I can only imagine your page views on your Steelers pages and content, right? Everybody should give them a follow.
You jealous or what?
No. I think it's dope. I love the vibe at Steelers games. Washington
awesome.
doesn't get up there all that often,
Yeah.
but when I've also covered like a big Ravens-Steelers playoff game, which was wild. Everybody should give you a follow at RayFit1 on X, right? Logan and I yesterday were talking about this, and he and I think, are both higher on the Steelers than maybe the national consensus is. What is it like in Pittsburgh? How are the Yinzers handling that? Though the Steelers are in first place in that AFC North, still seems like more people are talking about the Ravens.
Yeah, it's interesting, and the Ravens lost two games that I don't know how they lost to the Raiders, and I don't know how they lost to the Browns, but I look at their
played
roster
down the competition, man.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, but I watched that game last week against the Broncos, and Lamar looked great. So I guess it depends on, which week you're getting them. I mean, their defense. I don't know what the Ravens are going to do about the secondary and the way they can't cover people. That might be an issue in the second half. When I look at it, they're 5-3. The Steelers are 6-2. Both teams have brutal schedules in the second half. The Steelers got the Commanders, 2 with the Ravens, 2 with the Bengals, Eagles, and Chiefs. I mean, that is a brutal second half. But the Ravens, it's not much easier. So I can see the winner of this division, being 11-6. And if you get to 11-6, maybe you win a tiebreaker. Maybe you knock the Ravens off their perch a little bit. But roster-wise, I think talent-wise, the Ravens still have it. As long as they can avoid those bad losses in the second half of the season, the Steelers will probably be a wild card. But given the first half, they at least gave themselves a shot to be in it here in December, I think.
The Steelers' defense is significantly better than the Ravens' defense. I just think when you have Lamar and Henry, it's hard to stack up with that.
Yeah, it's hard. And, offense is so important in the playoffs, too. I know Lamar hasn't done anything in the playoffs yet, and it's disappointment after disappointment in the postseason. But you got to think one of these years he's going to figure it out. So I think it's big for the Steelers. They can get that home game, and you give yourself a little bit of an easier opponent in the first round. The last couple of years they've been 6 seed, 7 seed, losing at Buffalo, losing at the Chiefs. I mean, it's hard when you're a 6 or a 7 seed. So if they can get like a 2, 3, or a 4, I think that would be big for their chances of getting their first postseason win since 2016.
Yeah, JP was just talking about how good the defense is, and it does flash on film. Is one thing that I'd be concerned about if I was a Pittsburgh fan is that the offense doesn't always seem like they can keep pace. It seems like they're kind of okay, kind of keeping it in second and third gear and never really revving it up, trusting the defense to kind of keep them in it with turnovers and stuff.
Yeah.
Is there a concern that if an offense is able to take advantage of that defense, that Pittsburgh offense won't be able to keep pace on their own?
Yeah, I mean, listen, you can't win 17-14 every week. There is going to be some team, and maybe it's the Commanders this week that gets up to 27 or 30 points. So the question at that point is going to be, can Russell Wilson in this offense, win in a game where you have to play catch up or where you have to match, an offense score for score. So that's something that they really haven't encountered. But like I mentioned, they're over 400 yards of offense each game. They do have to become more efficient in the red zone. I think they're 28th in red zone touchdown percentage this year. That number has to go up. If you're going to be a factor in the postseason, you got to score touchdowns. So that's one thing they do have to work on. But in terms of going up and down the field and Russ making big plays, they've done that his first two starts. They got to start capitalizing more and scoring more touchdowns. Though you guys are right about that.
Hey Ray, man, this has been great. I really appreciate you making time for us.
All right, guys. Glad to talk to you.
We will see you Sunday at Northwest Stadium. That is Ray Fittipaldo, covers the Steelers for the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. Give him a follow at RayFit1. All right, time to dive into the Steelers. Where you like the matchups, where you worry about the matchups. He's saying the Steelers got to score more touchdowns. Washington has their own red zone woes. We're deep dive Steelers Commanders next.
This sports update brought to you by Prince George's Community College. New Commanders cornerback Marshawn Lattimore joins his new team but does not practice yesterday due to a hamstring ailment. We will see if he practices today. Now, Thursday Night Football this evening, the Ravens host the Bengals. Alex Ovechkin's 6th goal in 5 games lifts the Caps over the Predators 3-2. Georgetown opens its season with an 85-77 win over Lehigh. And the post-Tony Bennett era begins for UVA. They defeat Campbell 65-56. Ready to chase your dreams this spring? At Prince George's Community College, we've got over 200 programs designed to fit your schedule and your goals. Registration begins November 4th, so don't wait to register today at pgcc.edu. Your future, your freedom. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
You guys got great tunes on this show.
Yeah, you like this one?
Yeah, who does this? You do this?
Nah, Landfill.
Dude, James crushing it.
Did you just call him James?
Yeah.
That's yet another name for Professor Landini.
Professor Landini.
Jim, James, Andrew, Landfill,
Andrew.
Professor
Why
Landini.
Andrew?
I don't know. Like, depending how long someone has worked at 106.7 or Odyssey or Intercom prior to that, like depending how long someone has worked there, they all call Mullins is another name. That's his last name. They all call him something different.
Oh, okay. Jimmy the Knife. Have anyone called him that?
Yeah. Has anybody ever called you Jimmy the Knife, Landfill?
Yeah, Logan Paulson.
Yeah, I've called him that before. I remember because like I had a bunch of buddies in college who'd call me Jimmy the Knife, and so we bonded over.
Why
that.
were you Jimmy the Knife?
My first name is James.
My first name is James.
Shut the front door.
So my first name is James. Your first name is James.
Yeah.
And Landfill's first name is James.
Dude, look at us.
J-Dogs forever.
J-Dogs for life.
And Jeff is
My
Jeff.
name is Jeff.
My name is Jeff. What do people call you most, Mr. Mullins?
It really kind of depends.
What does your mom call you?
She just calls me. She just texts me.
Don't call me late for dinner. I what does CK call you? Mullins?
He just texts me too.
This is a great bit.
Stevie.
This is a great bit.
Stevie calls you Jim, right?
Uh-huh.
When Stevie walks in, she says Jim. What does Wendy say when she walks in?
She mostly just starts fighting with Jeff.
That is true. That is true. Like
Jeff sounds like a problem.
Like what does Drab call you? Mullins?
I don't remember. He said something about can B-Mitch go on a Pittsburgh radio show.
What was your answer?
I'll text him.
B's probably playing golf.
He actually no. He's if you're in Pittsburgh, you can hear B-Mitch on the Fan 2:35 tomorrow.
Boom. That's during Russell's show, man. Don't be promoting anti-Russell.
I mean, Russell's not on in Pittsburgh.
That's a good point. All right. Speaking of Pittsburgh, Ravens Bengals tonight, AFC North battle.
Dude, stoked.
So Landfill writes the questions on the show sheet, right?
You got a show sheet?
Yeah, he texted it to you.
I
dude.
know. I'm kidding. He's been great.
Jimmy the Knife writes the
Jimmy
show
the
sheet
Knife.
questions. And I think this one is a really good question for you.
Okay.
You are like a PhD in football.
Okay.
Whereas Landfill has a PhD in BSology. Like he can spot BS right away.
Yeah, right. It's happening.
Simple question. I think it's a complicated answer. Are the Bengals a good team?
Oh, great question. Great question. On offense, they're amazing. On defense, they're terrible. If you take the average of that, they're probably like right smack dab in the middle. If they get some level of defensive consistency and defensive improvement, I think they're okay. Because when you watch Joe Burrow, man, that guy, I'm not being hyperbolic here. He might be the best quarterback in football right now. And again, Lamar Jackson probably has something to say about that. But just in terms of the way he navigates the pocket, anticipates throws, gives his guys opportunities, understands the 50-50 contested catch scenarios, like he's playing special. And then the other thing is the autonomy they give him at the line of scrimmage. He's doing a great job. That offense is great. It's the defense and whether they can get some kind of support from that side of the football. If they can, I think they're going to be all right.
And Aromo usually gets something figured
usually
out.
figure
right?
something out. And so I was a little surprised, honestly, that they were struggling as badly as they were early in the season because I have a lot of respect for Lou Aromo. Like, he does a great job. Every
long track record
of finding good wrinkles and maximizing defensive talent. But they have, they've invested a lot on the offensive side of the football. And this is maybe a larger discussion about, roster construction in general, specifically on the offensive side of the football, and like how when you invest all your money on one side of the ball, you really handicap and limit what you can do on the defense side of the football. And, obviously Hendrickson's a great pass rusher, but they don't really have anybody opposite him. I like Sam Hubbard, but he feels more like a rotational 3 now as opposed to another kind of elite guy.
And you think some of the secondary guys they've let walk?
Yeah, 100%. I think all that stuff is gonna.
Was it Bates that was there? That was
Bates, and look at what he's doing in Atlanta. I think he's leading. He's not leading the league in turnovers, but he's top 5 or something like that. So again, that they need to figure something out. I just don't know if they can because of the talent restrictions they have.
Well, and ownership restrictions. They don't spend money.
That's a great point.
And if you'll go to the cap, like if you'll go cash the cap, you got a lot more options, and they just don't do it. Like the way the season began with the Jamar Chase stuff, that to me is on ownership because the Jefferson deal is done. You have the framework for how you get this deal done.
Yeah,
they just chose not to execute it.
Yeah,
and if you decide we're not building for the future with Jamar, okay, I think that's the wrong decision. But bleep or get off the pot with this thing because you know where it needs to go.
Yeah.
That's just the market.
Yeah.
All that said, the Bengals are 4-5. Burrow had 5 touchdown passes last week, I believe.
Yeah.
They're 25th in the NFL in yards allowed, in points allowed, 19th in yards allowed. Their schedule is hard. They've got the Ravens tonight, then they're at LA against the Chargers. They get the bye in week 12. Steelers, Cowboys, Titans, Browns, Broncos, Steelers. So of their remaining games, you've got Cowboys, Titans, Brown. You only have 3 of your 8 games remaining against teams that don't look to be playoff teams. And they got to chop some wood.
And obviously that Browns game is a divisional game. Yep. And so you never know what's going to happen with those. Yeah, it's going to be tough for them to figure it out. But, like we were talking with Ray before about the Steelers and whether they get the wild card spot with 11 wins. I think this team could kind of sneaky get there,
So here's the question then. Right now in the AFC, the Steelers are in first place in the North, so they'd get the division title, right? The Ravens would be the top wild card team.
Yeah.
At the 5 seed. Chargers, the 6 seed at 5-3. Right now, it's the Broncos at 5-4 would get the 7 seed. Just behind them, you've got the Colts and the Bengals. Both teams are 4-5.
Yeah.
I wonder what kind of odds you could get. I wonder if you could bet Bengals to make the playoffs right now because I'd kind of like it.
Yeah, me too. Especially with Denver being in that last spot. I think Denver's going to struggle a little bit, especially with Bo Nix playing quarterback for them.
And they have a head-to-head with Denver.
Yeah.
So you could flip that,
Yeah, and I think they're a better team. And I do think because their offense is so prolific, they're going to match up really well with the Steelers. They're going to be able to kind of switch that game flow and put the Steelers in a bad spot as long as they can pass protect. And then I think they'll probably split with the Ravens because they always kind of figure out a way to make those games really close. So,
yes, they do. Here's what we have to do. We're going to give away some mid-season awards. Then we're going to hear from the coordinators. And while we have Logan here, we're going to make him go deep in his bag of film tricks and break down what he expects in the Steelers-Commanders game. Nobody go anywhere. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Without any delay, Commanders defensive coordinator Joe Witt addressing the media.
And then I'll talk about our new addition, and then we'll answer any questions. Get into with the Giants. I thought we started off, the game correctly. I think we've started off the last couple games, the right way. We're not giving up a lot of points in the first quarter, first half. Second half, we, they hit some plays on us. We got to shore up the run. The one disappointing play was at the end where the tight end hit the ball up the seam. That was a check where Baltimore hit the same touchdown. I think Andrews up the seam, same check. That won't happen again because I took that check out because apparently we don't execute it well enough. All right, so and it was frustrating that happened. The points should have been at a minimum. We let them get 7 there where they shouldn't have. The guys, the style that we want to play is still run and hit, and that did come to life. I thought Jeremy Chin just played an outstanding football game. He was all over the place. It was needed. And so now, we have to transition to Pittsburgh. And, as we transition to Pittsburgh, everybody knows we have Marshawn with us now, and we're excited to have him, man. I've watched this guy since he came out of college. He's a dog, all right? And I watched his interview yesterday, and he talked about his dog mentality, and that's what he is. He goes out there and fight. He get up there and press. He'll challenge anybody. So he's a great addition. And then also what's been just a really nice thing to see is the other guys in the building be excited for him to be there. I didn't know if I was going to see some guys with their heads down because you bring in a talent like this. Some other guys might say, well, I'm going to lose opportunity. And they might be saying that. I don't know. All right. But that's the business. But nobody's acting that way. And so that's a credit to DQ and AP and the brotherhood and the culture that's being set here, that everybody is bringing them in, helping them, teaching them, talking to them. And as soon as we can get them out there, we will. When that will be, I don't know. Okay. So please don't ask me because I don't know when that will be. But as soon as we can, we will. With that, any questions?
When will he be out there?
That's
Sorry,
fine.
had to do it.
Yeah.
What's the challenge when you bring in a guy like that, and he obviously has his style to play press and all that, to incorporate him into what you guys want to do?
Well, that's part of what we want to do. We want to be a hands-on, get up and challenge, lower this completion rate. But the difficult thing for him, because he's 8 years in the league so far. He's been with a lot of coaches. He's been with Chris Richard. He's been with Aaron Glenn, Joe Woods, great coaches. Now he's with Jason Simmons, okay? And so it's really the terminology, learning the different terminology. Scheme is scheme, all right? People play cover 3. You got your zone cover 3, your 3 match, all right? You're zoning your pressures or you're matching your pressures. It's all the same. It's just the terminology. So that's really has to get to. And then some of the just final reduction checks that might be different in each place.
What's the trickle-down effect of adding a player with his talent to your defense?
Say that again?
What's the trickle-down effect of adding a player with his capabilities to the defense?
What do you mean trickle-down effect?
Well, whether it's in terms of what you can call as a coach, in terms of how it affects maybe Benjamin or Mike, in terms of what they are going to do too.
Oh, how it affects other players. Like I tell you each week, we're going to play the guys that gives us the best chance to win. So I'm not worried about a trickle-down effect there. We put people in position each week. Let's say Marshawn's not here. It would be the same way. So from that standpoint, the style that we want to play an aggressive style of ball, and that's what he is. And I just like the mentality that he plays with, what he brings to the room from a mindset of, I'm going to get after you. I'm going to get up and challenge you. If you beat me, all right, you're going to have to beat me again. He's never going to, back off. That's what I really like, and I think that's what will add to that room where we do have some young players that haven't necessarily been in some of those hard battles. He's battle tested against really good players.
To the point of affecting other pieces on defense, what does having a guy like that do for the pass rush, for the defensive line, knowing that this guy out there maybe is going to cause some more problems for quarterbacks?
Well, let's not neglect what the guys that here have done. Okay. All right. I think, the only thing that we haven't done is intercept the ball. Okay. I think we're 5th in pass defense. Those guys that have been covering. Okay. And the sacks that we've had, yes, we've won some up time, but some of them are coverage sets. So let's not act like Juice and Mikey and Noah and Chin and those guys haven't been playing solid ball. All right, they have. So one guy's not going to come and just change all that. He's added to what we're doing. He's not going to make us be what we're going to be. He's added to the group, and we're excited to have him. But I'm not going to sit here and discard the guys that we have that I'm happy that we have. All right, so let's not do that.
And as far as with Johnny Newton, another week of seeing him play with the starters, what did you see from him? And then where, based on what you've seen, where do you kind of see his progression going the rest of the way?
Yeah, Johnny's just each day, man. He is he's getting better. The explosion is really what you see. The power for a guy that you might not think is as big. He has power. He has knockback. He's a sponge. He listens to everything that Tap and Sharif and Kerrigan give him. So I think you're just starting to see, and he's really getting his legs back under him into really football shape. So hopefully we can give him a little bit more plays. We like to keep those guys on the pitch count just so they're fresh in the fourth. But I've been pleased with where he's going.
Whenever he is healthy and ready to go, what do you do with Mikey and Noah? Does Mikey move back to the slot at that point, or? I thought about that as soon as I found out that we were acquiring him, and then I said, why even worry about it right now until he gets out there, right? Because somebody could get injured, somebody could play really, really well. You never know what might happen, and so once it gets to the point where he's going to be out there, we'll put him where he needs to be, and then we'll adjust the other guys where they need to be. And going back to Jeremy Chin, what sort of leadership has he brought to the secondary as a whole? And when did you really start to see him, really get comfortable in the scheme and the things you guys were preaching on defense?
Oh, that's a good question. I think he, with him playing for Jason Simmons in Carolina, Jason already told me what he was. And I saw that initially early. He's smart. He's quiet. And so I had to get him to be more vocal with the calls because he is so smart. He can help everybody around him. Now what you're seeing is the ability to help the people around him and play fast and make plays himself, which he did in the Giants game. So I've been pleased with what he's doing and the ability to cover the tight end, the ability to, we're going to send him in rush. He's tackling well. And so, but when did I actually see it? It's probably, the last 3 or 4 weeks where he started to really come out vocally and say, hey, this is my secondary and you guys have to, follow me.
Did you watch Marshawn when he was coming out and you were in Green Bay?
Yes.
What was your impression of him then, and how have you seen his game evolve over the years?
It was pretty much the same. I thought he was a guy that, because, I think they had another guy, was it Conley, and then Denzel was a year behind him. And so so long ago. But he was just a guy that got up there and challenge. And that's what and in Green Bay, that's all we did. We pressed all the time. That's all we did. We got up and pressed and challenged everything. And so that's what he is. And I like the fact that in this league, you're going to get beat at times. And then if he does get beat, he does not shy away. He gets right back up there and he does it again. He does it again and he does it again. And that's what it takes in this league to be a really good corner and just have that dog mentality. And he has that.
You kind of just answered my second question, I think. But when people have always talked about his dog mentality, are there examples or like moments that stick out to you when you're like, oh, okay, that's what I appreciate or I'm thinking of when I say that?
I can't really pinpoint any of them other than just his style of play. Really, I think is a all-encompassing of what he is. He gets up there and you see him fighting, you see him challenging, tackling, all aspects of being a complete corner. Yeah.
Hey, good afternoon, Coach.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm great, man.
Looking at the Steelers, the potential, the expected return of Zach Frazier, how much does that impact the Steelers' offensive line in your eyes?
I think it's going to help. I was looking at some of their interviews yesterday and him being healthy, and they do a nice job knocking people off the ball. They do so much 13 personnel. I think more 13 personnel than anybody in the league. So our big people are going to have to play big and physical. One thing we like to say is it's going to be a physical game for the only reason because we're in it. But that's how they think too. I know how Mike thinks. They want to be a physical bunch. So it's going to be fun. But they're going to try to knock us off the ball, and we're going to attempt to do the same thing.
And you talked before about more so worrying about tendencies than like personnel, like specifically when we talked about the potential of Jonathan Brooks returning to the Panthers game, if that was going to happen. Mike Williams presents possibility of them changing some of their tendencies, even maybe just going deeper more than they usually do, but even maybe bringing them a piece of their offense that they haven't had so far. So how do you balance kind of focusing on their tendencies so far, but also trying to anticipate what Mike Williams might bring to them?
Well, you know, and them coming off a bye, so they're going to be some unscouted looks because, you know, they did some self-scout stuff. And you always, when you come off a bye, you have some new wrinkles. He gives them somebody opposite 14, you know, that can go vertically up the field. And so now, boom, there's shots on both sides for Russell. And what does Russell do best? He throws the deep ball really, really well. He's done that for a long time. Just throw the ball outside the numbers, and now they can put guys, they can go 12 personnel and put guys outside, block it up, and give them shot opportunities on both sides where there's 50-50 balls, and that is a problem.
That was Commanders defensive coordinator Joe Witt addressing the media, clearly fired up for Marshon Lattimore's arrival. Nobody go anywhere. Cliff Kingsbury talks to the media next.
This sports update is brought to you by Prince George's County Community College. Cornerback Marshawn Lattimore is a Washington Commander. And now the question is, will he play Sunday? As the Commanders welcome the Pittsburgh Steelers to town for a 1 o'clock kickoff, Lattimore is battling a hamstring strain. Now tonight, week 10 of the NFL season, getting going with a big one. The Cincinnati Bengals traveling to Baltimore to take on the Ravens. Kickoff 8:15. The Capitals keep stacking wins. A 3-2 victory last night over the Predators. Alex Ovechkin has scored 6 goals in his last 5 games. Ovi and the Caps welcoming Sid Crosby and the Pittsburgh Penguins tomorrow at 7:30. You can listen to it here on The Fan. And the Wizards are off today, but they'll try to end a brief 2-game slide tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. Washington is in Memphis to take on the Grizzlies. You can listen to that one on Bloomberg 99.1 FM. Looking to get ahead and save money? Winter registration at Prince George's Community College starts October 28th. 4-week fast-track online courses starting December 16th. Perfect to fit your busy schedule. Give yourself the gift of education at pgcc.edu. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
Coordinator Thursday on B. Mitch and Finley. It is high noon in the DMV. Right now, Commanders offensive coordinator and play caller Cliff Kingsbury addressing the media.
2019, I believe, first year in Arizona. I thought he was tremendous. You know, he walks down, and it's not easy to do in this league, play that much man coverage down in somebody's face, but physical, will tackle in the run game. Tremendous man coverage guy. So, yeah, I was really excited to see that occurred.
How much does that, when you're as an offensive coordinator, how much does it influence what you do or call in a game?
Yeah, it's huge. You know, most of the time you like to see them as X's and O's, but there's those certain players that you have to know who they are and scheme around them. And he's one of those guys because he's that good of a player and that difficult to kind of deal with when he's able to take away one of your top options.
Just curious what you thought of Brandon Coleman's performance. His first, full game, and was there anything that like you felt like because of what he can do, maybe changed a little bit of like how you call this play versus that play because of his skill set?
Yeah, we're going to try to maximize what he does best throughout. Very athletic in the run game and the screen game, and that is apparent when you watch the film. But I thought he battled well. He continues to get better. Had the setback in training camp, but since then has just really worked hard in the meetings, on the practice field to get better, and that's what you like to see is just steady improvement. And you saw that against some really good rushers. He had a couple that he'd like to have back, but that was a great group that he was facing. I thought he battled and competed at a high level.
And with Noah Brown, like when you look at regular stats, receptions and yards, it doesn't factor in things like pass interference penalties. He's getting a lot of those. He's actually tied for the most in the league. Is that a skill and art? He's just a big guy, draws that contact. How does that work? And what do you kind of see with him in that regard?
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I think some guys have and some guys don't. He's a very savvy football player. That's one thing when we got him immediately, just his understanding of the nuances of what we were trying to do and being able to put his own little spin on routes and concepts and understanding it was through the roof. And that's just another level of that. The ball's in the air. He's going back to make plays on the ball and has drawn some huge PIs for us.
I realize you guys try to keep things pretty focused during the week, but since you've been here, have you kind of noticed the increase in fan interest or, just the energy around this team, the attention around this team? And as part of that, how do you think Jaden has handled it as a rookie?
I mean, y'all have heard all the answers and seen all the press conferences as good as you could possibly imagine, I'd say, for Jaden. I mean, that's how he is, nonstop. He defers credit to everybody else, and it's just all about trying to get better the next week. And so that's been awesome to see, but not surprising, just kind of how he's handled his success thus far. And since I got here, just the amount of passion the fan base has been incredible. I had not been around that where it's just live or die, and really, longing to be relevant again. And you can feel that it's tangible. And so that's been cool to see that from the first one I got here, and then to actually have some success early and see people get excited. That definitely motivates all of us.
And then with Jaden, I mean, his scrambling ability, well documented, but especially when there's a free rusher, his elusiveness, what makes him so good at that? How is he able to just like slip through guys like that?
Yeah, I think just a feel. He's played that way his entire life. He's very, very fast, obviously. So he knows what he can get away with and what he can. And then he also knows protections, and he knows when he should be picked up and when he's hot. And so he can kind of set guys up knowing, okay, that's the free rusher. I can set him up and get out this way or that way. And so it's a combination of his knowledge of the system and then just sheer athletic ability.
What sort of challenge does Pittsburgh's defense pose?
They're really good. Terrell Austin's done a tremendous job. Obviously, Mike T, the culture he has there, they're very physical, great personnel, play downhill, take the ball away. So it'll be a huge test. I think making sure we avoid negative plays and turnovers is going to be the key to keeping it, a ball game and being able to stay in it.
What's the key for Jaden to remain disciplined and kind of just like this the whole time that you talked about?
Yeah, just the work he puts in. I think you earn that right. With how you work and keeping your process the same and not being bored of doing it over and over and over. And that's something that, from what I've seen, he's willing to pay the price every morning early through the evening of same routine, getting better, asking the right questions, putting the work in on the practice field. And when you have those things, the confidence is there. And so you don't need to change anything.
Hey, good afternoon, Coach. Preston Smith obviously had another potential playmaker to the Steelers defense. Wasn't really a big fit in Green Bay this year. So do you go back to previous year's tapes, not really look at the 2020-24 tape, and look to previous tape to kind of see what he might be able to bring this weekend? Yeah,
I've played against him before. Very good, powerful, talented rusher. So it's not like they needed any help at that position, but they got it. So that'll just add to a very tough defense. And that, to me, is like the way those guys, the relentless pass rush, the way they get after the passer and just they fall into sacks. They'll beat you clean and then they'll fall into stuff because of the effort and because the quarterbacks that are able to move, they'll keep chasing them in the pursuit. Is really impressive to watch. It's a credit to those coaches and the players and the culture they've created.
You kind of touched on the turnovers already. Every team drills it. Every team preaches ball protection, ball security. But you guys are doing it through 9 games at a rate that is not seen very often. So what's different, outside of the drilling and outside of the messaging?
I would just say the individual pride and the collective kind of brotherhood of guys taking it to heart that, hey, when you're carrying the football, you're carrying the entire organization. And those guys, they own it in practice. They own it in the games. And then you have to have some fortunate bouts as well. I mean, everybody knows that.
Hey there, Coach. So far this season, we've seen some differences, if you will, in the running back room, right? When Austin had to go out for Arizona, I think, of course, B. Rob has been inactive due to his injury. What can you say about that group just staying consistent despite the different changes?
Yeah, it's a credit to all of them, and they compete well. They communicate well. Coach Lynn does a tremendous job leading that room, but I think that's the coolest part is just they all support each other. Like when C-Rod got in and had some good runs, nobody was more happy for him than B-Rob, and that's awesome to see. That's not like that everywhere I've been, but I think that's the message of the competition in that room. They know whoever goes in can do it at a high level, and they continue to support each other.
What are some of the strengths that you've seen so far this season in the Steelers defense?
Yeah, taking the ball away and creating negative plays. They're coverage-wise very sticky in man coverage when they decide to do that. And then the pass rush, it doesn't leave you much room for error. So you have to be very precise. You have to stay on schedule. And there's going to be some plays that we got to find ways to get the ball out of our hands and not, take negative plays on first and second down.
Seems like every week teams have a elite edge pass rusher, but not necessarily to the extent that TJ Watt is. What kind of challenge does that provide? And do you find yourself as you're watching tape, kind of constantly thinking about having to add help or double or chip or all the different things you guys do?
Yeah, when I'm watching tape, when I'm sleeping, all of the above. He's a game wrecker. He's like on that level of certain guys around the league, the Aaron Donalds, I know he's retired, but where it's like, okay, going into that week, we've got to know where he's at on every play. And if we leave one play where he's not accounted for and given extra attention, then that's the play that can change the game. He's that down of a player and he plays with that type of effort. So yeah, definitely one that keeps you up at night.
Obviously, like you play another really good pass rusher, Miles Garrett, sometimes you still leave them free and unblocked. And obviously there's a scheme to their quarterback decision have to be made. I don't know if you really want to dive into this, but you get a little bit less afraid doing that against TJ Watt, given like his status right now.
I'm pretty fearful of all those guys. So yeah, they all keep me up at night. So I think we've tried to protect as best we can against some of those guys, but there's a reason they're going to be Hall of Fame players. I mean, they've played a long time. They know how to kind of navigate the chips and the edges and still find a way to get it done.
To jump ahead a little bit, because I don't think we're going to get you next week with a short week. Is that like sort of another test for Dayton to cram in as much as he can and how does that process work from here?
Yeah, it's a test for everybody. I mean, those Thursday games, as far as NFL coaches go, I'd say you kind of just throw your hands up and say, we hope we play really well, like I've seen times we didn't practice and you're almost like, well, maybe we should just do that shit every week, because it's like played really well. But yeah, you walk through, you try to have as much carryover and as many things maybe that you've repped and didn't get to, in the game. So you have that back up there. But yeah, it's never easy. So I don't think being a rookie is that much different. Honestly, it's a new experience every time you get one of those.
Do you do anything differently with what you install in the game for that because it is a short week?
You just, I mean, me personally will install less, but there's stuff we've had throughout the season that maybe I can go back and find that fits. We repped it. So at least there's a commonality with our players have terminology and execution they've walked through, they practice it, and when you show the clips from previous practices, and to me that has always been something that makes me feel better, is at least they've got some live full speed reps before you go out there and try to do it. I do, yeah, excessively, yeah, I do. All right, thank y'all, appreciate it.
Commanders offense coordinator Cliff Kingsbury. Just something cool about Cliff, Logan. He's very measured, very methodical, and calling a hell of an offense so far.
Calling a hell of an offense, and it's well designed too. I think that's the thing that sticks out is, everyone gets caught up in the X's and O's and this concept versus that concept, this run versus that run. But what I think he's done a really good job of is getting the guys to buy in completely. And so he can kind of call whatever he wants to call because the guys can own it. They understand the adjustments versus different coverages. They understand the adjustments versus different fronts when it comes to running the football. And I think that's something that is so undervalued when cultivating an offensive identity, is making sure the guys can play as fast as humanly possible. And I think he's done an outstanding job of that.
You know what I find interesting, and I think you might be able to answer this, is I was kind of familiar with the verbiage in the Gruden offense.
Yeah.
And it was wordy, man.
Yeah.
It was significant. And then, it became a big story, especially for NBC4, because it kind of crosses a lot of boundaries, where the touchdown Ben Sennett scored on was on a play called Taylor Swift. So, when they're actually in the huddle, when Cliff is sending that in to Jaden, are they still giving all the verbiage on formation and all the keys and such? Or is it literally as simple as Taylor Swift on two?
Yeah, so I mean that's the thing about the air raid offense, and that's Cliff's background. There are some elements of that here. So in a West Coast offense, you have to identify, formation, like how you're going to line up, protection, and then concept, right? And so I could see the thing is now when you watch the offense, there's so much formation variability. There's so many different motions and shifts in the offense,
Right.
which is all good stuff, that it's hard for me to imagine them not having those first two words. So for example, when I played in offenses, Kyle had sections of offense like this, where it's like, hey, I say banana, I know the formation, I know the route concept, and I know the protection.
Right.
Boom, we're going to go run it. It's hard to run a whole offense like that. So to
Right.
me, I would assume there's probably a personnel.
5 or 10.
Yeah. There's probably a personnel that he says. So it might be like, hey, red 24 Taylor Swift. And I think that might be the play.
That's kind of what I figured.
Yeah,
too.
there's probably some other modifiers on there, but the base call is probably Taylor Swift.
And because they ran off a bunch of names, there's a Travis Kelce play. And stuff. I imagine there's 10 of those, 5-10 of those,
Yeah.
and then everything else just kind of goes through standard verbiage to lay it all out. Or do you think every play? Because at some point it gets hard to remember all the random stuff too.
Yeah, so I think what I would say, because I've been in offense, so when I was with the Chicago Bears in 2016, I forget what the offensive coordinator's name was, but he had just come from working with Peyton Manning, and basically Gase, every play in the offense had a code word. So hey, let's say it's and code word and formation, so you could do it all no huddle, which was insane. It was so hard to memorize and understand the offense. However, I do think that like so at some point just straight memorization becomes too hard. But I do think if I said, hey man, red is right, blue is left, that's the formation. And if we're in 21 personnel, the fullback's going to line up here and you have like modifiers. So instead of having one huge, extremely long column, you can be like, hey, red Taylor Swift, and like that's a way to kind of minimize the diversity in terms of memorization. And again, you don't want to go the other way where it's like, hey, twins right split, 48 Z zoom, Y, whatever. Like you don't want to do that either where it's so verbose. Right. But I think being able to walk, I think that's one of the reasons why the guy seems to have learned it really quickly is because I would imagine, and I haven't seen his play sheet yet, maybe in the offseason.
Walk over there and see that.
Yeah, hopefully I can ask
you. Get to go to the cafeteria, just pop into the room.
And just be like, hey man, you know who I am? No, that'd be disrespectful probably. But yeah, but I do think the reason they picked it up so quick, the reason they own it the way they do is I would imagine the verbiage is very limited. And usually with limited verbiage offense, you lose some of the diversity in terms of formation, in terms of motion, but it lets the guys lock in on what you're supposed to do.
Sure.
So I think, again, Cliff deserves a ton of credit. I think the whole offensive staff deserves a ton of credit because they've managed to do that while giving the illusion of complexity, which is pretty sweet.
And how much surprise, if any, right? They have the third-ranked offense in points scored, third-ranked in yards gained, fourth in rushing attempts, third in rush yards, third in rushing touchdowns. Knowing that it's Cliff Kingsbury, and I thought he did a really good job kind of as the offseason progressed, trying to get people to understand, this isn't Texas Tech in the mid-2000s. Like the air raid that you're expecting is not what's coming. But this is a very much run-dominated offense.
I mean, that's what he was in 2021 in Arizona, too.
When they went 11-5.
Yes.
They were good. It was James Conner and
I forget the other guy's name, but James Conner.
Chase something. They accounted for 2,000 yards for scrimmage.
Yeah. And so I look at
Chase Edmonds, maybe?
Yeah, Edmonds. That's exactly right. Yeah, so I think that's exactly right. And I think one of the things that sticks out to me is, the formation diversity, the different types of runs they're able to get
Remember when, he doesn't use motion, people were saying?
Yeah.
Like, that's not happening.
Well, I think the thing that sticks out to me probably most definitively is when I've had conversations with him, he understands what good offense is in the NFL. Like he gets it. Like he's had conversations with Kyle and Sean and, Andy Reid. Like he studies those guys. And like when you look at what they're doing, you're not going to be so, boneheaded or pigheaded that you're going to just run what you want to run. You're going to adapt and evolve and do new stuff. And so when I see them in 12 personnel, they don't do that in the air raid. When I see them in 21 personnel, they don't really do that in the air raid. When I see them run play action pass, they don't really do that in the air raid. So all of these things are variations and deviations from the air raid system. There are probably principles and crossover in terms of language. And I think the general principle of the pass game is also probably an underlying there. And so what I mean by that is in the air raid, you run 10 pass concepts you know the adjustments for those 10 pass concepts versus every coverage the defense is going to present. And so when you watch this team, you understand, or at least it's apparent to me that the guys running it understand that there might not be a ton of play volume in, but they understand the variation on all the different routes that they're running. So that's something that I think is pretty neat. I think it's well coached. I think it's well thought out. I think it's evolved and changed, and it looks like an NFL offense. And I do think it's important to also note that while Cliff and the whole staff's doing a great job, Jane Daniels has also done a great job of elevating this offense.
Sure. I mean, Kyle and I were joking about that. You could say they've really built a team. They've really built a culture. You're getting all these contributions from a whole bunch of people on the offense, whole bunch of people on the defense. But, oh, by the way, you have a star quarterback, and everything looks different when that's the case. Nobody go anywhere. Me and Logan getting deep into the Steelers-Commanders matchup next.
This update presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. Washington Commanders preparing for the Pittsburgh Steelers on Sunday. Quarterback Jaden Daniels gets Rookie of the Week for the 7th time already on the importance of cornerback Marshawn Lattimore.
I mean, a guy could go over and make plays on the ball. I wouldn't say for me necessarily change anything for me, but kind of put it in the back of your head like that's a good player over there. Pretty much going to could follow your best receiver.
Thursday Night Football features a good one with the Ravens facing off against the Bengals at 8:15 p.m. The Panthers have agreed to terms with running back Chuba Howard, 4 years and $33.2 million extension. Texas wide receiver Jonte Cook II is no longer with the program. Looking to upgrade your office game? Swing by PVI Office Furniture, where we've got everything you need to take your workspace from the bench to the big leagues. Mention the Fan to score 15% off your in-store purchase. PVI Office Furniture, where productivity gets a hat trick. Visit PVI.com because business grows with PVI. I'm Byron Curran on The Fan.
What let's do. Bishop Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Been a packed show, man. Things been moving. You heard from Commanders coordinators, both Joe Witt and Cliff Kingsbury. I hope you enjoyed those. I feel like we learned a bit. I liked a lot when Joe Witt kind of made clear, he's like, listen, we're excited about Lattimore, but let's not neglect what we've been doing.
Yeah.
And you maybe mentioned this yesterday, that St. Juice has become this like real lightning rod of fans on social media. And I get it. Like, he gets called for PIs and stuff, but I do think people are not correct in how much does the Lattimore move helps because you add Lattimore, but also free up other guys to maybe be in roles more advantageous to them.
Yeah, I know Joe Witt was kind of pushing back on that a little bit, but I do think that's where the real value is. I think, when you look at this season, St. Juice is playing better, like significantly better than he was last year. On a down-to-down basis, it's better. And I think he's probably an average cornerback in the NFL. He's not the best. He's not the worst. He's kind of right smack dab there in the middle. But NFL teams are dealing with that all the time. And I think when you add a Marshawn Lattimore, you then all of a sudden make that group above average because you take a guy in San Rustil who's playing outside, maybe playing a little out of position, you put him in his home spot in the nickel spot, and Benjamin St. Juice becomes the number 2 or kind of has more favorable matchups as opposed to him tracking other teams' number 1s, which they've done with him a little bit this year. He gets to just be kind of matched up on a number 2 receiver, which is a much more realistic matchup for him. So I think this is, we'll see what happens. We'll see if he ends, like when Marshawn does end up playing, like how this all shakes out. Cause Joe Witt Jr. said they're still kind of thinking through the process a little bit. And again, I think he did the right thing in saying, don't disparage the guys that have been here. But I do think that this is going to be good for everybody. It's going to allow them to cover a little bit better in the back end, play a little bit more man coverage. He said that in the presser. He's like, we want to be this team that gets up and is aggressive.
When he talked about how he coached them in Green Bay, he's like, man, we just play press on everybody.
Yeah, right.
You need the personnel to do that.
Mm-hmm. And early in the season, that's what they want to do. Remember the Tampa Bay game? Like, they wanted to be in more man coverage, but they just didn't have it communicated, and they weren't executing at that super high level. So,
yeah, totally. I want to get into this Steelers Commanders matchup because we've been flirting with it all day. Time to sit down and have dinner. Where does Washington have an advantage?
That's a really good question. I'd say on the offensive side of the football. And I think, obviously Pittsburgh's defense is tremendous. Like, they're a lot of fun to watch. They're fast, they're physical, they're well coached, they understand their identity. But I do think that Cliff and his ability to create space, I think Cliff and his ability to have a solid protection plan each week is going to maximize this group. And if the offense can get rolling a little bit, if they can put up 24, 27, 30 points even, there's an opportunity that it totally befuddles and gets Pittsburgh out of the offense that they want to be in. And when Russell Wilson has to throw the ball 30, 35 times in a game, that's not where they want to live. So
Totally.
if there is any type of game flow, if there's any path to victory here, it's through the offense. And I think the defense can definitely supplement that, stopping the run, stopping the Pittsburgh's run game. How do you handle Pickens on the perimeter? Those are going to be tough questions to answer. And we talk about matchups and whether Marshawn will play or not. But I look at the offense, I say, man, if they've been the driver of the ship all season, if they can continue to drive the ship and put this group in a good spot to be successful, the team, when I say group, I mean the team, that's going to be pretty fantastic.
Dude, like that Giants game last week, outside, I mean, it was a hell of a play by Fowler and a bad play by Daniel Jones, but the Giants at least almost played them toe-to-toe in the first half. And the Skids had a 21-7 lead.
Yeah, 100%.
You know what I mean? And like Jaden, I think Cliff and Dan have been really good end of half situations all season. They weren't last week.
Yeah.
They had the penalty. They had the Allegretti penalty. Then they had to burn a timeout. Like it just seemed discombobulated. But that's where having 5 changes everything.
100%.
Because he makes 2 incredible throws and it's touchdown.
Yeah, and that's also where the week of preparation, not the week, but the entire offseason, training camp, OTAs, minicamp, all the emphasis. I mean, you've been to training camp practices. All the emphasis they put in on end of half, end of game scenarios. Those are the moments they come out. And I love Dan. He just seems like he's so locked in on end of game scenarios. Like he's managing those. And it's apparent when you watch the film, the urgency that he uses to get out there and call that timeout. It's awesome. And I think when you prioritize that stuff, you reap the benefits of it and are able to kind of find these great opportunities to score points, potentially lap the team. But I think that's a great example, the Giants game, of the type of game flow that needs to be engaged in here. Obviously, Pittsburgh's going to try to run the football. The Commanders' defense has had a hard time running the football. They're going to be able to move the football that way. I'm talking about the Pittsburgh offense. However, once you score points as an offense, the Commanders, it's going to put them in a bad spot, in a spot they haven't been in all year, and get them out of what they want to do and help the defense play better football. And so I think that, to me, is something that I think is incredibly important. Is that a lot of pressure on the offense? Yeah. But that's, it's an offensive-driven league. You got to score points. You got to help your defense out, and I can't wait to see if that happens this weekend.
Well, dude, even going back to the Panthers game, which ended up being an ass-kicking,
Yeah.
right? But remember that Carolina started a 8-play drive where they picked up multiple first downs.
Yeah.
They may not have gotten to the red zone, but I just pulled it up. They 8-play, 61-yard drive for almost 4 minutes before Fowler again makes a hell of a play, pick 6. And then after that, it kind of just fell apart. But
I think
opening drives really matter in this one.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, think about that. Like, that falls apart because you're up 7-0. They go for it. I think they throw a pick on the next drive.
They got it to 10.
Yeah, they kick a field goal. They go for it on 4th down the next possession, and then they kick another field goal. They score a touchdown. So it's 17-0. And the Carolina Panthers want to run the football. They want to be in this more traditional game flow, run, play action, pass, run, throw on 3rd down for 1st down. And all of a sudden, that whole game plan is out the window. And I think a similar process applies here with the Commanders offensively. If you can get the Steelers out of what they want to do, protecting the football with the run game, Najee Harris doesn't fumble, letting Russell Wilson kind of be a passenger to the offense, it's going to put you in a much better position to be successful. So I think you brought this up, but I think in both of those games, it's no accident, the Giants and the Carolina Panthers, the defense makes a huge play early in the game that totally changes the narrative of the football game. Fowler gets a fumble against Daniel Jones. Fowler gets the interception for a touchdown. In the New York Giants game, obviously that ends up being points, 7 points. So it's 7-0 after a first possession where it looks like the Giants are going to go down and score a touchdown.
I mean, I'm just pulling this up. I always bring this up because there was this period of time, hell, you might have been on some of those teams where Kirk would finish the game with like 45 pass attempts and 42, and it was just crazy. Generally, you get north of 40 or even like 37 pass attempts, you're losing.
Yeah,
you
got to throw to catch up.
Totally. And I just looked this up in the 2 games since Russ has taken over, and they've won them both clearly and both fairly handily. I mean, they beat the hell out of the Jets, and then the Giants game was a little back and forth. Where do you think the pass attempts are finishing for Russ? Or maybe have you looked it up?
I haven't
already?
looked it up. I'm going to say 25.
29 against the Jets, 28 against the Giants.
Yeah, I think that's exactly the game.
That's where they want to be.
Yeah. And the other thing I want to point out here,
and between Najee and Warren against the Jets, 33 carries.
Yeah, that's where they want to be. That's exactly where they want to live. And the other thing that's important to point out here is the defense for the Steelers has done a great job this year of turning the football over. I think there's 2 interceptions against the Jets. They have a sack force fumble against the Giants.
That iced the game.
Yeah, and so those opportunities, if you can possess the football, which is what the Commanders have done extremely well, and not let the defense of the Steelers dictate this outcome, not get Russell Wilson more touches, not let Wilson throw the ball 25 to 30 times a game. Get out of that type of game flow. This thing could just flip on its head immediately, which is really, really exciting. So,
yeah. All right. So Washington could have the advantage if they're able to jump up early.
Yes.
Right. You want to flip things upside down for this Pittsburgh team, but Pittsburgh's also 6-2. You know, if you believe in like point differential as something that kind of starts to really paint a picture, theirs is pretty good. They're plus 68. Washington's plus 74. Pittsburgh has been good on the road. They're 3-1 on the road. Like
they're a good team. They're well coached.
They're a good team. They're well coached. Logan tells us where Pittsburgh has the advantage over Washington when we return. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. B. Mitch Finley 1067 the Fan. All right, left hand.
What you laughing at over there?
So I messed up, and now everybody's having fun with it. So Fortier is here. Sam Fortier covers Commanders for Washington Post. I say it all the time. I've given up.
Well, you're from the area, so it's probably a little bit harder for you to get the.
Well, and there's no nickname for Commanders. Give me a way to shorten that, and I'll call them that. But saying Commanders every time sucks. So figure it out. I don't. We've got real football and games that matter and playoff talk, so I don't care about name talk. Like I couldn't be further out on name talk, but I still say Skins, and I don't care who knows it. Anyway, here's where I messed up though.
Tell me about it.
Fortier covers Washington for the Washington Post, obviously, right?
Okay.
And have you ever been to the Senior Bowl?
I have, yeah.
Did you play in it?
No.
Okay. If you've been to the Senior Bowl, it's in Mobile, Alabama.
Yeah, I've been twice.
Yeah, it's cool.
With the team. I cover the event. It's quite the thing.
It's a fun, very unique little
It's a
thing.
very small town.
Yeah. And there's this one real crappy dive bar called Beats.
Oh, yeah.
Beats?
Yeah, yeah.
So Fortier is wearing a Beats t-shirt today, which is pretty funny. And very few people on the planet probably understand what that place is and why it's funny. Right?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
So when I saw that a couple hours ago, I took a picture of it and it said strong shirt, Sam. No, here. So I'll show you. So this was my tweet like 2 hours ago.
Oh, nice. Okay. Perfect. Yeah, nice shirt.
All right. Then when Joe Witt was talking, I took a video of Joe Witt as he was talking.
Yeah.
But I accidentally attached this picture of Fortier again in the Beats t-shirt.
Yeah.
And a couple of people like replied to me and called me out, and I just don't really care. But now Fortier just retweeted it, and then Steinberg just retweeted it. So now this dumb,
it's got some like
the wrong t-shirt thing is a little bit of a thing. So whatever. I again don't care. Landfill, are you happy that I messed up and tweeted out the wrong picture?
I'm happy and not surprised.
Do you do that a lot?
No,
more than you'd like to.
I don't like the wrong picture like that. I don't think that happens that frequently, but I think I am often too distracted because I try to do too many things at once.
Yeah.
And
it was funny when I saw you writing the tweet because you were right here.
Yeah.
I was like, he might mess this up. I actually had that thought. Just because there's a lot going on. You're like, because you had to come back in, you had to sign off, you had to do this thing. So there was like a time thing on it. Yeah. I was like, I wonder if he messes that up a lot.
Now, I bet my a million things going on to messed up tweet ratio is actually pretty damn good.
Pretty good. But it's just you got so much going on.
Sometimes it happens.
The volume of the messed up tweets comes up just because you've got such statistically.
I think it's one of the few things I do quite well is be very distracted and yet still fire off tweets.
Yeah, I love it.
It's a short list
in terms of skills.
Yeah, I'm a good parallel parker.
Really?
Yes.
What kind of car do you have? Is it a big car?
A 4Runner.
Okay, good, decent size.
Now parallel parking is a skill that is on the decline throughout America.
Yeah.
And maybe that's something we need to address through political action. I don't know, but
write your congressman.
Yeah, I mean, write your congressman. Nobody parallel parks anymore because of the cameras, and half the cars do it themselves.
Yeah.
But people are really bad at it. I'm still good at it. You know what?
I still get really anxious about parallel parking to this day.
Because in LA everything's valet.
Yeah, it is valet. I didn't have not a lot of cause for it, no doubt.
You know what I am very good at that most of the population is very bad at?
I have no idea.
I am very good at driving on circles. Like I know when to yield, when to go, what lane to be in.
Like roundabouts.
Yes, roundabouts.
Okay,
Sure, very
yeah.
British of you.
Is that what they're called? You don't call them circles, do you?
I mean, in DC, there's DuPont Circle, Westmoreland Circle.
But like you like the construction item. It's not like let me order a circle. No, it's like let me order a roundabout.
Like
if I'm a city planner, I'm not like let's put a circle in.
I mean, in New York, Columbus Circle. Landfill, what do you got on this?
Yeah, what
You're
do we
the
got?
GPS officer.
Traffic circles.
Yeah, circles, dude.
Stop it. Stop it.
There are roundabouts in England.
No, there's roundabout. That's what you call them.
You call them circles.
Hey, call into the show right now.
Yeah, that's fine. Jeff, do you have an opinion on this?
My name is Jeff.
Definitely circles.
Yeah, dude.
Dude, I think that's just a DC thing, huh? DC, Maryland, DMV.
Whole East Coast?
No, because I've been up in Boston. They call them roundabouts.
I don't know that you're right, man.
I think
In New York, they definitely have circles.
If this is true, and I'm totally wrong on this, I feel like I've been living in a simulation for the last 37
So
years.
hold on. I've never heard them called roundabouts in DC.
Well, that may be.
But
I'm
hold on.
acknowledging that.
In Maryland, they are definitely called roundabouts.
Get out of here. That's what I'm talking about, Jeff.
Yeah, no,
Jeff,
don't
let him bully you.
When you take your driver's test and your driver's class in Maryland, they refer to them as roundabouts, bro.
I mean, I feel pretty good about it. I feel
But
vindicated.
literally in DC, it says circle on the signs.
It's DuPont Circle. Like it's Westmoreland Circle. That's what they're called.
But if you go in the neighborhood, it's a roundabout. Like go in the Maryland neighborhood, you'll see roundabout.
So they do have a bunch of those out in Loudoun.
Yeah.
Like the little planned neighborhoods have those little. Maybe there's a difference between a roundabout and a
circle.
I don't have an answer. Bob Biaggi has weighed in and says in New England they're called rotaries.
I have heard that.
I don't think I've ever heard that.
Thank you. Yeah, that's a good correction because you do call them a rotary there too.
Who calls Google has a simple who calls a roundabout a circle? I mean, this is taking us to Scotland. I don't think. Apparently, in the English West Midlands, people say island.
Really? I mean, hey, this is why people listen to this show for this type of deep content. And people watching the stream, I love watching the stream because you have to get in close to read it. So
hold on, dude.
Yeah, and then also on roads.maryland.gov, it says traveling Maryland's roundabouts usage.
Dude, my guy.
Hold on,
Jeff. Dude. Just keep bringing the heat.
There's some serious irony to your argument.
Why? Irony? There's nothing ironic about it.
I'm about to give it to you. This is ironic that you are making the case that they're roundabouts, not circles.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, like,
you know what one of the biggest circles in Washington is?
Dude, I don't
Logan Circle. Like, it actually is that.
Okay.
I don't know. Clearly, it's a regional thing. I would not have expected that. People on Twitter are telling me it's roundabouts. Roundabouts, according to Lord Tandoori on X, says.
Okay, that's his handle.
Like roundabouts are more similar to squares, like McPherson Square, Farragut Square, that kind of thing. I don't know. Here's what I do know. We've
established we don't know. Neither one of us know a lot.
Clearly,
Jeff is we're returning to Jeff as the definitive source on roundabouts. It's probably not a good thing.
Shout out to Comandante Tequila. We've told him this repeatedly. Repeatedly, he doesn't care. So on the YouTube chat, there's like some financial function where you can pay money, and they keep giving $5 to wherever that money goes. That money does not come to me or Logan or Jeff or Landfill. I've repeatedly said
it goes to 1067, I think.
Give it to Jeff. Jeff, tell him your cash app. If people, you can Venmo me at JP Finley. What, you got a Venmo, Logan?
I'm not giving my Venmo out on here.
I think you should. You might get $5 for your next roundabout fine. Here's what we're gonna do. It's time for Bleep You Thursday. Are you familiar with Bleep You Thursday?
No, I feel like I should be.
You're about to be.
Okay.
On Thursday, we come together. It doesn't matter race, religion, creed, sexual orientation. There are no boundaries.
You're making me laugh today.
There are no barriers here. The phone lines are open. Jeff, press the button, and everybody can call in and say what they're mad about. It could be something.
Oh God.
It could be something big. Someone has really wronged you. It could be something small and minute. It's your time. We come together in fellowship for Bleep You Thursday.
This update presented by Baldino's Lock and Key, your one-stop shop for auto keys and fobs. The biggest challenge to date for the Washington Commanders against the 6-2 Pittsburgh Steelers, Sunday 1 p.m. at Northwest Stadium. Quarterback Jaden Daniels scouts the Steelers.
For years, ever since Mike Tomlin was there, he's a hell of a coach. Doesn't have a losing record for a reason. So he's gonna have his guys ready to play. They play hard. They know their scheme. They have some really good players. Obviously, got T.J. Watt, Patrick Queen, guys like that, Minka Fitzpatrick. But overall, the whole defense, they play together. They play. They have good continuity, and it's going to be a good challenge for us.
Great one tonight as well, with the Ravens facing the Bengals at 8:15 p.m. The Panthers agreed to terms with running back Chuba Hubbard on a 4-year, $33.2 million contract extension. Florida has announced they are sticking with Billy Napier as their head coach. Texas wide receiver Jonte Cook II is no longer with the program. Big East preseason player of the year Ryan Kalkbrenner had a game of a lifetime last night, scoring career-high 49 points as Creighton held off UT Rio Grande Valley 99-86. The 7'1" Kalkbrenner is a fifth-year center, went 20 for 22 from the field, 2 3-pointers, 7 made free throws, 11 rebounds, and 3 block shots. Last night, Capitals beat the Predators 3-2. This update presented by Baldino's Lock and Key. They make car key problems look obsolete with 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland. Stop by one near you today, or for more info, visit baldinos.com. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
If I was rich, I'd still be with Ain't that some? Ain't that some?
That's kind of a depressing lyric, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. This song's quite depressing.
Yeah.
But that's why it brings us in for Bleep You Thursday. Because it's all about bleep you. And that's what we're going to do. It used to be F you, but we got yelled at about that. So now it's just bleep
I feel like this is going to be kind of a dangerous segment, though.
We've been doing it a while. I'll be honest with you, Logan, this is kind of a dangerous show. we live very much on the edges.
Like when you said that, I was like, wow, we're really just going to go for it.
Oh, yeah. Now, some ground rules, right?
Okay.
You need ground rules in life. Don't name specific companies, entities. If a restaurant messed up your order, don't name the restaurant. You know what I mean? Everybody's a potential sponsor. But you can still kind of let loose.
Another ground rule, if your bleep you is to JP Finley, you go straight to the top of the list.
That's true. Now, Jeff, in his esteemed call screening, never tells me what the people are going to say, so I don't really know.
Right.
But let's start. There's one dude that's mad about roundabouts, so we'll keep it going.
Very topical.
Carl is in Fort Meade. Hello, Carl. Who you mad at?
I ain't mad at nobody. I was just wanting to get in on the conversation.
All right.
Y'all was talking about roundabouts and
circles. Roundabouts.
Circles.
Continue.
And y'all asked what was the difference. I know the difference.
Okay.
The difference is the DuPont Circle in DC and Logan Circle, they have traffic lights. A roundabout doesn't.
Dude, look at that.
Merge, that's the difference.
That
first caller,
is really helpful.
When he was talking about getting in the thing, it is an art to it because most people don't know how to do it. To merge into a roundabout. But a circle got traffic lights you ain't got to worry about.
All right. I love that theoretically, but it's also inaccurate because Westmoreland Circle's right by my house and it doesn't have traffic lights.
No one knows that circle.
It's Massachusetts Avenue.
You just made up that.
It's real.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Yo, yes, it is.
Westmoreland Circle?
Massachusetts Avenue, where DC becomes Maryland.
If it doesn't
Mass
have,
and Western.
Mass and Western. If it doesn't have a traffic light, then it's considered a roundabout.
Bro, it's Westmoreland Circle.
Dude,
I don't know what to tell
that
you.
could be the definition. And then colloquially, the community just started calling it circle because they don't know the difference.
Pierre L'Enfant built that thing in 1780 or whatever.
Yeah, but I mean,
thank you for the call, dude.
Yeah, Carl, thanks, buddy.
Thank you, Carl. We're getting weird. We're certainly getting weird. Landfill or Jeff, do you guys have any bleep use?
JP Finley.
I've been good. What did I do?
Just cuz.
Appreciate that. When you got a team like this behind you. Logan, do you have any bleep views? Anything
No.
you need to get off your chest?
No, I'm feeling pretty good about everything.
I feel like you don't get too high or too low. You seem a
No.
pretty even-keeled fella.
Pretty even-keeled fella.
Much like me.
Yeah, I think playing 10 years in the league just kind of worked all that high-low stuff out. We're pretty even.
Okay.
You know, there's certain things, talk to the wife about it. I'm like, hey, probably don't need to be that worried about that sometimes.
There you go.
It's my son, same thing. So,
Brian Mitchell and I are both very just even-keeled, no ups, no downs.
dude, does Brian just monologue for this segment normally?
Occasionally he'll have one, but usually this is a caller-dominated segment, so let me get back to the call.
Okay.
Miles is in Virginia. Miles, who you mad at?
I got a bleep you from B. Mitch.
Ooh,
so I worked
dangerous.
at a country club in Ashburn, and we had our employee golf tournament yesterday. And my boss, Eddie Kyle, brought B. Mitch and a bunch of scratch golfers and beat the brakes off of everybody.
That sounds about
Wasn't even
right.
close at the turn. After the front nine, it was like, why are we even playing?
Well, you still had beer and sunshine, so it wasn't that bad, right?
Yeah, it was a nice day, but it was like, come on, we got a bunch of, we don't play golf, we work at a golf place.
All right, man. Thank you, buddy.
And for what it's
Go
worth,
ahead.
it's a Rotary in Boston.
Thank you for
Dude.
clearing that up.
Rotary Circle Roundabout.
That was a good call. Let's.
Excellent call.
We got Parrot Head Drew on line 2. What up, Drew? Who you mad at? You're always upbeat.
Hey, JP. No, I'm mad. I have to say I'm mad and happy at the same thing. I was doing my tailgate shopping today, and I figured it's getting to be the second half of the season, and I needed to restock up on like Commander napkins and paper plates and stuff like that for the tailgate. And I got enough.
Where
to
do you
get
go
through
for
this
that?
Sunday,
Like Costco?
but yeah, well, you said no names, but there's a big grocery store that starts with a W, and there's a place that specializes in party stuff. And,
Okay, gotcha.
You know, and I'm on the border between Ravens and Commanders here in Columbia and Annapolis, and I went to about 5 stores, and they're out of all their Commander stuff. And I was like, wow, when is the last time that happened? But so I was upset that I couldn't get it, but I am happy to see, you know, everyone loving the Commanders.
Drew, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
You offered to bring us a tailgate. I'm guessing that you've already done your shopping. It's too late. Do you want to bring us a tailgate tomorrow? I think our meeting got canceled.
Oh man, you're killing me, JP. I
Well,
just
then
got
don't
back
worry.
across the bridge.
No, don't drive across the bridge. We'll do it another time. Thank you for the call, buddy.
Yeah. All right.
All right.
Take care.
That was a happy one right there. It's a good one.
Drew's an upbeat dude. He also like sold a company for $8 billion or something. So he's chilling.
I'd be pretty stoked about that.
Yeah, me too. The number's approximate.
$8 billion.
Rusty is in Delaware. What up, Rust?
JP.
How you doing, buddy?
Hey, just wanted to say, Logan, thanks for filling in, man. You're awesome, and you do a good job. I love it.
Oh,
hey,
thank you very much. It's very nice of you.
So my bleep you, I thought I was going to be first. My bleep you was for JP Finley. And
Well, my bleep views for Jeff because I had no way of knowing that's what you wanted to say. So.
So my
What
wife
did I-
works for the my wife works for the state of Delaware Department of Transportation,
Oh, good one.
and they are certainly called roundabouts. And if you follow your favorite GPS, your GPS will say at the next roundabout, take the
Facts.
second exit.
So what does the state of Delaware have to say about DuPont freaking Circle?
This seems like not a question for
here's
him.
the-
This is like a you.
here's the
This is a
thing.
you issue.
DuPont Circle. I was going to say, I used to live on a road called Nightingale Circle, and all it was just a road that went out to the main road again. It was just a circle. So
Yeah, it's not a roundabout. It's a circle.
roads can be circles, but if they have 4 exits off of them, they're called roundabouts.
Yeah, Rusty, he's being intentionally obtuse here. So
I am not.
You are.
Dude, you guys are all nuts. That's what's going on. Thank you, Rusty. You guys are all freaking crazy. If we're going to get crazy, let's go into the deep end of the pool. Hello, Commandante Tequila. How do you do?
I'm pretty good, you guys. How you guys been doing so far?
Good, bud. I don't think you've ever talked to Logan. Say hello to Logan.
I talked to Logan, but he don't remember me. And I called him after the game. And Logan and Fresh Smoot, you know, on the tequila. But people got like a memory sometimes.
It's a
Well,
football problem.
I got two bleep views. One goes to my wife, and the other one goes to somebody else. Well, first of all, the one to my wife is she keeps changing the silverware, the plates, the cups. I'm at everything from the kitchen. So when you want to go in the kitchen at 4 in the morning, 5 in the morning when I get out of work just to make breakfast, I can't find the pots or pans or the plates or spoons or
That's annoying,
or a
dude.
cup.
I hate that stuff.
You know, it's a pain in the ass. This is the 4th time in my 35 years of marriage with her. And my other bleep view is my goat that keeps sleeping next to my door. And I have a hard time to get in the house.
Your dog? What do you say?
No, my dog, goat. I have a
Oh,
couple
your
of goats. I have a
goat.
farm out here.
He has a farm.
Oh, sorry, that was confusing. That's my bad.
All right, Commander. Well, I'm sorry about the goat, and good luck with the silverware. And as always, thank you for listening and calling. That's Commandante Tequila. He's been promoted from Commander.
So his wife is moving the silverware in his house. Is that what we understand from that?
That's what we understand from that.
That's an annoying thing.
Martin is in New Jersey. Martin, is your
What up?
last name Metaphor, or are you in a city
Yeah, it
called
is.
Metaphor? Okay.
No,
What's up,
well,
then, man?
metaphor is the thing because I'm the hat guy. But anyway, my bleep you is to, since you said that no company names, it's that soda water company that has a Rookie of the Week award. Bleep you to them for not making Jaden 9 out of 9 for the Rookie of the Week. You should have been all 9. You won this week, but they
I got to ask you, Martin.
screwed him a couple weeks. What's up?
My left hand is up on this. I don't care about Rookie of the Week. He's clearly the best rookie.
I know.
He's going to win Rookie of the Year.
Who won Rookie of the Week this week?
I don't know. Did
He did.
Jaden win it again?
Jaden just won. Yeah, he won it again. For me, same thing. It's a no brainer award. So they might as well just name it after him now. I want him to get the MVP and Super Bowl MVP.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it.
All
How's
right.
the
Later,
hat
guys.
selling going? People love them.
They're going well. I'm gonna send you guys some more. Maybe Logan wants one. But
You want a
sounds
JD5
good. Appreciate you
hat? They're
guys.
pretty dope.
Sure, yeah.
I'll see if I could probably find you a picture of it. I think you'll actually like it. B was wearing one.
Oh yeah,
These hats.
Oh, those are cool. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Logan wants one. Keep the phone lines going. Our guy Jupe is on the line. Jupe, who you mad at?
Hey, first of all, I gotta bleep everybody in the chat just because. Bleep y'all Bammers. Love y'all. Second bleep
Chat
you
is a wild place.
Second bleep you is for this whole situation that Rev T is dealing with the whole stadium situation. I want to bleep that whole situation. We need Rev T back in the stadium. Free Rev T. Free Rev T. All right, fellas.
All right. Thanks, buddy. Logan, I want you to feel at home and just know that you are one of us now.
Uh-huh.
And it becomes very real when I look in the chat and this dude, Sear Titus Jones, says GTA Grand Theft Auto, I think, said, bleep GTA creators for taking this long to release GTA 6.
Yeah.
And that's what this forum is for. Even
Yeah,
though that doesn't
yeah.
impact my life, it impacts his.
Yeah.
But he followed that up by saying, bleep Logan Paulson.
Great. Love it.
That's how you know you're here.
I'm glad to be here. Feel like I'm part of the community.
I have one.
What?
And I think this is you have young children. I'm curious if you'll agree with this. I'm not naming names. I'm sure good ones of these exist. But dealing with dental insurance
Oh my god.
is a freaking nightmare.
Yeah. Not great.
Like if you're doing anything, so you get 2 free cleanings a year, right? Like that's what you pay for. Anything beyond that, good luck not getting ripped off.
Yeah.
Like it's just an outright disaster. My oldest daughter got her braces off.
Oh.
Shout out to Shelby.
Orthodontist?
This is phase 1.
I was going to say, you are in for quite the commitment there.
How much have you invested in children's teeth?
More than I'd care to admit.
Yeah, dude. It is
it's
phase 1
because you're renting the equipment. Like you pay for the installation of the product,
right?
And then you rent it, and it's not cheap on a monthly renting
No.
thing. And you're like, this is going to be in their mouth for how long?
Dude, you got 8-year-old children with Invisalign where
Yeah.
they're not supposed to chew on it or break
Yeah.
it or lose it.
Dude,
Are you
don't-
crazy?
Yeah.
We've gotten very good care. Like I'm not like they've done a very good job.
It's just expensive.
It's expensive, dude.
It's expensive.
And there's no plan.
She's already got braces. She's 7. No, how old is she? 9.
This is only phase 1.
Yeah,
I've been informed. I fear there's like 4 phases.
Did you do the like crank thing and then the braces and all that stuff?
So it was a little complicated, and we did the Invisalign for a while and then got braces on. And the Invisalign was just at night, which got to be manageable, but it took some real managing. But what I can tell you is dealing with dental insurance just sucks in all capacities. I'm not naming any names, but damn, they don't make it easy. Matt is in Ashburn. Matty, who you mad at?
What's going on, guys? Bleep you, whoever decided we got to change our clocks back in an hour to fall, make it start getting dark at 5. Because don't tell me it's because of the farmers, because they work sun up to sundown no matter what the hell time is. So, dude, it's getting dark.
It sucks, and the weather's been so nice. If it was still light outside, you can still do cool stuff outside.
Well, just get up earlier.
Yeah, and by the time you get home from work, it's dark, and you can't even sit outside in your balcony and watch the sun go down or anything. You're just ready for dinner, I guess.
He wants to watch the sun go down on his balcony, Logan, and you're just telling him to get up earlier.
Get up earlier. Be a farmer.
You can't watch the sun go down earlier.
No, get up early, go to work early, work, and then leave early.
Some of us don't have that option because it's a time slot.
Get up early. I go to work. I work late.
What kills me with daylight savings is that I can't play golf.
Oh yeah, devastating.
Because I can't. You're not getting a tee time before 7 a.m. probably.
Why not?
That's just generally when they start.
So
you can't just roll up to a golf course.
You know what you should do? You know what you should do? This is something that I'm like seriously in on. Okay. Is speed golf. Have you read about this?
I've seen it,
and I think that would
never played it.
That would be excellent because you get it takes an hour to get a whole round of golf in. Get them in, take a shower, go home, get to work, get some cardio, get some aerobic fitness.
I'm gonna be honest with you. That's probably not the direction I'm gonna go.
Why not?
I do have a turkey trot coming up that I need to make sure the legs.
How far is that? How far is that?
5K? What's a 5K?
It's 3.2
or something
like that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a distance that's fine for me. But I was telling you earlier, this is the time of year where things fall apart. Mm-hmm. So we'll see.
Have you been running?
I generally run 6-8 miles a week.
Okay.
Nothing crazy, but I try to do 2. I'm a treadmill guy. I like having AirPods in and watching television and being stimulated and
just moving
and letting my body ignore that we're exercising because it's really uncomfortable doing that. Last one of the day, Vinny's in Seat Pleasant. Who you mad at, Vince?
My guys, what's going on, man? I just want to start off by saying it's called a roundabout, JP. I don't know what you're talking about. It's called a roundabout. DC, they do have circles, though. I can't lie. DC, they do have circles. But in the same sense, man, bleep you to the people who cannot drive in these circles, bro. I mean, you have to be a professional to drive in these circles. The people be trying to get over the wrong way, no traffic, no turning signal. Bleep you to the people who created this contraption. Why do you think this can't go straight? Why we can't go straight left and right? I mean, it's just terrible, man. So bleep you to the people who cannot drive in this contraption. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks, buddy. Good call right there. Another rousing edition of Bleep You Thursday in the books.
A lot of roundabouts in there too.
I can't.
I feel good about it.
I am stunned by the amount of roundabout versus circle.
Maybe you've been living in a simulation this whole time. Maybe.
I am just most stunned how many people are incorrect, frankly.
At some point, it's got to be obvious to you that you're the one that's incorrect.
I don't believe I am. I mean, it's called DuPont Circle. Like, keep telling me it's called something else. When we come back, Peter Rosenberg joins the program.
This update brought to you by Ace Trim, the home builder's trade partner. Commanders counting down for their matchup against the 6-2 Pittsburgh Steelers Sunday at 1 p.m. at Northwest Stadium. There is rain in the forecast. Quarterback Jaden Daniels is the Rookie of the Week now for the 7th time. NFL Thursday Night Football, Ravens and Bengals tonight at 8:15. Good news for the Ravens. Running back Keaton Mitchell is expected to be activated off the physically unable to perform list. NBA 76ers All-Star Tyrese Maxey is expected to miss a couple of weeks. Right hamstring injury. Wizards return to the floor tomorrow at Memphis. For over 25 years, Ace Trim has been a trusted trade partner for new home builders in Virginia, Maryland, and West Virginia. Specializing in full-service interior trim carpentry, we handle everything from supply to installation, turnkey and hassle-free. Contact us at acetrim.com today. Ace Trim, the home builder's trade partner. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley, Logan Paulson in for B. Logan, I think it's going to be Coleman for most of the game again at left tackle.
Yeah.
Luke's still working back from the ankle. He's been on the injury report. Listen, Coleman played really well last week against a guy like Brian Burns. Brian Burns ain't TJ Watt.
No.
How difficult is that matchup for a rookie?
It's going to be really tough. I mean, it'll be interesting to see what they do. The Steelers I'm talking about, TJ Watt traditionally rushes on the defensive left, offensive right, so he'd usually line up for Wiley, but they have been moving him around a little bit more this year to kind of find the fish, as they call it, find that weak matchup. So I think it's going to be really tough. I think one of the things that Coleman struggles with is sometimes his punch timing. Sometimes he's a little bit top heavy with his punch. He's gotten way, way better at it. But TJ Watt is, best pass rusher, second best pass rusher at the edge position in the NFL, maybe behind Myles Garrett, depending on your flavor.
And they went up against Garrett already this year,
Yeah, and I think you got to just give a lot of credit to Cliff.
You think you see a lot of 12?
I think you'll see a lot of chip. It's like chip help, tight ends to his side. I think you'll see a lot of stuff like that. And again, the one other thing too is you can't get a sack on the quarterback when you're running the football. So if you can get that done, insulate that player, give him some help, send him some slides. I also like some of the stuff they've done with some kind of pseudo play action guard pull stuff in empty or 11 personnel, which has been pretty cool to see. So Cliff's done a great job kind of throwing some different pitches at these edge rushers, and that's why you see guys like Myles Garrett, Dexter Lawrence not having big days because they're running the football effectively, and they're coming up with some varied protection plans.
I think the protection plans have been key. I think you've got physical backs willing to engage when they do go chip. I think it was B-Rob on with the Junkies earlier this week said how he loved the chance to mix it up with Myles Garrett, and they'll get that chance again this week. B-Rob should be back. All signs point to him being back. I'm guessing we'll get to talk to him in the locker room here in probably a little over an hour. But joining us now, Peter Rosenberg, our dear friend from ESPN New York, lifelong Commanders fan, was in Baltimore for that game. Peter, what up, dude?
Hey there. How you doing? Hi. How's everyone doing?
We're good, man. Peter, I don't know if you know Logan Paulson. B is out for a couple of days. Logan's joining us, kind enough to give us some time for the last couple of days. We were just talking.
How you doing?
Great, man. Nice to meet you.
Pleasure.
So I want to ask you this. I want to get you work in sports, like you understand things on the 30,000 foot level, but you're also just a crazy burgundy and gold fan. Cliff Kingsbury earlier today said that TJ Watt is keeping him up at night. Like he's legit shook about TJ Watt. How nervous are you about that matchup?
Well, I mean, listen, I anytime you're playing against someone who's just that good and disruptive and dangerous, yeah, it's certainly something you have to be thinking about, particularly when you have a quarterback who is so important to the success of this team. By the way, how's Marcus Mariota feeling? He's good?
Yeah, he seems totally fine.
Okay, good. Just making sure. That could be a little thing that I could see just derailing a season. That, like, you don't want to ever end up in a spot where you have to go to your number 2 guy. As we saw, he was so big in that Carolina game. It's so important to have that. But yeah, no, keeps me up. He's really, really good, and I'm glad to know he's keeping Cliff Kingsbury up at night. He should be. And the fact that Cliff Kingsbury is that kind of guy seemingly is part of the reason why this year's been so good so far. So listen, I'm nervous about this game, but I like the Commanders on Sunday. I do. And I still think Vegas is sort of disrespecting this team.
What makes you nervous about the game?
It's just a real step up competition wise. I mean, if you really look at what has happened so far with this Commanders season, it's been amazing. And it's also been sort of laid out by the gods. I mean, we lost to the Bucs, turned out to be a pretty good team. Managed to get by the Giants without scoring a touchdown. Beat the Bengals in a great game before we knew the Bengals were going to struggle the entire first half of the season. Got the Cardinals before the Cardinals looked like the Cardinals. Although maybe that one's misleading, right? Because maybe we were just that good that week. But then you talk about, the Browns, Panthers, Bears, Giants. These are not world beaters. And the one team that's very good, we lost to by a touchdown in Baltimore. So listen, Pittsburgh's a real team. The next 2 weeks are by far the litmus test for this team. Like, are the Commanders a really fun story and a team that can make the playoffs? Or are they a team, particularly with the addition of Marshawn Lattimore this week, that people have to go, oh, my God, no. This is a team that might compete for the NFC. I think we'll learn a lot about that with two really well-coached one really well-coached team this weekend and 2 really talented teams over the next 2 weeks.
For sure. Talking with our friend Peter Rosenberg, Hot 97, ESPN New York, 8 billion jobs. Follow him at Rosenberg Radio. I don't know that I want to let you react to the Lattimore news. It was probably the biggest move at the deadline. Maybe not the biggest, but a really big one. He gives them something they don't have, a true star, CB1 shutdown kind of guy. It's starting to look to me, at least, that he's not playing this week. He didn't practice yesterday. It doesn't look, at least the portion open to media today, he didn't practice. Got to talk to him in the locker room yesterday, and he kind of made it clear, I'd like to go. We got to go through all the evaluations, talk to the medical people. But how excited were you, and what do you think this does for Washington?
Well, I mean, listen, we all watched the Giants game last week, right? I mean, this is the one spot that this team needed help. And there are a couple of guys who really, to me, have exceeded expectation so far, right? And I love Benjamin St. Juste. This is going to help him get to a better, be in better position. Forbes has shown glimpses so far this year, but we've talked about this many times. This defense is not a super stacked defense with talent. And in Lattimore, you get a guy who, if not for the injury issues the last couple of years, is in the conversation for the best at the position in the league. So to me, it shows, you hope it immediately makes an impact whenever he can get on the field. And by having him there, it puts other people in positions they should be in and just makes it a more stout defense. But also, I just love, it's just another Adam Peters being Adam Peters. Like, you're dealing picks that you got this summer to make immediate impact at the trade deadline. That's called what real football teams do. And we have not done things like that for 20 years.
Yeah, and obviously this move kind of indicates that they, could potentially see themselves as making a playoff push. Like, where do you see this team's at in regards to that?
Well, yeah, they clearly do see it that way, Logan. That is how I read into that too. They think why not this year?
Do you think that too? Is kind of what I'm asking.
Yeah. Okay.
Got to rewire that Redskins fan brain, dude. It's hard to allow your mentals to be like, yeah, this team is serious to be reckoned with.
Well, the question is, so let's just talk about who do I absolutely think is better in the conference. The only team I can say that I know is a level up in the conference is Detroit. in my opinion, guys, after watching them for the last 2 years. That is a very serious and ready right now football team on both sides of the ball. After Detroit, guys, there's not a team that scares me. So you're talking about Philadelphia, you're talking about Minnesota, Green Bay, Atlanta, Tampa, Arizona. None of those teams scare me. So long way of answering your question, Logan, as I work it out in my head is, yeah, I absolutely feel this team should be playing the second weekend of the playoffs. And I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that we're playing Detroit for the NFC Championship. I don't see why that's not a possibility.
I think you're right. And we just have to like be comfortable saying it. I think everybody here is like, oh man, it's been so bad for so long and things go wrong and all that. And at some point we've all got to recognize collectively, new day in Ashburn, new situation, new ownership. They're about to bring us media food. Like everything is new out here.
Whoa.
Yeah, watch out.
Well,
we
let's
get media
the
food
meal.
Wednesdays and Thursdays.
Send me a picture. I want to see what the meal looks like before I celebrate too hard. But
bro,
this is
I could read you the menu today.
There's a menu? Oh my God. This is like flying JetBlue Mint. What do you got?
Yo, so here's what they've done. On Wednesdays, one of their big sponsors, Paisanos, brings in subs and pizza. On Thursdays, they let us have the food the players eat. Chef Connor's
crushing it.
It's phenomenal. All right, ready?
Here we go.
Shrimp, miso koji butter chicken, jasmine rice with peas and corn, chili crisp escarole. I don't even know what that is. Escarole?
It's good.
There's more things I don't know how to say. Mushroom and induja sausage pasta, coconut curry with chicken, and he makes chocolate chip cookies.
I think it's andouille. Isn't it andouille?
Nah, dude. This word is N-D-U-J-A.
Oh, I don't even know what that is.
Yeah. I'll text it to you so you have it.
Wow.
Just so you know I'm not crazy.
By the way, though, we're joking, but like, it's big boy. It's adult stuff to treat the people who cover you this way. Like, that's just, and they're doing things that adults do. Like, it's just up and down. It's such a great thing to see, man. It's a small thing, but it's great to hear. And the truth is, none of those teams, when I read through them, the only one that makes me go, I guess the only two games that would make me go, goop, would be a playoff game with Detroit, and just on the principle of it, a playoff game with Philly. Like, those would both be scary propositions to me. But games with Minnesota, Atlanta, Tampa, Arizona, the Rams, those are all games, guys, that I would go into it expecting the Commanders to win. The other two, Detroit and Philly, I would expect us to have a chance. So why not start treating this season like it could be something special? But again, think about how different our conversation would be if they were to get trounced at home against Pittsburgh like old times. And you look up and I know that we have our Commanders towels this week. You look up, you see nothing but terrible towels, and they lose, 27-10. We'll have a different conversation. That's why I think this is just a big litmus test weekend.
I'm with you, and I don't see that happening. Also, did you see that they are rolling out the burgundy towels, and it was B's idea?
That was B's idea?
Yes. He said it on their post-game show, and they're like, that actually makes a lot of sense. It'll be burgundy and gold in there.
Got a lot of pull, that guy.
Yeah. I guess take 2 days off in the middle of football season. Yo, all right. I've been gassing you up. Nothing but positive stuff. Do you want me to pull one little thread that might make you feel a little neurotic?
Is it about Seibert?
Yes, dude.
Ooh.
That's a good pull. Seibert. I don't like seeing kickers on the
names
injury
I keep going back and forth on no matter how many times I read it. Yes. What's the
Seibert's
deal
on
with
the injury
Seibert?
report?
Seibert did not practice yesterday.
What?
He was a DNP yesterday with his right hip. I don't like seeing kickers on the injury report.
Don't love it. Don't love it.
No, you don't. You don't love that. And listen, being in New York, I've seen two teams who kind of both suck anyway, but get ravaged by not having kicking. Right, the Giants and Jets have been brutalized by kicking. And he's been so money. Like every time we have a drive that stalls out, and I think all three of us would probably agree if we were to nitpick the offense, that's the main issue, right? These drives that start great that we struggle to close in the red zone. Seibert has bailed us out a million times by nailing everything inside 50 yards. So, yeah, it's a little scary. What do they have? What do they have just in case?
Probably not address it yet. If you see them add a kicker to the practice squad, means this is more serious than not. Could just be a rest day, basically, and they put something down on the sheet. Don't worry yet. I'll text you if you need to worry.
Thank you. But by the way, and that is a serious thing, and it shouldn't be downplayed. But if that is our main thing to worry about this week, we're doing pretty good for week 10. Let's be real.
That's true. Peter, we appreciate you, buddy.
Guys, it was a pleasure. Let's go. We've watched so many brutal Steelers games in Washington. Let's have a glorious win this weekend with lots of Commanders fans there. It would be tremendous. And I'll see you home for the Dallas game in a couple weeks.
Look forward to it, man. That's our guy, Peter Rosenberg at Rosenberg Radio. Obviously, we're all gearing up for Commander Steelers Sunday, 1:00. But don't you forget Thursday Night Football tonight, and it's a doozy. Cincinnati, Baltimore coming tonight on Thursday Night Football. Let's take a look at some of the same game parlay props on the ESPN Bet app. You got plenty of options. You can go Bengals. You can go Ravens. You got so many big-time offensive weapons in this thing. But here's a parlay for you. You go Zay Flowers over the 50. That Bengals defense stinks. You go Jamar Chase over the 70 receiving yards. Here's what we know about the Ravens. They can score on anybody, but they don't cover all that well. Chase is an absolute weapon. And what does Derrick Henry always do? He scores. You parlay Zay Flowers over 50 receiving yards, Jamar Chase over 70 receiving yards, and a Derrick Henry anytime touchdown score. You parlay those three plus 220. That's really, really good for three things that sure seem like they're going to happen. I'm telling you, that's a good parlay. They got plenty of options. Download the ESPN Bet app and claim a 30% profit boost to use on your same game parlay for tonight's game. Odds and lines are all subject to change. You must be 21 plus and present within the state of Maryland or Virginia to participate. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Been a fun week, man. We had the trade deadline Tuesday. Logan Paulson joining us the last couple of days.
Man, thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah, man. It was fun. When CK asked me, he's like, "Hey, B's out the next couple of days. Would you want to have Logan?" I was like, "Sure." And I thought he meant like for an hour.
Yeah.
What have you thought of 2 days in the salt mines here?
I think you do a great job with this of kind of making it fun and fresh, and it doesn't feel like 4 hours, which is a testament to the conversational nature of the show.
If you want to do it in studio, is a little bit of a wilder ride.
I bet.
Because Jeff is frequently practicing his sex aerobics while we're in segment.
Sex aerobics.
Yeah, it's something. You should. There's probably a website. I wouldn't Google it on a work
Yeah,
computer.
I'm not going to do that on the work computer.
Marshawn Lattimore gets here Wednesday morning. Didn't practice yesterday. Doesn't look like he practiced today. Maybe he'll do stuff once the media leaves. You always got to allow for that possibility. What does your spidey sense say about him playing this weekend?
Yeah, I don't know anything for sure, but the fact he didn't practice yesterday and the fact that he didn't practice today, at least when the media was out there, I think is somewhat telling that hamstring might be more significant than a Devontae Adams hamstring.
Right.
So, and again, that's fine. And I think this staff has done a great job of handling that stuff. And obviously we got to kind of let the week play out and see, if he does do something when the media's not there today or potentially tomorrow. But that would be something on my radar that I'm just kind of like, probably doesn't bode super well for Sunday. I mean, you probably feel the same way, I would assume.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
do.
That's why you're the best in the biz.
You're very kind.
Or the medium, like the middle of the business, the roundabout of the business.
So wait, I went from the best to being the median to the roundabout.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. We haven't really been doing Heard It Here first this week just because of the trade deadline and then whatever. But let's all make a pick. Jeff left, correct? Landfill?
Yeah, no one knows where Jeff is.
Jeff apparently is going to New Jersey.
Do we need to send out a search party for Jeff?
I better send it to New Jersey.
Yeah, I
So we
think
know where he's going.
He'll be okay, but he is gone. He did disappear.
He's like a magician in that way.
Oh, really?
Landfill, I just want you to know how much I appreciate Logan really buying in to the vibe of the show and getting here like 45 seconds before we start.
Yeah,
He's one of us. Yeah, I mean, dude, you should come in one day in studio and just see that operation.
Just the last possible second.
Yeah, I mean, I like to take it to the limit. And you were right there with me. Let's all make a prediction for Bengals Ravens.
Ooh. Who's going first?
You can.
All right. I'm gonna go 34-27 Baltimore.
Okay. Landini?
I think the Bengals are going to take a lead. They'll be winning up until about the start of the fourth quarter, and then the Ravens will just score like 3 consecutive touchdowns.
Wow.
All right. Pair of Ravens wins. I will zag then. Give me the Bengals. A little bit low scoring.
Really? You don't mean that.
I do.
You're doing a bit.
I'm not.
Okay.
27-25.
That'd be a great game.
Yeah. Bengals win. Thank you to everybody for listening to the program today. Thank you to Ray Fittipaldo for joining us. Thank you to Peter Rosenberg for joining us. Thank you to everybody that called in. Thank you to Logan for joining us. Thank you to Jeff for leaving early. If Grant and Danny come your way next, you made it this far. I owe you a beer.
Good Thursday afternoon, and welcome into Grant and Danny on November 7th, 2024. We have an awesome show planned for you today. Mike Golick Jr. stops by at 3 to preview Week 10 in the NFL. And Alex Smith, the former quarterback here in D.C., will be joining us at 6 o'clock for the first time. Want to talk Jaden Daniels, the Washington organization. We'll go around the NFL. Of course, he covers football for ESPN now. Alex Smith at 6 right here on Grant and Danny. We'll be giving out tickets to Iron Maiden ahead of the Beltway Blitz at 4. So come for all of that. Come for Mike Golick Jr., come for Alex Smith, come for the Beltway Blitz or Iron Maiden tickets, but stay to find out if Darius Dameron is allergic to shell allergies.
I cannot wait for this. I cannot wait. With bated breath, I'm like, this is a life-changing thing for him one way or the other.
We have a bounty of seafood sitting around us right now in studio. Explain to people what you're seeing within arm's reach of you right now.
Yeah, there's a giant thing of potato salad, which also features deviled eggs in the potato salad. Sorry about that, first of all. More crab cakes than I can lift. A giant thing of cupcakes just as a bonus, just as like, hey, we know you guys aren't that fat, but let's fix that. Then I've got various remoulades. I got a shrimp salad, whole bunch of things that look incredible. All I can do, not to stop doing what I'm doing right now and tear into this thing and make a horse's ass of myself.
All of the crab meat, all of the shellfish allergy, deadly poison for Darius Dameron, if he's still allergic to shellfish. We're going to find out on the show. Here's what we have done. Darius had to go get an updated allergy test. He scheduled said allergy test for yesterday. They gave him this envelope.
It's
right
a
here.
Maury Povich style reveal.
If you're watching on 106.7 The Fan's YouTube page, you see this white envelope. Somebody with very fancy handwriting.
It's nice handwriting. It's like calligraphy almost.
They must be older because they can sign their name. Darius Dameron, okay, in cursive, right here on the envelope. Says it right here. I'm going to open this envelope at about 2:28 when we come back next segment, and we will find out together whether Darius Dameron is still allergic to seafood, to shellfish, to delicious crab cakes and lobster tail and all the things that he loves so much. We're going to find out together if he can eat the food with us or if he has to watch us eat our share and his share live on Grant and Danny.
I mean, what a reveal. So he has avoided all of these things for so long because he just believed that he was allergic. I mean,
when's the last time you ate fish?
Oh, man. I mean, we're talking definitely a decade plus at this point.
You've not had a crab cake like we have delicious crab cakes in front of us in how long?
I mean, I would probably say high school was the last time. I graduated high school in 2006. So it has been a long
Maryland resident. I mean, when you walk down the street, it smells like Old Bay. And there's a lot of Maryland flags everywhere. The other thing, it's crab cakes. This is the place. Crab cakes, crab legs, everything that has to do over pretending to seafood. And Darius has basically had to avoid it like he's Neo in the Matrix, dodging Mr. Smith's bullets. We're going to find out once and for all. Is this going to kill him or can he enjoy himself again?
So come from Mike Golick Jr.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about football.
Yeah, we got it.
We're going to preview Week 10. You should definitely come for Alex Smith. He's going to talk about Jaden Daniels and the changing culture in D.C. He was here in the Rivera era. We'll talk to him about Ron and company. But stay for Darius Dameron and the hope that he can eat some crab cake with his pals today. I guess the big question is if he doesn't eat any crab cake, if we find out he's allergic, do we all just eat it right in front of him? Do we really troll him good and just kind of stand in front of him with our plate and tell him how delicious it is?
I'll feel bad. I'm thinking about like two ways to do it. One is just to say, oh, sorry, buddy, and then like dig in. The other way is to do like you're talking about. Like we gather around him, like form a little triangle, right? Where he's boxed in and we're just like shoving it into our faces and talking about how great it is. I don't know either way. See how the mood strikes me.
2:30.
2:30.
Right after our dentist appointment.
Right after we're out of the dentist chair.
We will find out whether or not Darius can enjoy delicious crab cakes with his friends. We should point out that tomorrow we're on the road, Friday field trip. I have been saying we're in Bethesda. The reason I keep saying we're in Bethesda is because I'm looking at the address and it says North Bethesda in Maryland. I thought that was Bethesda. A lot of Maryland people are taking issue with me I'm just a Virginia guy who doesn't know about your inner territory beefs. Okay, so I apologize. Apparently, it's more Rockville than Bethesda.
Yeah.
From Bethesda! Now, it's listed as North Bethesda. From Bethesda! You're shooting the messenger, just so you all know. The amount of people that are telling me, hey, Grant, you keep saying Bethesda. That's actually Rockville. It's Grand Park Avenue, North Bethesda, Maryland, 20852. That is where we are going to be at Sports and Social Bethesda.
You want to correct them too? All you guys out there that are chirping?
Maybe they should call it Sports and Social Rockville.
But it's actually North Bethesda. Listen, I even throw it. This is in a bit of mine, but it's really north of Bethesda, and they like tried to borrow some of the Bethesda magic. The real estate people did that. Either way, it's not your downtown Bethesda. It's a little north Bethesda, north of whatever you want to do. That's where we're going to be tomorrow for our foray into Maryland. We're going to see how it goes.
I'm excited to see what the turnout looks like. This is our first event in Maryland, maybe ever.
We did the station bit, the 106.7 The Fan, everybody stands up there bit.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Oh, you're talking about just
that
you
might
and
be
me?
what you're talking about.
Yeah.
When's the last time the Grant and Danny radio program has done an appearance? Because we got told to go to that appearance, and we did, because it was fun. We had a blast, and I would do it again. It was a good time. But that was like two stations pretending like we're all on the same team.
Yep.
For some reason. That was a really good time. We had a great time. I want to reiterate that. But you and I as a show have never gone to Maryland, I don't think.
Not as a show. I did like an appearance once at a Giant in Bethesda. Like that's as far as it's happened. That's as much as Bethesda!
You're going to hear that sounder a couple times.
Listen.
If I had to guess.
Get on board.
Do we want to put a number on it for tomorrow? Like how many times we get to do it before you can't do it anymore?
13.5 is the over-under.
Well, I'm not saying that. I'm saying, is there a point where Darius has to stop using the sounder, or does he just let it rip and people will just fall in line?
So I think the technique is this. You do it a few times, it's funny. There's going to be a period in the middle that's not that funny. You push through that, and then it gets to the point that you're punch drunk and you're laughing hysterically every time it drops. That's my view. So that 4 o'clock hour is going to be a little dicey. We're going to be sick of it then, but 5:15, 5:30, it's going to be hysterical again.
You can tweet us throughout the show at Grant H. Paulson, at Funny Danny. Richmond John just hit us up. This is actually really good. He said, someone tell Rooster not to steal the seafood this time. Let me read this directly. Not to steal the seafood drop before the bid is over. He tagged me and Darius in it. Hashtag stop the steal. So for those of you that don't remember, the last time Jumbo Lump Crab Cake Company brought us these crab cakes, it was just a normal, regular food drop. I don't remember exactly how or why, but it was a delicious time. Everyone enjoyed themselves.
Everyone had a great time.
It was the beginning of Chris Russell just deciding that if something's in the fridge, it's available for anyone to grab. And so he did, and he poured pepper all over everything.
Yes.
That was one of the most fascinating days in show history.
Just astounding. The comfort. Would you ever go into the fridge at work? Not like in a big communal tray. If it's still in the big communal tray, I could sort of see it. I wouldn't, but I could see that understanding. It was in an individual piece of Tupperware. He just ripped it open and put pepper, so no one else could have it. He put pepper all over it and just yanked it away.
We are live all over the country on the Odyssey app. We are, of course, all over the DMV via the flagship 106.7 The Fan. You can watch us all day long on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. We're going to be with you until 6:30. I find myself really excited for the Alex Smith interview. I'm not really sure that we have ever talked to him on the air. I've met him in person in passing years ago when he was here. And I actually met him even before that when he was the quarterback of the Chiefs at the Pro Bowl in Orlando. I was at an outdoor mall the week of the Pro Bowl when I was at Disney.
How about that?
And he and his wife and kids came by with a stroller. And I was like, hey, Alex. And he goes, hey, how are you?
Hey.
And he kept walking. And that was one of my first interactions.
That's a great meeting.
Yes.
You should bring that up when we talk to him at 6.
I went to that mall just thinking I might see an NFL player during the Pro Bowl on some downtime. And he was the only one I saw, Alex Smith, who would soon be the quarterback here in D.C. Congratulations to Jaden Daniels is in order. It's a week. So he was named Rookie of the Week.
You don't say.
So this is a fan vote, which is not to say that he doesn't deserve it. But every single week he gets voted the Player of the Week in the National Football League. We're bordering on now hilarity. So he has won the Rookie of the Week award this season in weeks 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, and 9. What happened in weeks 2 and 7, Jaden? You've got some explaining to do.
What's wrong with you, buddy?
He's got a 7-time. That's 7X next to his name now. Player of the week.
Pretty cool.
So for people who think this means he's a lock to win Rookie of the Year, it doesn't, although he is probably.
I was going to say his play does that.
He might also be a lock to win Rookie of the Year, but this is voted on by fans. I mean, they could theoretically just all band together and name Luke McCaffrey the Player of the Week next week if they want to do that. And he could be the 8-time Player of the Week the rest of the way, and he's not going to win the Rookie of the Year award. Voters are going to vote on that. But as an aside, he is also going to win the Rookie of the Year award.
Yeah, in addition. It's been so consistent. There have been other rookies who've had better weeks. Caleb Williams had a week where he probably should have won it. That didn't matter because Jaden Daniels is awesome. So yeah, it's neat that enough Washington fans and enough people are, because it takes probably more than just your hardcore Washington fans to go online and vote for that thing. It just says how popular he is and how cool this all is.
He has not had a bad game in his career. Think about that.
The closest you would say is week 1 against Tampa, and that wasn't bad. It wasn't great. It wasn't what he was going to go on to do.
That performance was not what I want. It was just a quarterback who ran all over the place and didn't see the field as a passer at all. But I don't even know that you would look at that and say it was bad, if that makes sense. Their passing game was bad. He ran for 90 yards. Pretty sure it was like 16 for 88.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he's had a bad game. Since then, which was his worst performance, it's been somewhere between efficient and economical and not brilliant because he just did what was asked of him, and otherworldly excellent.
Mm-hmm.
That's been
the range.
This is not how it's supposed to look ever. It's crazy what he's been able to do.
Yeah, it's supposed to be like a graph. It's supposed to be like that heartbeat, right? Where it's up and down, and there are great moments, and you go, okay, we got something to work with here. Not just consistently excellent, leading the league in expected points added.
It's supposed to be flashes,
right?
With bad, like kind of what you're getting from Caleb Williams, right? It's supposed to be, oh my God, look at this play. How many guys can do this? Wow, look at what he did here. Look at how he made this throw. And then there's a bad interception or a sack he takes to get you out of field goal range. Or the bad stuff is all kind of getting ripped away. We're not seeing it, and it's just the good stuff left. This whole season has been historical in that way, but another week where he was voted the Rookie of the Week. 9 touchdowns and 2 interceptions for him. He does not turn the ball over.
And they don't as a team either. And it starts with him. I mean, the things that are supposed, I can't stress this enough. The thing that is supposed to happen is that pressure that you don't see comes, whether you're a veteran or not. I mean, guys that are really good at this, who have been really good at this for a really, really long time, have a moment where you get sacked and you fumble the football. A guy in coverage you didn't see drops into a throwing lane and those interceptions. Again, Pat Mahomes, among the best that have ever played, the best in the world right now, is right at the top of the league in picks. You see him, like, that's normal. That happens to people. It hasn't happened to him through 9 games, and that's incredible.
He does not have a fumble since week 1. He has 3 total, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
The average quarterback in the league is somewhere in the 4.5 or 5 range. Justin Fields, Lamar Jackson, Anthony Richardson, Sam Darnold, those guys all have 6 fumbles. Jaden has 3, and they were all in week 1. One, by the way, was like when he was running out of bounds and lost the ball and didn't care because he was jumping out of bounds. He didn't even turn the ball over on those 3 fumbles, stunningly enough. But that, to me, is what's so amazing. The Giants game, there wasn't the crazy play he made against the Browns for the 60-yard throw or any of the elite stuff that we saw against the Bengals. I think he made 2 big-time throws, 2 really accurate ball placement, awesome passes that as a rookie are special. The touchdown to McLaurin, notably. I think the throw to Noah Brown, middle of the field, kind of on that deep cross route, was pretty nice with ball placement away from a defender as well. But it's just that the ball is not in harm's way. That the defense, normally you're playing a rookie quarterback and you go, ooh, this week we get our chance to get the
chance to feast, right?
Couple of footballs. Not with this guy. Last night, your boy was over at Capital One Arena. Saw a lot of listeners out there. A bunch of people came by and said hello. So that was very cool. Alex Ovechkin scored again. He has scored a goal in 5 straight games. He is 39 years old. He has scored 8 times in 12 games, Danny, and he is now on pace for 54 goals this season.
Like most 40-year-olds do. But unbelievable.
I don't know what's harder to fathom, what he's doing or what Jaden Daniels is doing. This was Ovechkin last night, as heard right here on 106.7 The Fan.
Centering, score!
scores, and it's Alex Ovechkin on a feed from behind the net. The Great Eight with goals in 5 in a row. It's 3-2 Washington.
I actually think that'd be a fun topic to do at some point. We need to find out if Darius is allergic to things, so we won't do it today.
Mm-hmm.
If Ovi was to score 50 goals at 39 years old this year, is there a case to be made that that is more eye-popping, mind-boggling, unfathomable than Jaden Daniels having a rookie year where he never has a bad game?
That's actually a really hard question. Because
there have been great rookie seasons, like
Sure,
Stroud,
of
Dak
course,
Prescott,
yeah.
Robert Griffin. I'd have to look up the numbers. What's the most goals ever scored by someone at 39? I would bet it's decades ago in the Gretzky era when everyone scored all the time.
when they're like half the guys had no helmets on.
Like in this era, A, nobody plays at 39. B, if you play, you don't score goals. You're probably like a defenseman skating around in the back
You're
end.
just lang-wang it. Yeah.
I
couldn't
don't
tell
have words for what he's doing.
I don't either. It is insane. And so for a while for him, he was sort of, remember when he was a bull in a china shop as a young player? Different guy now, obviously. That goes without saying. But he's adapted and kind of continues to thrive and survive. He now sort of moves around like a shark at rest. You know what I mean? On the ice, like it's a little bit less explosive, knocking guys into next week and hitting everything that moves, including the puck sometimes when it comes in his vicinity. He now sort of conserves a little bit more. And so for a little while, there was a time in his career where you might see some lack of defensive accountability. You might see a pretty bad plus minus. And I know that's like, you're not allowed to do that to talking about hockey. Hockey fans get real pissed at you if you bring it up. But it was emblematic of the fact that he may not have always been accountable. He's found a way now to kind of get back to that, where he's never going to be like a penalty kill guy, nor should he be, by the way. He's the greatest goal scorer ever to live. But there's a little bit more doing everything and still finding his spots, like finding his niches. It's pretty incredible, man. Those odd man rush type goals where he's taking on 2 defenders, those have gone away for a while. Well, you're still scoring 40, 50 goals a year, reinventing yourself on the fly. It's incredible.
Let's bring in Ryan Clary, who heads our research department here on Grant and Danny. I just asked, what is the most goals ever scored by a 39-year-old? I believe Clary has done some research.
I have, and it is Gordie Howe with 39 goals at the age of 39. Second on the list is Johnny, can't really pronounce that name, at 29 goals. So it looks like Ovi's going to at least be in second place at some point this season. So Gordie Howe.
Gordie Howe did it in 1967.
Yep.
In 1967, they were playing with soccer goals, and goalies were wearing no pads. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like, it's just ridiculous. So nobody in modern era hockey has ever gotten over right around, looks like Joe Pavelski, 27 goals in the 82 game format. You're talking about 29 as the peak. He's on pace for 54.
Rarefied air. Beyond that, I mean, whatever's after rarefied air is where he is. Doubt him at your own peril. Tell me or tell anybody he's not going to do X at your own risk.
See, that's kind of been my point. And I'm not claiming victory yet because there's a lot of season still ahead. But at the beginning of the year, I thought it was everybody's opinion that he was going to break it this year. Just everyone I talked to, fans and stuff, they're like, let's go. He's going to do it. And so I go on TV the first time for the Altcast, and I'm sitting next to Bruce Boudreau and Tarek El-Bashir. And I'm like, I think he's going to break the record this year, thinking I'm just saying something that we all think. And they both are like, no. And every hockey person I talked to was like, probably because of history and just what's supposed to happen. And they have an understanding of how hard it is at that age. Like, dude, that's a lot of goals. He's 39. But I just look back at last year. He got off to that terrible start.
Yes.
If you take the first 6 or 7 weeks out of last season away, he basically played at a 50-goal pace like he was 25 last year. Just 38 to 39. How big is the difference?
Yeah, that second half run, I put that in quotes, second half, numbers approximate, changed the scope of all of this, right? If he'd kind of muddled along and done his 15 to 20 goal pace, which, he would have had to kind of pick it up after that rotten first part of the year, you'd go, okay, this will take a few years and we'll sort of see what happens. Maybe it gets close. The fact that he was so amazing, goal scoring wise, again, just hunting for it, helping the team make the playoffs when they probably shouldn't, kind of reset everything. So it's like every time he's had one of those quote unquote down years in his history scoring goals, the next year he comes roaring back with 1.5 times as many. Incredible.
At 2:45, we'll preview what is a really good game to kick off Week 10 tonight on Thursday Night Football. The Bengals and the Ravens in Baltimore. Well, we will do that coming up in about 22 minutes. But next, our dear friend and our producer finds out whether or not he can eat crab cakes with his pals. It has been over a decade since Darius, who got worried about his shellfish allergy, stopped eating things that he's not supposed to eat. He got a new test. He's seeing if he has grown out of that allergy. We have the results in this envelope. We will give them to you next on The Fan. We have welcomed into our humble abode here our producer, who's normally on the other side of the glass, our buddy Darius Dameron. Darius, how are you?
Good. Is the air different in here? I don't come in here often.
It's
kinda
hotter.
weird.
It's different air. Yeah.
Oh, it's hotter. Is that what it is? It's more humid.
Slightly hotter. Humid, no H. That's
Okay.
right.
Mhm.
So, Darius, you told us before you were brought on as our producer.
Yes.
That you were allergic to peanuts.
That is correct. Yes.
You are allergic to a bunch of things,
Well,
frankly.
keeping the incredible tradition of Grant and Danny producers who are allergic to peanuts.
You're not allowed to produce our show unless you're allergic to stuff, namely peanuts.
Mm-hmm.
So we said, okay, you're allowed.
I made sure to put that on the resume.
Yeah, like you're in.
But from time to time, your allergies become a bit of a frustration for you, and more importantly, for Danny and for me, because you're not able to enjoy the fun and eat the fun things that we want to eat.
Yeah. I mean, I'm a rather portly feller, so I like to eat, but to have a portion of the food groups taken away from me, it's not fun. It's not fun for anybody.
By the way, how do you like that? More importantly for us, it's not fun that you can't eat with us.
Yeah.
Not that he has to deal with this cross he has to bear all his life.
And we're
for.
like eye roll. Like, we can't order that. Darius is here.
I mean, think about how many times like somebody suggests, let's go to here, some restaurant or something. Let's order from here. And I'm like, oh, sorry guys, I can't eat that.
There's nothing I can eat from there.
You're one step above a vegan in terms of your, and I'm not, this is not supposed to be a slight. It'll sound like it. You're my pal. Who's your guy?
You are.
Who's your guy?
Jeeps.
When you are allergic to a bunch of things, there's a little bit of a painted acidness, you know, where it's like,
right.
Do you guys use any kind of
Quick question for you. Is there any
give me your like puberty voice that you do, like, is there any nuts in this?
I just had a question. Is this prepared near peanuts?
Right, exactly.
You know how often I have to ask that?
Yes, every time you sit down.
If things are cooked in peanut oil, it's the worst.
It's got to be the worst. So we had a little idea.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody, I don't remember who it was, said that caller said that they'd grown out of a bunch of allergies. That back in the day as a kid, they were allergic to a bunch of things and they've grown out of them. They went and got a new test done and they found out it grows up and it grows up and they're not allergic to anything anymore. So we put our heads together and tell the people, Darius, what we came up with.
We came up with the idea that I would go get a brand new allergy test. Now, last time I took an allergy test was, I don't know, well over 12-ish years ago or so. It was actually before I found out that I had a peanut allergy. So that was kind of inconvenient. But
had you been eating peanuts at that point? Or
yeah,
no?
yeah. I prior to that scenario that had happened, I'd eaten peanuts and peanut butter all my life. I never had any issues. And then one day I had some trail mix at it was an NBA Finals watch party. I'm pretty positive it was when the Heat won their first championship with LeBron and Chris Bosh and the company.
That Ray Allen shot, man.
Yeah. When they won their first championship, I had trail
one.
mix that night.
Not two.
Yeah. Well, they got three. Did they
Not
get three?
three.
No.
I think they did.
Two.
End up with three.
They get 2 or 3.
And then I had to
Two.
had to go to the emergency room that night because I was having a weird reaction to eating trail mix, and they were like, "Yeah, this is the kind of reaction that you have when you have a peanut allergy." I was like, "Oh, well, that's news to me."
Oh no!
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
So what about seafood? You have gone on record to tell us that you actually really like seafood.
Yeah. So when I was younger, I could never eat fish. Anytime I ever had fish, my tongue would get really scratchy, really itchy, and my throat would swell up something. My parents never believed me, which I always thought was funny, but I just never could eat fish. Yeah, they kept saying
it's good for you.
It's in your head. You just don't like it. I was like, no, my throat is
so. Was
really
that
scratchy.
ever diagnosed, or did you just stop doing it?
So I didn't get it officially because I could eat everything else. I could eat crab, shrimp, scallops, clams. I've had all that kind of stuff when I was younger. Lobster, all that. I finally got a test done. I want to say post high school. So let's say 2008-ish or somewhere in that range was the first time I got a test done. And they said, while you're not full on allergic to seafood, it is enough to the point where we recommend that you just stay away from it now.
Wow.
Like, okay. Well, that sucks. You're changing my life and I kind of hate you for it.
And you wanted seafood.
This.
Like in a normal setting, you're not allergic to anything. Would you come over to your pal Grant's house and eat some crabs?
Oh, I would love to. I miss.
So there is a chance as of right now.
This is life-changing.
When we open this envelope, there is a chance you're coming to the Paulson's Crab Feast in the summer in 2025.
I would 100% be all in if I'm not allergic.
Danny.
It's such a major thing.
This is really big.
You know how many times I have to turn down going to restaurants and things like that because of this? Like, it sucks.
So
It's awful.
terrible. Do you agree with me that there's like vegans and then
Yes.
there's people with a bunch of allergies?
No, they're on it's feeding out of the same trough, and I feel terrible. Like my
Yeah.
brother and sister-in-law are the healthiest people that you know. They're vegan. They're like pretty much vegan. So it's sort of like anything you do, you have to sort of stop and then totally consider that. And it's like you love these
Are they
people
vegan because they want to be or vegan because they have to be? Because a lot of people
because
I
they
feel
want to
like,
be. Yeah.
okay, which is there's not really a difference except I think some people actually can't do certain things.
Sure.
Mhm.
Where they're like, I can't
Yeah, I got a
eat
buddy
that.
with celiac disease, and it's
Exactly.
like
Yeah,
like
what
any
if we
bread
open
makes
this
your violently
envelope,
ill.
by the way? Can you imagine that, Danny?
Uh-huh.
What if we open this envelope and Darius is over here going, maybe I'll get to eat crab cakes with the boys today, and they go, you have celiacs and you can't eat anything but grass.
Yeah.
Like then
It's now
what?
wheatgrass shots and sleep.
I mean, are you prepared for that?
I am not prepared for that. I may ask CK for the rest of the day off.
I mean, you'd be crestfallen.
I'd be crushed. Absolutely. Yeah.
But that is very possible.
It's on the
that that's
table.
in
Sure.
this envelope.
Totally possible.
What do you know about what's in this envelope?
The only thing that I know is the doctor, when she handed me the envelope, very sweet lady, by the way. She handed me the envelope and she said, now make sure that once you get the once you guys reveal the results, you call us within the next day or two so we can talk about the next steps. And I was like, that's in my head. I was like, that's not very encouraging.
Next steps is not what you do when you don't have allergies, right?
I agree, but I'm also in my head saying, hey, maybe there's a chance that yes, I'm allergic to peanuts, but maybe my seafood allergy is not what it once was. So I'm kind of, trying to do the positivity thing.
So this feels gender revealing. So when we had our first couple of kids, when we went to do the ultrasound, when we walked in, I said, hey, we would like to do a gender reveal. Whatever you do, please do not let us know what the gender of the baby is. And both times they did their best to accommodate us. I don't think my wife noticed the first time, but I told her subsequently after. I was pretty sure I saw on the screen, like the second visit we had, even though they kept saying baby's doing this, baby's doing that. There was like an F at the top for like sex. And
You can't avoid it.
I was like, all right, maybe I saw that wrong, but I'm pretty sure we're having a girl, whatever. And that was late enough in the process, but I also wasn't sure. So the reason I say this, though, is you had to tell them that every single day people go in there for tests and they're not producers on the radio. They're going to get their results live. So how did that go? And what was their response when you said, I don't want to know. I want it sealed in an envelope to be talked about on air?
So I explained it to the nurse and she was fascinated by it, first of all.
I think doctors like to break up the monotony with a wacky.
Yeah, okay, that's a wacky. Nice. We like it.
Yeah, she was fascinated by it, but she was all in. She then told the actual doctor, and the doctor was all in on it.
Yeah, do you want to have the envelope explode pink or blue, like depending, Like
Right.
I can do that.
Yeah. But yeah, and she did a good job of when she was looking at because they do the test where they stick you with like these prickles.
Yeah, how does it work? What do they do?
So they put these liquids that I guess are the various different allergens.
Yeah, it's like trace elements of
So
the
they take
stuff.
like the smallest crab ever, this little baby crab, and they put it in your arm, and then they can tell.
Yeah, and these bumps will grow if you're allergic, and if you're not allergic, then
Did
they
you have
don't
any
grow.
bumps?
So I had a bunch of bumps on my right arm, but those were those were.
But hold
no,
on.
this is a full-on allergy test. So
It's for everything.
So on my right arm, it was for like dust and trees and things like that. So I'm allergic to all kinds of trees and dust mites and.
So would I be allergic to a bunch of stuff?
100%.
Because
Totally
when you
possible.
get quote unquote, this is a dumb question, but when I get allergies, that's obviously it means I could be allergic, even though it's not a big deal. But like when I get those allergies where I'm stuffy, that's an allergy. That means I'm allergic to.
Yeah, so
something.
there's something in the air. So when I did this earlier this year, I found out I'm allergic to some kind of tree that doesn't grow anywhere in our hemisphere, but like still like that's a thing. But now I take drops every morning to counteract the allergy. I'm basically micro dosing myself with the stuff to prevent allergies from flaring up.
Yeah,
Do we have
I do that every day.
A drum roll over there ready to go. Can I just hear the drum roll, please?
Yeah, there it is.
All right. So we've got an envelope I'm going to open, and we're going to find out what Darius is allergic to do. And we're going to do that as soon as we return on Grant and Danny.
Pulled the Ryan Seacrest
right here on the Fan. Harris Dameron's in studio. We've got a gigantic spread of seafood that was brought in by our guy Brandon from Jumbo Lump Cakes. We got to thank him. JumboLumpCakes.com. Check them out. They are in Manassas. They got the best crab cakes in the Manassas area, and Jumbo Lump Crab Cake Company has as good a crab cake as I've had.
They are fantastic.
Full stop. Yeah, they're really good.
I can speak to it because I just housed one.
So the question is, will Darius be housing one, or are we going to eat the two that are assigned to him? Can you show people your plate on the YouTube chat really quickly?
Sure. It's a little less than it was before.
There's been a lot of banter about how Danny had a full plate all of last segment.
So there you go. Is that showing up there on the old camera?
Spin it the other way
Tilted
where there's a lot of plate missing.
Yeah.
Yeah. He just destroyed a bunch of food.
That was potato salad
during the break.
And that was shrimp pasta, and then the crab balls, crab cakes. There were more of those before, and the hush puppies are there.
All right, so I'm going to open the envelope now. Okay, if you're watching on the stream, you will see that I'm pulling out a piece of paper here. So what they've done, it looks like, is they have the results of the test that if you're a doctor, you can read. I'm not one. But then they have written on some paper here, like what you would give on a prescription on.
Okay.
The very specific answers to the questions at hand. Okay?
So you know it right now.
I know it right now.
You're looking right at the answer.
I am. Your life.
You know my fate.
You're going to find out if you're the dad or not right here.
Is in my hand. I'm going to go. So they actually have 4 different categories.
Oh.
Look at Darius.
That's
all right.
So many different suits.
All right. So let's start with cashews.
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 Oh, that's specific.
Darius Dameron, when it comes to cashews, you are allergic.
Yeah. Yeah.
You are absolutely allergic.
We thought that one. We thought that one, right? We thought that one.
Okay.
Okay. We thought that
We're
one.
in an okay place.
No cashew
Get your
chicken.
EpiPen.
We got it. Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go pecans. Let's go pecans.
Pecan. Southern style. Pecan.
Darius Dameron, when it comes to pecans, you are allergic.
Damn it. I wasn't sure about that. That's no pecan pie for you.
All right. Let's go peanuts. Shall we go peanuts?
Yeah. Okay.
We kind of know where this is
I'm
going.
pretty sure I know this one.
This is tough.
They're part of the same family.
By the way, if you're watching Darius on the stream, he is just crestfallen.
Poor guy.
Darius, when it comes to peanuts, you are not allergic.
What?
He's
What?
not allergic to peanuts.
No way.
He's not allergic to peanuts.
How is that possible?
You are not allergic to peanuts.
Oh my God.
It says, and I quote, again, I don't want to be, if you die, it's not my fault.
Don't eat them. Call the doctor first.
It's written right here, and it says, no allergy to peanut.
Holy
It
crap.
says,
Stunned.
It says allergy to cashews and pecans.
Okay.
No allergy to peanut.
I mean, those things could be in trail mix, which could be what happened.
Yeah.
Maybe I had a reaction to cashew.
So I have to do the
or
follow-up
pecan.
where you
Yeah.
call them.
Guy,
But
let's go to a Nats game tonight and eat peanuts. All the
buy
peanuts I
Darius
eat-
some peanuts and Cracker Jacks. Let's go.
I don't care if we ever get
I can
back
have Five
for
Guys again.
Oh my God.
Just strut
You
right
get
into
Five
Five Guys.
This is incredible.
Tomorrow, let's get Five Guys.
We
My
can't. We're
buddy.
on location.
Oh,
We're doing Monday. We're doing it Monday.
Okay.
Monday's Five Guys.
We're coming your way,
I
Rockville.
mean, Vince McMahon walk into that SOB.
Wow. Guy, we're eating Five Guys.
That's major.
That
is a huge development.
Peanut oil. Silly.
Let's go.
How psyched are you?
I'm through the moon right
Now,
now. I can't believe
even
this.
if you can't eat any seafood, this has been a win.
This is a big time win.
Okay.
I mean,
Big time
you guys
victory.
are asleep on the fact you haven't even brought up that he can now eat Reese's cups, which is one of his
I can't-
favorite
I
candies.
can't wait to have a frozen Reese's cup.
Are you gonna have? They're out there.
Yeah.
I'm gonna talk to the doctor first. But
It's
once
right.
I
Double check.
Just talk to the
Double check.
doctor.
Just let's all.
I
We're
just
just
wanna
double
say
checking.
No
Double
allergy
check.
to peanuts.
Let's all double check.
All right.
here's the big one.
Fish.
Oh boy.
Fish.
All right.
Fish. Garrus, when it comes to fish, you are allergic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You are
Damn, there
it
allergic
is.
to fish. Your parents were wrong.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, buddy. That swelling tongue was
Take
real.
that, Dad.
Could I have more halibut?
Not a great place right now. Not a great place.
Baba, Dad, could I have more people?
Honestly, I mean, this is a huge victory finding out I'm not allergic to
The
peanuts.
peanut situation is incredible.
I
That's
will definitely take
Kung
that.
Pao chicken on Saturday, bro.
I think this was
That's
worth
incredible.
it for that.
I think
if
it's
I could
very
say
worth
that.
it for that.
And then shellfish is the last category.
Oh, you said there's
Fish is what we just did.
okay.
And then there's a shellfish category.
Yeah, all right. Let's hear it.
This is really why we're here.
Garris, when it comes to shellfish, you are not allergic! Eat that crab cake, baby! You are not allergic! You can eat crab cake. Allergic to all fish, not shellfish. No allergy to peanut. Allergic to cashews and pecans. By God, that's Darren Dameron's music.
I am so happy for you. I don't get happy for other people, but I'm happy for you.
You are not allergic to peanuts.
Let's
or
go.
Shellfish.
I mean, the way you sold that, first of all, is incredible.
Thank you.
Grant Povich.
I'm on the brink of cutting onions in front of me right here.
Shed some tears,
Wow.
baby.
What in the world? This is crazy.
Here's your note. Look at it. Read it to the people.
Oh wow,
Read what you see.
I mean, she did this perfectly. Allergic to all fish, not shellfish. No allergy to peanut. Allergies to cashews and pecans.
That's unbelievable.
Wow. I want to thank the great people at the Advanced Asthma Allergy Science Center in Upper Marlboro.
Peanuts
Thank you.
and shellfish are back on the menu.
Buy me some peanuts and shellfish. I don't care if we ever get back.
Can you believe it, dude?
This is incredible. This is absolutely incredible, guys.
Peanuts
What a
and
day.
shellfish.
Hey, standing O for Darius.
Yeah, that's for Darius. That's for Darius.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Wow. Clary, what do you think? What a moment in show history.
I mean, all right, there's like a selfish part of me.
A shellfish part?
A
Oh, thank you.
shellfish part of me that like kind of wanted him to be allergic because I was hungry for that extra crab cake. But like, other than that, like I'm really happy for Darius because number one, I always have peanut butter crackers around me. Somewhere I have peanut butter pretzels, so I don't have to worry about that anymore. I don't have to like wipe counters down and everything. But I am happy for Darius. He gets to enjoy a crab cake, shrimp as well, which is, by the way, his favorite shellfish. He talks about shrimp all the time. I've asked him many times.
That's all I want to
You're a
shrimp.
shrimp guy.
He's a shrimp guy.
You're about to be a real shrimp guy.
I can't wait to eat shrimp. It's going to be so great. My dad just texted me, by the way, and said, wow, with multiple
They must be doing
points.
a hell of a segment over on 980.
What's Russell talking about?
Yeah, what's
Is it a big topic?
He's like, you won't believe what Russell just said about Jaden Davis.
He's like, Darius, I'm listening to Sheehan from earlier, and oh my God, he had Ben Standing on again.
That's a bit. All right.
Sorry,
He's a
buddy.
big church guy.
I love
Thanks
church.
to church.
Garris, I'm proud of you.
Thank
You're
you,
coming to
Rose.
my house to eat crabs this summer.
I can't wait for
You're
a crab
coming to my
feast.
house to eat shrimp.
I cannot wait.
We're going to just meet somewhere in DC and eat peanuts for
Can we
some
go to-
reason.
Can we go to the Winter Harbor together?
Yes, of course.
Love the Winter Harbor so much.
Man, oh man.
I'm blown away.
This is big.
So, the cashew pecan situation, okay, that's kind of what I thought. The peanut swerve was a wonderful appetizer before the shellfish situation.
Shellfish.
Dude, peanuts, man.
You're dragging it out. Go get your crab cakes.
That's
and
true.
let's watch you not
Yeah,
die.
enjoy
while-
yourself. Like, I got peanuts around, and I'm like, oh, sorry, Darius, I'll go to another room.
Danny, you're not getting a third crab cake. I'll tell you that
That's
right
totally
now.
fine, my friend.
Mike Golick Jr. joins us next. Let's talk football. Week 10, and the Commanders getting ready for the Steelers. tweeting right now a picture that somebody took off the YouTube page of the moment that we found out Darius was not allergic to shellfish. And they said, pure joy, congrats, Darius. It's the funniest image. I'm going to post that at Grant H. Paulson right now for you. Very, very funny. Welcome back. You're locked into the Fan. We're taking you up to 6:30 today. The local footballers are building a foundation for success on the field. You should do the same. Think about your future. The exclusive sponsor of our show will help, the law firm Condori and Murad. They will update your last will and testament, set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation for their estate planning attorneys today. Visit kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Danny, we're out and about tomorrow. Field trip Friday to Maryland.
Sports and Social in Bethesda, North Bethesda, whatever I'm supposed to call it. Trust me, that's exactly what it is. But we will be there. We've had this incredible run, 3 different locations. They've all been a blast. But we'll be there 2 to 6:30 doing our program. It's on Grand Park Avenue in North Bethesda. Just trying to get the nomenclature right. But Sports and Social, we will be there.
Let's go to the guest hotline right now. Welcome onto the show, Mike Golick Jr. of DraftKings. Very, very excited to talk football with him going into Week 10. Mike, you're on in D.C., home of the first place and still defending division leader, Washington Commanders at 7-2. We can't believe what's happening here. What's your take from the outside in on these Commanders?
Yeah, it's been that kind of season where I think for so many of us nationally looking at and trying to prognosticate this upcoming season, we were looking around going, all right, who has the ingredients to do the Texans thing? We all seem to like the Texans thing. C.J. Stroud comes in and balls. Miko Ryan is the hot young coach that everyone's trying to get their hands on. And they come together and vibe check an entire organization back into relevance. And everyone was looking at Chicago and going, all right, well, Matt Eberflus isn't new, but he's getting a new lease on life, and Caleb Williams, someone we really like here. There's too much wrong in Washington. We won't ignore that they meet all the criteria of new defensive head coach, now albeit one getting his second crack, and young, very talented quarterback that people like, and the second quarterback off the board in his respective draft, much like CJ was. So it's been fun watching it come together, and I think the most enjoyable part has clearly been how much buy-in Dan Quinn has gotten. His second time around here, a guy that seemed beloved by the defensive players in Dallas, now seemingly getting the whole team and an entire organization coming off of what you guys know, one of the worst eras in football in terms of ownership and the effect it had on an organization. It's been great to see the Commanders fun, relevant, easy to root for, all things that were hard to say before.
Where do you have them in the NFC, Mike?
I mean, I think in the NFC, it's really the race now between them and Philadelphia. Everyone else has sort of been, dead and gone and off to the side. I think top end for the NFC is really hard to legislate right now, just because the teams that we expected to dominate that conversation, and the 49ers have certainly fallen back to the pack a little bit there. The NFC South in a little bit of disarray. We know the NFC North, the Detroit Lions feel like the surest stock at this point, and Minnesota got off to such a hot start. Maybe Sam Darnold leveling off a little bit now. So I would say the NFC hierarchy for me is, hey, I put the Detroit Lions number one above everybody else right now. I think they've earned that right. I think after that, hey, San Francisco, if they get Christian McCaffrey back healthy and those things start to load up, I'm confident in betting on the pedigree, experience, and continuity of that team over most others. And then when you get into, the Rams, the Minnesota Vikings, the Philadelphia Eagles, and the Commanders, I think everybody in that tier, a lot of it's going to be dependent on who's healthiest down the stretch, which we know is kind of the baseline for everybody else. But, being able to bet on a rookie quarterback preparing these guys for a true postseason run is something that's still a bridge too far for some, but I think Jaden and this coaching staff have earned the right to be in this conversation.
What's your take on Jaden Daniels and whether or not it's too early to say he is the rookie of the year, like he's going to win the award definitively? Also about him as an MVP candidate.
Him as an MVP candidate, probably a bridge too far at this point. I think, Lamar Jackson is a two-time MVP who's blowing his own MVP numbers out of the water on the best offense in football right now. Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes doing less with more. And, for Jaden, some of it, the gaudy passing stats aren't going to be there just yet in terms of like touchdown production. But, I won't let that stop us from watching what we've seen and it having an impact. But offensive rookie of the year, that one I'm comfortable saying it would take a Herculean effort at this point for someone to pry that out of his hands. Now, I would say as we handicap the Offensive Rookie of the Year race, Brock Bowers not getting nearly enough love for going and doing what he's doing on a team that has nothing else to get excited about offensively. But I think Jaden Daniels has that one pretty firmly sewed up.
Mike Golick Jr. with us here on G&D. So just in terms of, I would love for you to quantify what we're actually seeing. Like, we know he's been incredible, and it's that high floor. Like, there haven't been any of those, well, that's a rookie doing rookie type things, whether it's the 5 interception game or a bunch of fumbles or putting the ball in harm's way or forcing things. It just seems to have been so easy for him. And I know it's not that easy. Try to quantify this for us. What are we seeing in terms of where he fits historically among rookie quarterbacks?
Yeah, I think, like, obviously, I don't think passing numbers wise, he's going to hit what we saw from, like prime Andrew Luck or Cam Newton or even CJ Stroud in the passing totals from last year. But I do think looking at him, the area that to me is one of the big ones, and this is not to discredit the group I'm about to mention, the offensive line outperformed my expectations this year, taking, the guys that were former Chiefs backups and rotation players, bringing Tyler Biadasz over from Dallas, a guy that Dan Quinn knew really well, who's kind of helped set the foundation for that group. And having a veteran like that with a rookie quarterback goes a long way at the center spot, where that's a brain trust that kind of works in tandem before most plays. But you look, I think they're second or third in the NFL in yards before contact per rush, which is usually two parts. It's an offensive line stat. How well is that group blocking, making sure that running backs aren't getting hit and touched until a couple of yards down the field. But in my mind, that's also a mobile quarterback stat. You see the teams they're up there with are the Philadelphia Eagles, the aforementioned Baltimore Ravens. So having him there and what he's meant to that rushing attack and how potent he's been in that aspect of the game, I think goes a long way along with the backfield they've got, bringing Austin Eckler over, Brian Robinson, and what he's meant to that team. I think that's one of those areas where you've seen a real tangible impact that's made this team a real threat.
I want to dig a little deeper into the Marshawn Lattimore trade. We've talked a lot about what it does at corner, which was their weakest position. But what we got into yesterday kind of as a second level is maybe you play more man. You don't have to play as much too high. Maybe you bring Jeremy Chin down in the box. And even though they didn't add the D tackle that might have helped stop the run, a big, road grading type, smart car that has to be moved, maybe he does inadvertently help against the run as well. I mean, what's your thought on that?
Yeah, and no, to your point, and I don't know how many moves there were out there necessarily on the defensive front that were going to be realistic. And so Marshawn Lattimore, when you look at the trade deadline, of the players that were going to be available from a team like New Orleans that was going to be selling, it's about as good as you could have hoped for. A guy that's still got a lot of real good ball left in him, most people think. And so, yeah, I think one of the ways to remedy the run defense problem can be, hey, let's just change the math problem there. If we can't personnel through this thing until the offseason, why don't we try and at least just add numbers to the box? So I think you're absolutely right. And as he gets up to speed, listen, coming in and fitting in what Dan Quinn wants to do defensively, I'm not going to say that there's not intricacies, but especially if one of your goals is play a little bit more man coverage, that's sort of the universal solvent and something that everyone can kind of understand. Hey, go check the good guys so that we can throw more run defenders in.
What's a successful year for Washington? I mean, because they've already gone past their win total. I mean, they were at 6.5 in a lot of books for the year. So this is kind of uncharted territory for us. But now that they're here, what should we, at the end of it all, I mean, obviously winning the Super Bowl would be great, but what's kind of the minimum we'd go, you know what, that was still pretty damn good?
I mean, God, at this point, I would say you're already there. Like, the rest of it is really gravy at this point. But I said a while back, and now some of this has changed because as the Eagles got A.J. Brown back and Devontae Smith back on the field, and what Saquon Barkley's done since he's come over there, combined with some of their rookies coming on. I mean, Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean in the secondary have started to look awesome as of late. And so I think it's going to be a real dogfight for who ends up winning that division. But I said it a few weeks ago talking to Dad on the show. We've arrived at the point now, based on the conversation, again, the Commanders have earned their way into with their play, where it could be looked at as a disappointment if you don't go out and win the division this year with the way things have shook out. That's how well they've played. And I say all that, even if they go and somehow Philadelphia and the weight of all that talent ends up going and getting the job done if they win the division there. Yeah, it might be a bit of a missed opportunity, but man, if you're Washington already, coming in this year, finding your quarterback of the future, seeing the foundation set the way they've done it in year one, you feel like this is the beginning of a lot more. And now, hey, look only as far as Houston to see it doesn't always work like that. Success and progress aren't always linear in this league because the looming specter of injury, you got to continue to evolve year to year. But again, finding the quarterback is the hardest thing to do, and you guys have done it.
Mike Golick Jr. with us on Grant and Danny. I want to go back to the conference combo we were having earlier in the discussion, because I'm with you on Detroit. I think they're head and shoulders better, and we've kind of said Washington could be the second best team. What does that second tier look like with Washington, though? And you mentioned a couple of these teams in passing, but Atlanta seems to be trending up. Offensively, they're getting better and better. I just don't trust their defense. They're 6-3 in a bad division. They'll probably win the South. But Philly, who may well still win the East, Green Bay's got an interception problem, but Jordan Love, when he's not throwing picks, makes ridiculous throws and is as good as there is otherwise. The Bears are a tough customer. Washington just played them. Like, what do you make of the rest of the NFC right now?
I think a lot of the teams you just mentioned, the NFC South is interesting to me because, man, Tampa just refuses to die. Like, that's a team that very could have easily beaten the undefeated, two-time defending Super Bowl champions on the back of basically just Baker Mayfield and the Pips on offense. So I do think that's a team I won't count out in the South, but I'm with you. Not trusting the Falcons generally tends to be good business, even when it feels like it's going in the right direction. But I think aside from that, you look at the NFC North, that's a 3-team division that looks like it could be playoff teams outside of, Detroit, they're in the Super Bowl weight class. They're vying for something bigger than that. But Minnesota is a team that if they can weaponize enough good Sam Darnold, and that's pretty easy to do when you've got Justin Jefferson there, to go along with that defense, they got a chance to be a team that can make a playoff run. Green Bay, we watched get hot the second half of the season last year. Jordan Love, when he gets going, can play 9 games of the best quarterback in the NFL if you're not careful. And Jeff Hafley's defense has been a lot more aggressive this year. But I'm going to be honest, the division that intrigues me the most in the NFC is the West, because you do have a team in, San Francisco who's been to the dance a few times, and the core of this roster, when healthy, is still all of that DNA. But then the Los Angeles Rams, man, all of us were bracing for impact as to how bad this thing could crater. And then Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua both decided to come back on Thursday Night Football and sort of knock our socks off. So as long as Puka doesn't get thrown out for another really weak punch to the face, this is a team offensively that's as good as any in football on their best day with Matthew Stafford, that rushing attack with Kyron Williams and those receivers. And don't look now, hey, the back end of that defense is still a little ways away, but they've been opportunistic, and the front seven are young, incredibly aggressive, and putting a lot of pressure on opposing quarterbacks. So the Rams once again look like a really dangerous team in the NFC.
How is Kansas City doing this? Like, I understand they got Pat Mahomes, but they have a worse point differential than the Chargers. They've given up almost 50 more points than the Chargers in the same number of games, yet one team's 8-0, using all sorts of misdirection and magic and illusions and spells, and the Chargers are 5-3, and they're pretty good. That's one way of example. I think they have the 8th best point differential in the sport, and here they are 8-0.
Because they do really well in situations that make other people blink is probably like the shortest answer I can say. When it gets tight at the end of the game, they're at their best. Like Chris Canty was a guy, Super Bowl champion for the Giants, and I used to do radio with. And he said, can you be at your best when your best is required? And that's an easy thing to say and a really hard thing to do. As someone myself that was a longtime college backup, late blooming starter, back end of the roster, tryout guy in the NFL, man, when you get in the lights are bright right there, a lot of the rest of us normal players, you get nervous, your heart starts beating faster. And the Chiefs just kind of default to the standards that they've set there for themselves for a while. Pat knows, hey, when it gets tough, I can break glass on the Travis Kelce thing and just keep going at him. Hey, the interior of our offensive line, no matter who's in the backfield, is still going to be able to clear out holes. And Steve Spagnuolo on defense always seems to have the right answer for, hey, when a team's driving down in the red zone for a chance at a go-ahead or a big third down late in the game, he's got some designer blitz you haven't seen the entire game. Andy Reid's got a formation that he saved till overtime that he hasn't run that all of a sudden produces the big gain. Like, they just never really blink or flinch. And when it's time to go out there and win in critical moments, that's the time they're at their best.
Tonight, Thursday Night Football, Mike, we're jacked up for the game. You got the Bengals in Baltimore taking on the Ravens. Cincinnati needs the game more than Baltimore does. The Bengals are 4-5. They're just on the outside of the playoff picture right now. What do you anticipate tonight?
A lot of points. I mean, hopefully we get an absolute carbon copy of what we got in Week 5. If you're a Bengals fan, you obviously hope that doesn't end the same way with the Doink field goal and then losing in overtime to Derrick Henry. But I just think points will be aplenty in this game because the Baltimore secondary, yeah, I know they were also active at the trade deadline, but I don't know what Tre'Davious White affords you in 2024 based off what we saw at the beginning of this season. And so for the rest of that team, they don't get pressure on the quarterback very much. And that secondary has shown, hey, with enough time, you can find holes back there. And Joe Burrow is playing lights out football on the other side. The difference is the Bengals defense outside of Trey Hendrickson doesn't really do anything overly well. And you're going against maybe the best offense in football. I mean, we talked about it. The stats they're putting up right now in terms of points per game and yardage per game have only been accomplished by the greatest show on turf 2000 St. Louis Rams and then the 2013 Denver Broncos that annihilated every record known to man. So I just think this Ravens team, all they're going to need is a little bit of help from a defense that has a core I think can count on more so than what's on the other side for the Bengals on defense. And offensively, Lamar Jackson, the way he's playing right now alongside Derrick Henry, who looks like he found the fountain of youth in Baltimore, I just think that team is too much for most anyone to overcome right now.
Mike, this was awesome, man. Really appreciate the time and insight, buddy. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Great segment. There's Mike Golick Jr. with us on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Coming up at the top of the hour at 4 o'clock, 40 minutes out, we've got tickets to Iron Maiden ahead of the Beltway Blitz. You better be listening. Next, though, these two upcoming games, and you would say over the next 2 weekends, but it's not even that. 7 days from now, basically is what we're talking about.
We're doing it again.
The Steelers on Sunday, and then the Eagles this coming Thursday, a week from today. That's going to tell us everything we need to know about these Commanders. I want to look at that. Plus, the Nats just sent out a press release to announce their start times. There's a lot made about their 6:45 first pitches all season, whether that was a good decision or a bad decision. Are they sticking with the 6:45 weekday start time? We'll tell you next on The Fan. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Bad news to those of you who, like me, hated the 6:45 p.m. starts for the Nationals this past season. They are sticking with that start time for their weekday games. They just released the start times for all of their games on their schedule this season. Their home games, Danny, in the evening, 6:45 p.m. They will keep their 4:05 Saturday games. Sundays will be 1:35, as has been the case. And any weekday afternoon games on getaway days are mostly going to be at 12:05 or 1:05 this season. So no changes really to start time. After last year, they went from the traditional 7:05 to the trend around the league, 6:45, so kids can stay a little longer, games end earlier. And there's a lot of good to that. What I really hate, though, is, and you just see it, people have a hard time getting there for the first pitch. And if you're paying for a game and it's shorter than it's ever been, and so you're getting there, let's say it's 7:25, whereas maybe you used to miss half of one inning, or you get there in the bottom of the first, it might actually be the third inning by the time you get there. And then the game goes way faster and it's over at 9:20 or whatever. And you're going home having seen 5.5 innings of baseball, paying the same ticket price.
Yeah. So I think if that was widespread, I don't know that the team would want to do it as to your point. Like, in other words, you go, I got someone who's not going to be in my ballpark for 3 innings a lot. That's not good business. So I bet you they've thought about it and studied that. You're 100% right. That's going to be a problem for somebody. There's no perfect solution. There's no perfect start time. There's no way to get everybody there or keep them there or whatever's the case may be. But I think the thought is people are working and commuting differently. You know what I mean? Like on a regular workday where someone actually does go into the office. I can't even tell you the number of times that like people just leave at 3, leave at 4 because the kids have a
no
thing or
such
whatever.
thing as a 9 to 5 anymore.
Yeah, so people don't do it the same way.
If you're in your office, you can leave earlier. But I just see it. I'm at a lot of games. You see people that center field traffic.
Well, you're totally right. Yeah,
is now in the first and second inning. It used to be bigger right before the game. And also, I've just talked to too many of my buddies that do have grown-up jobs, that don't get off 30 minutes before the game, no matter what time the game is, like you and I, because we're directly tied on the flagship to the Nats.
When we stop, they start.
Exactly. No matter when we stop, 30 minutes later, they start during the baseball season. But there are so many people who tell me, yeah, I can't make it until 7:30 or whatever because I'm at work or I'm doing this or I'm coming from my kid's practice. And so I think the idea is good because I've also been able to take my kids to games at night and they do last longer. They are able to stay up and see more baseball at home, which I think is part of it too, not just the in-house element.
Both, yeah.
My kids are able to watch more innings and the game goes fast and it starts at 7:05. There's games that are over at 9:30, which is amazing. So it's basically a decision as to you're losing one or the other. Which one is it?
Yeah,
like,
it's always
your
a trade-off
kind of deal.
One thing just to note, 20th anniversary season. That's not lost on me. It's still, we're rapidly approaching the teetering point here, but it's still more than half my life without baseball in Washington, D.C., but we're rapidly closing to where it's going to be even, and then it'll be more time with than without. And that seemed unfathomable to me.
So this will
as
be
a
their
kid growing up.
21st season.
See this? Here we go.
And their 20th anniversary.
So I'm just reading from the press release. The
I
team will
know.
open its 20th anniversary season. So doesn't that mean it's their 21st season?
I don't know. I think it does. They started in 2005. If you count every single season, my guess is this is the 21st year of Nationals baseball.
I'm going to have to do it now.
But it is the 20th anniversary because it was April of 05.
Right, I remember that.
But you know how that math works. It's really hard. We used to have this debate with Blue Shorts based on the cup they passed out for their 10th anniversary, whatever it was. That's how long we've been around doing this now. Decade ago, we would have this big debate. Was this their 11th season and their 10th year?
But what anniversary is it?
I think it's their 21st season of baseball and their 20th anniversary, which is not that crazy. Like when I turned 36, it was my 37th year on the planet.
Yeah, so they've played 20 years from 05 through 24. So it's always one less than you'd think.
Seasons.
That's seasons. This will be their 21st season, 20th anniversary.
Correct.
Yeah.
I think we got that.
I think we got it.
That seems easy enough.
You got it.
Commanders have the Steelers on Sunday, and then 4 days later, they have the Eagles. They are trying to win Pennsylvania here. Okay.
Good bet.
Pittsburgh and then Philadelphia. Steelers coming here with an elite championship caliber defense. Eagles hosting with, I think, a defense they'll be able to move the ball on and score on, but a scarier offense in terms of weaponry. Best 2-game stretch in terms of opponents they dealt with all year.
Yeah, it's not hyperbolic either. It's a combined 12-4 record between the two teams. This is like old school NFC East type stuff, right? Back in the 80s and 90s when you had a couple juggernaut opponents and you happened to play the best team from the AFC the week before. This is rare that you're going to play two teams back-to-back that are this good.
So if they go 2-0 in this next 2-game stretch, what are we going to be saying? Versus if they go 1-1 and if they lose both. I want to go through all three of those possibilities. Let's go in reverse.
Okay.
They lose twice in 5 days to the Steelers and the Eagles.
Mm-hmm.
They are now 7-4. They're very well positioned to make the playoffs. They're still an odds-on favorite to be a wild card team with very favorable tie-breaking metrics. But at that point, you'd imagine they're no longer tops in the NFC East. And because for the moment, at least, they wouldn't have the tiebreaker, the Eagles would be the most likely team to win the division.
Mm-hmm.
What will we be saying?
This is another set of good games against good teams that they haven't come out on top. The 4 best teams they would have played, they would have lost all 4 of those.
So it's those 2 games, the Ravens and the Bucks?
Yeah, you'd say, right? Now, Tampa's not the same team now that they were then. Week 1, Tampa was good. We saw it the first part of the season when they had everybody healthy, et cetera. Tampa this week, no Evans, no Godwin, missing a bunch of guys. But that you kind of go, okay, they're still ahead of schedule. They're still good. In fact, they're probably at the top of the good bucket. But maybe not quite ready for all of the things that we're dreaming about. Maybe not quite ready for all of the this parade or this NFC title game or whatever. Whether that's fair or not, that's kind of going to be, I think, the point of discussion where you go, you've beaten bad teams. I talk about this all the time. If you beat bad teams, you go to the playoffs. If you beat some of the good teams, you get home field advantage. And that's a season. And there you go, right? You go 500 against excellent teams, you're ahead of the game. You're a legit contender. So if you don't win either of these 2 games, you're going to go, okay, as you said, they're very well positioned. They're still going to the postseason. There's still a lot to be happy about. And that's a bummer, but maybe we have to slow our roll a little bit, but we're still, doing really well.
So I think the national discourse around the Commanders is going to be, if they were to lose both of the upcoming games, they are a paper tiger. I think that's what people are mostly going to be saying. Now, everybody loves Dan Quinn. Everybody loves Jaden Daniels. We got some guys in the Cool Kids Club. So I don't think anyone's going to be selling on Washington in the grand scheme of things in the big picture. Everyone will still be putting the Commanders over nationally. But I think they're going to say what you're talking about, which is when they play good teams, they lose. They beat up on the bad teams. That's certainly not how I'm going to feel. Assuming they're competitive in those 2 games, I guess how they play them is going to determine a lot for me. I'm just going to feel like football happened. I think they've already proven themselves to be really good. There's a half season left, so they're going to have to, at different points, continue to prove that and keep showing up and keep showing that you're good. But I'm not going to view it as a referendum if they lose to Pittsburgh and Philly, that they actually weren't as good as we thought, or we put our, the cart before the horse, so to speak. It's not really how I'm going to be thinking about it, unless they lay a couple of eggs and they just get exposed in areas where we didn't know they weren't that good, or some of the issues that haven't reared their head over several weeks now suddenly become problems. That's not normally how it works. I mean, the sample size of a half season is generally good enough to know if something is a big issue, we will have seen it already. It's not like they played 2 or 3 games. They played 9 out of their 17, man. They played more than half of the quarters they're going to play this season. So that's if they go 0-2. If they split, are we going to be in the same boat as we're in right now? Does it matter? I mean, obviously the Eagles game is way more important because it's in the conference, in the division. It's head-to-head with the team you're trying to beat for the NFC East. So if you could split, you want to win the Eagles game more so than the Steelers game. But I wonder if they are, say, 8-3, 1-1, that to me would feel like more of a positive than a negative.
It would here too for me, yeah. I mean, because again, it's one of the 2 or 3 best teams you've played at this point. You can quibble over where you put Pittsburgh.
Like you'd have your best win that you don't currently have right now, your signature win.
And there it is. So if you drop one at home and then you have to turn around 3.5 days later and go play in Philadelphia when they're likely to be 7-2 coming into the weekend, and you win that game, I'll take that right now. Sight unseen. I'll take that. I'll take 1-1 if you perform that. I would sign up for that, as if you offer me that blind, like door number 2. You know what I mean? Like you'd be 8-3 with a commanding lead in the division because now you've beaten Philadelphia. Your divisional record is, I think, 3-0 at that point, and you're well ahead of things.
Ooh, that's a very fun question. Actually, I'm going to jot this down to come back to. So you're saying right now, either the whatever happens or 1-1. You would take 1-1.
Yeah, if I get to touch a button, like one of those weird movies where you touch a button and something happens that you can't see, they go 1-1. They lose to Pittsburgh and beat Philadelphia 4 days later. I'm signing right now.
Okay, so in that order.
Yeah.
Like you would not sign up sight unseen for 1-1.
No.
You would sign up 1-1 with a win over the Eagles.
Yes.
Ooh, that's fun. I think that's the right answer.
Versus take your chances. Maybe you go 2-0. Maybe you go 1-2.
Because I do think they can go 2-0.
I think they can too.
They're favored over the Steelers. I don't know if they're going to be favored over the Eagles. I'd like to see a look-ahead line on that. See if you can find that, Darius. They're on the road. Philly gets 2 points, maybe 2.5 there, depending on what the Lynx home field advantage is. I'm confident enough in them that I wouldn't take the deal or no deal style, over what's in the case. I would not do that, definitely if I didn't know which one they're getting. Because they would win the one that matters more, I think I would probably have to. The Eagles game is the biggest game of their year until they play the Eagles again. Those will be the 2 biggest remaining games on their schedule.
At the moment, our friends at FanDuel have the Eagles favored by 3 at home.
3 points, really? So I guess that's not that surprising, although they are saying on a neutral site, Philly would win that game too. Worse in the standings. Haven't been as impressive, but they're the Eagles, and Washington, I guess, is the team that's been bad for 30 years.
Probably part of it, I would say. Yeah, and what you do well, Washington maybe struggles with in terms of weaponry and the like. AJ Brown's health
on
is
the other side, though, too.
Totally fair. AJ Brown's health, I think, is a major question there. As Goddard's getting healthy, although that's usually lasts for about an hour and a half.
Maybe they feel like the Eagles have a better win or better wins on their resume. They beat the Bengals more handily. They got blown out by the Bucs as well. They lost to the Falcons. Their best win is Green Bay. That's a really good win. But if you remember, that was not in the United States of America.
That was a weird game.
And it was in week 1. It was on the opening Friday night of the season. So I don't know how relevant that really is at this point. Do they have a good win other than the Green Bay win?
That's their best win.
But I'm dismissing. I mean, you could count it if you want to. They played the Packers.
Yeah.
But it was a weird surface, slipping and falling all over the place. They didn't even play that well in that game. Since then, if you don't give them that on a neutral site, do they have a good win?
Bengals is the next best thing. Bengals playing better now than they were then.
Too.
I know. The way they did it, it wasn't like if Cincinnati misses a chip shot field goal, which Evan McPherson never misses, then you have to go for 2 twice. Like Philadelphia handled Cincinnati. But again, that's I hate doing the transitivity game where you're going, well, this team beat this team by this amount, which means they're better or worse.
If we're playing that game, they barely beat the Browns.
Totally.
Washington beat the brakes off of.
Exactly. So it cuts both ways there. I mean, they were dominating Jacksonville until they weren't, right? I mean, they probably could have very easily lost that game too. So yeah, I mean, trying to make that value proposition of going 1-1 if that one is Philadelphia. The more puzzling question for me is, would I just sign up for 1-1 right now?
That's what I'm wondering.
Regardless.
I think we should take calls on that later, maybe next hour. To finish out the exercise, we talked about 0-2 and 1-1. They're 2-0.
Hello, operator. Can you book me a suite in New Orleans, please, for me and the fellas?
I mean, Guy, if they beat the Steelers on Sunday and then they go to Philly on Thursday.
In front of us.
We'll be there with our good friends, Condori, Murad, and company at Lincoln Financial Field. But can you imagine if they win both of those games and they're 9-2 after beating 2 playoff teams?
Oh, I'm going to be insufferable.
Then they're the Lions and the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Then they are, it's not the only team better than them is ... Then it's just best team in football. And if they do the same route as the Capitals and the Nats, where do we want to sit during the parade route? Like, those are the conversations.
Those are the convos. 9-2.
9-2. My lips are filled with smile. The Beltway Blitz in 20 minutes. We've got tickets to Iron Maiden right at 4 ahead of the Blitz. Next, our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Don't forget, Alex Smith is on the show today at 6. The former quarterback here in D.C. stops by to talk Jaden Daniels and the changing culture in the nation's capital. It is time, though, for our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports.
GP, I played basketball last night, got home, and then watched my pal Grant Paulson on television, and I got there just in time. I feel so bad for those Nashville folks, by the way. Imagine coming from Nashville. You want to see the city, see the sights, maybe see your hockey team, which started to play a little bit better lately. Caps don't play that well. Maybe we'll get a win for true. Maybe the tides have turned here for the Preds. Barry Trotz is a great leader, man. I'll tell you. He's going to win one for us. Our great history and everything. And then Ovi's got to score a game-winning goal, and you have to go home sad. That's a bummer. Anyway, you did a great job on TV last night.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Love you and DSP and Tark hanging out. Played basketball last night and then played pickleball this morning. Everything hurts. I don't know. Something's going to have to give. I'm going to have to stop something. I need breaks. I need to not go and try and be better. See what I'm saying? Like I'm trying really hard. You know what I mean? Like we do shtick and you make fun and everybody should, right? I know what I look like. I'm goofy. I got my weighted vest on sometimes. I wear my pickleball glove.
Fun.
No, there's mockery and it's good. It's well-earned mockery.
You're working hard. You're exercising. I mean, you're just playing a lot of sports.
I'm just exhausted.
Like you're a child.
And it hurts. It's the hurting and the soreness and the tiredness. That's all. I don't really have a great double play other than to tell you that I'm miserable over here. Like I can't sit right. I can't like lean back. I'm getting spasms every now and again. It's like, what life is this? What's happened? That's all.
Tired, Danny?
Tired, fatigued.
Tired, Danny.
Sore, Danny. At sore, Danny.
Well, you're not giving up pickleball because I know that.
Well, that's true.
So I guess basketball is the first.
Basketball might have to go.
Are you playing anything else or just those two sports?
Those are the two. And I've got, so one of the, we had a listener hanging out with us in the Manassas spot, Uptown Alley, who was a really really good softball player. And he was like, dude, I never see you out there. I'm like, I know, I can't do it. I couldn't do it as much. Like in the fall with football, the games on Sundays. And he's like, don't you miss hitting nukes? I was like, I do. I do miss it. I like hitting it. And then it goes over the fence and everyone goes, ooh, ah. And that feeling of connecting to the ball. I might have to do softball again. It's calling. It's beckoning. So that's going to be a third thing.
But not if you get rid of basketball.
Then it would be a second thing. But basketball, I'm having fun. Sometimes I have fun. Not when I got cooked like last night. What do you want me
to do then?
I don't know.
You're yelling at me.
I'm not yelling at you.
Play less
no, wait a minute.
I know pickleball's not going anywhere.
I'm not yelling at you.
Well, you started by saying something's got to give. Am I just supposed to be listening?
I have these combos with my wife. I was like, do you want me to listen or do you want a solution?
But here's what you did. You complained that you're playing too
I
many
know.
things.
You're right. You're right.
And so I'm saying, okay, well, then you could get rid of basketball because you like pickleball most. And you say, well, I'm going to be adding softball. Okay, well, basketball makes it two things. But now you're telling me you want to keep basketball.
I don't know.
You getting rid of pickleball, guy?
No.
I don't think
No, I'm not.
You built a court in your backyard.
It's also a basketball court.
But it's not there for basketball. That's a nice side effect.
It features basketball. In addition to pickleball.
Why'd you build it?
Pickleball.
Why'd those guys come?
My wife listening. For the kids. We built it for the kids.
Right.
The kids. The kids are named Danny Rouillet.
It's an investment for the
it
kids.
It's so they can play once a month.
It's time for my double play. All right, so we have gotten through. I've punched through a couple of the things that were left on my list. I believe I got to start my Vince McMahon Netflix documentary.
You're going to love
next.
it. You're going to love it.
That's where I'm at. I'm going to start that. I am also, though, going to be soliciting right now those of you who have a good documentary series for me and or true crime or whodunit situation. I'd like any and all of those. Tell me where it streams and what I should be watching at Grant H. Paulson. But basically, the schedule for me right now is, like most people in America,
am I right?
All day Sunday is football. Monday night and Thursday night also go to football. I might be able to sneak in an epi, not an EpiPen like Darius used to use and doesn't anymore, but an epi like an episode. One episode after Thursday night football, possibly if everybody's already asleep. But this is mostly I need something on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Fridays.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's got to be Vince McMahon next because I've been telling you I will watch it.
So you lived a lot of this. And so some of it will be like, oh, I kind of remember
But I
that.
don't
And
need
that's
it to be new. Like I can't watch. This is going to sound really weird. There is not content out there on the DC Sniper that I have not watched. Because as a child, that was a huge part of, like, I was petrified.
Oh, yeah.
It was not that far from me. And, I just ate at that place, or I was across the street from there. And, like, there's not a podcast. There's nothing I haven't listened to.
That's the Home Depot we go to. For sure, yes.
On that. So I don't need something to be new and enlightening and insightful and to give me intel I didn't have to enjoy it, if that makes sense.
It makes perfect sense. So, but what I was going to say is some of it, because you already sort of knew it, but you hadn't thought about it on a daily basis, you go, oh, I remember that. So it gives you that. It gives you some really good insight. They edit it very well. And usually like when you're editing documentary, you go, oh my God, that sounds shady, but you're getting people to say something. So for example, I'll have Eric Bischoff, I'm not spoiling anything, say one thing. And then Vince McMahon, that's what Bischoff said. That's ridiculous. Like boom, like that's awesome.
Right.
Like I'm so entertained by that, by the way.
That's a 10.
No,
I know I will like it for sure. I think I have 2 of those that I don't like. Whatever they put out on it, I'll watch. It would be the as mentioned, the DC Sniper, and September 11th is another one where I've seen every movie, every documentary there is on every flight and all the stuff. Like I consume all of that. Do you have anything like that? When I was a kid, it was the Titanic. Weirdly, I think it just because the movie came out and I was kind of fixated on it. What about you?
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Like, there's no one subject. I'm more of a generalist in that way. Like, I like having like the one nugget I can share with somebody about something. But if anyone wants any follow-up questions, it's like, look over there, and I run away. So like, I like being a tourist in that regard. So to me, it's that we like some of the similar stuff. Give me that. You're not going to believe this bleep, right? Whatever that is, where it's like it sounds stranger than fiction. That sort of stuff I can't get enough of.
Double play on Grant and Danny each and every day, driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealer. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today. We've got those tickets right at the top of the hour. If you want to see Iron Maiden right here on Grant and Danny, you better be listening ahead of the Blitz next. Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067 right now. Congrats. You're going to win 2 tickets to Iron Maiden, the Future Past World Tour. Show is Tuesday, November 12th, coming up hot here. CFG Bank Arena tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. As Washington continues to build the foundation of success on and off the field this season, it is time for you to plan for your future as well. The exclusive sponsor of our show can help. That's the law firm Kandori and Murad. They'll update your last will and testament and set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. It is time for our Beltway Blitz. We'll cover the Wizards and the Commanders, and we'll start off right now on the ice with the Caps. Steve Wino covers puck for the Associated Press. Swino, the Caps are really good. I mean, it is time to just slam the gavel and say this team's legit. They are 9-3. They beat, albeit a team not playing very well, last night in Nashville, a team with a lot of talent at home. What'd you think?
Yeah, GP, this team is good. And something that the Capitals had to do last year was win a lot of games, 2-1, 3-2. They had trouble scoring. This year, no trouble there. They're averaging more than 4 goals a game. The offense is coming from Alex Ovechkin. It's coming from Connor McMichael, who's arguably been their best player. That top line of Ovechkin, Dylan Strome, and Alexei Protas really keying this hot start. They've gotten at least solid, consistent goaltending so far, and they might be getting Jacob Chikrin back this weekend as well.
Okay, so let's do this exercise. We know they're good. We got that. How good? You know what I mean? Like, I know they're good, but like, what does that really mean in the pecking order of the NHL for you, Swano?
Yeah, Danny, I think this is a team that they're a playoff contender. This is a team that's going to be in the playoff mix for a long time. I think there's a little bit of regression to the mean here. I don't think this is a Stanley Cup contending roster. And the biggest question I have over the next several months is, can Logan Thompson and Charlie Lindgren stay healthy? Because this rotation, 1 game on, 1 game off, is something that is working out really well for them. I think things are bound to happen. They're going to have a losing streak at some point. Alex Ovechkin, if he stays this hot, might break this record before February. But at some point, he's going to go cold as well. I think they're a playoff team, but I think you to kind of pump the brakes on the expectations beyond that.
So I get that it would be unlikely for them to make a cup run, and then it doesn't feel like, you know, they are that caliber of team when at the beginning of the season they were in the bottom 5, 7, 8, whatever, in a lot of power rankings. Having said that, just looking at their personnel, like I keep saying with the Commanders, like looking solely at this season and not anything past being prologue, what are they missing? Why wouldn't they be able to make a playoff run based on what's in the building?
Yeah, I think it would be goaltending that is at an elite level. And Charlie Lindgren showed he could do that for a stretch of time last season. He carried them into the playoffs. The reason the Capitals even made it by game 82 was Lindgren last year. But you're counting on Logan Thompson or Charlie Lindgren to be that guy.
And we don't think Thompson has that kind of ceiling?
The injury thing is the biggest question I have about Logan Thompson. His numbers have been okay so far. I mean, his save percentage has not been good. I know he's 6-0, first goalie since Thomas Okun to win his first 6 games for Washington. But I think I still need to see a larger sample size out of him to even start to entertain that possibility.
So I know how younger Ovechkin did this. Right, you go back to age 29 when he had his career high, or one of his top goal scoring seasons at 53. I get that. I get how even a handful of years ago he was doing this. I can't explain this now. I mean, I'm only a couple years older than he is, and we just finished talking about how I feel so tired because I exercised yesterday. Like, this is ridiculous that he's this good finding ways to score at this age. It hasn't happened before. You're sort of running out of ways to explain it.
Yeah, there really is. There's no reason, because nobody's done this. No one's scored this many goals at this age like Alex Ovechkin has. But we've been saying this for several years. And other than Phil Esposito, no one done it in their early 30s or mid 30s like this. He continues to defy expectations and defy sort of father time, for lack of a better term. But I think the one thing about Alex Ovechkin scoring is he's got better players around him than he did during the rough start last year. Like, he didn't get his 8th goal last year until January. He now has 8 goals in the first 13 games of this season because it seems like the team that is built the way that Brian McClellan did it before handing the GM job off to Chris Patrick, it has allowed this team to be able to be better. The pieces fit better. Pierre-Luc Dubois maybe hasn't produced. He's been one of the unluckiest players, but him fitting on a second line, Andrew Mangiapane sort of replacing TJ Oshie and Dylan Strome kind of being allowed to kind of get some chemistry and build time playing with Alex Ovechkin, it's made the entire team better. And when you have a guy like Alex Ovechkin, who opponents don't have to just worry about him, they've got to worry about everybody else. The Capitals are finding some really advantageous matchups for him, and he's taking advantage of those.
For the people who did not think Ovi was going to break the record this year because he's 39, I don't know, maybe you were in that group, I have no idea. It's probably too early to say, okay, it's time to change course on that because he's on pace for 54, but it's only been 12 games. But at what point would you start to say, well, maybe he is going to break the record this year?
Yeah, for those of us who are sort of preparing the stories we're going to need to write when this happens as he gets closer, it's time to start thinking about it. It's time. He's on such a pace now that it would now be, I think if you were setting betting odds, it would probably be favored for Alex Ovechkin to break it this season and not next season. And then there's plenty of questions after that about would he come back and all these other things for last year of a contract. But he even at he needed to be on a 41 goal pace. He's on a 54 goal pace. Now, if we're a month from now and he has some sort of goal drought like he did several times actually last year, then we can revisit this. But I think it would be more expected than not for Alex Ovechkin to break the Gretzky's record before the season's over.
So I know, great as always, buddy. Always appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. Talk to you soon.
Yeah, man. Talk soon. Hit that cap. We just did the caps. The Wizard sounder, please. Buddy Varun Shankar to talk about those very Washington Wizards. I almost said Capitals again, by the way. It's like I literally can't get out of the brain that we just talked about Capitals. Let's talk Wiz. How good is Bilal Coulibaly? Like right now, this minute, good, useful player on a good team, probably. I know they're not, but what's his ceiling, Varun?
Man, it's a great question. I've thrown Paul George comps. I've heard that. I think that those are a little bit lofty, but still realistic based on the trajectory he's shown. He's so far ahead of what anyone could have envisioned based on where he was 2 years ago. I mean, this was a guy who was not considered a premier NBA prospect and then suddenly shot up the draft board. And he has all of the athletic tools to be a impact player. He also has the work ethic and personality that I think could really create a special talent at DC.
Varun, I was reading your piece just a couple days ago, I think, on the 5 things that you analyzed as kind of keys to the Wizards' start, as far as some of the numbers. What did you find as you dug in on some of the stats that really stood out to you?
Yeah, one thing that I was looking at is how much more effective the Wizards are in pace, in transition this year. This is a team that has wanted to play fast for the last 2 years, and they did so last year. But when they did run, they weren't particularly efficient when doing so. And playing fast can be a really good way for teams with less offensive talent to manufacture points. But the Wizards weren't doing it that well last year, but they were still running a lot. This year, they're running a lot, and they're being really effective when doing so, which has made their overall offense a lot better. Part of that is just I think they have more ball handlers on this team. You know, you had Poole last year, but this year you also have Bub Carrington. You also have Keyshawn George. Bilal is more of a ball handler. Even Alex Sarr has shown the ability to handle a decent amount of bringing the ball up court. And that's all making for a much more effective fast break attack.
So 2 things. One, giving you a little bit of flowers here, Varun. I think little things like this are so cool. Like I love Basketball Reference, for example. Right? It's like my go-to. Pro Football Reference too. Like I love, it's one of my home spots. So I like seeing little things like this. So, for example, up at the top of the page, I was going to ask you about Kyle Kuzma. That's the question coming in a second. But regarding Sadiq Bey, it says Coach Brian Keefe said that Bey doesn't have a return timetable. Varun Shankar, the Washington Post reports. Like that's the nugget. Anytime anybody wants to find out the update, they go right there and it's you. I think stuff like that is pretty cool. So kudos. Number 2,
thank you.
Kyle Kuzma's health. What do we know?
Yeah, he's not going to play on Friday against Memphis. He continues to progress. The Wizards are very tight-lipped about the injuries. Kuzma's been doing more and more work with every single time that we see him, whether it's a practice or at, shoot around in the morning practices. I'd anticipate, this is just based on my guess. This isn't something I know from inside the team, but I would not be surprised if we saw him at some point on this 5-game road trip that the Wizards are going on.
As far as the kids go, where are you at on what we've seen from Bub Carrington so far and just his overall transition into the league?
Yeah, I mean, it's been really impressive. This is something that was always going to help Bub coming into the league, was just his basketball knowledge. This is the son of a very prominent AAU coach in Baltimore. So there's someone who's grown up around coaches' families his entire life. There's an anecdote that Jeff Capel, his coach at Pittsburgh, told me, where he was explaining, some pick and roll coverages on one of the first days of practice. And then Bub comes in as a freshman and just gives a dissertation basically on how things should be run. And that's super important. Him being in the starting lineup, Brian Keefe has explicitly said this, is in part because of his understanding of what the Wizards want to do offensively and his ability to get the team organized. You see him, he's handling the ball a lot. He's running and initiating pick and rolls a lot. And when he's in those pick and rolls, one thing I've really liked is that he's not someone who's very effective at the rim just yet. He's pretty skinny. He's young. I think that's something that's going to come with time as he learns more how to finish around NBA defenders a little bit more. But what I really do like is he has a real talent to get to his spot. He's shown a real ability to snake through the paint, show a little bit of dribble moves, get a little mid-range off. His pull-up jump shooting is going to be effective. I think it's going to be a strength for him in the league. And he's got positional size. He's like 6'4". He's got long arms. He's going to be a pretty good defender. He's got the tenacity to do it. If you heard Draymond Green was talking about the energy that Bub and Keyshawn George were throwing at him, the trash talk they gave him, and this is someone who's a competitor. And he's going to be picking up players full court. He's going to be hungry, and I think he's going to be a really good defender in the league from that guard position.
Varun, thank you, buddy. Have a great weekend.
Of course, same to you.
We'll see you, bud. Hit that local 53 sounder, please, Dares. And to discuss the Washington foosball, gentlemen, our guy, Johnny Cake Sawville from the Sports Junks. Cakesy, what's up, buddy?
Boys, before we talk Commanders Steelers, please give me the quick, in a nutshell, update on Garris's potential seafood allergies. I mean, if he's allergic to crab and shrimp and like oysters or scallops, that's just devastating. I need an update.
First of all, very good turn of phrase by saying "in a nutshell." Don't think I didn't notice that, Cakesy.
Yeah,
high quality, tip of the old cap.
Yeah, so in a peanut shell.
Yeah. So the appetizer, by the way, this is as stunning as anything else. Allergic to pecans, Southern style, pecan to the layperson. Allergic to cashews.
Okay,
we thought all that. Not allergic to peanuts.
Cashews are cashews very mediocre when it comes to like nut rankings. Cashews like a play-in nut, in my opinion. But that's neither here nor there.
Well, I love you so much, but that's an inflammatory statement. But we have to move on because there's other information to discuss. So he's not allergic to peanuts. Sure. He's fine with peanuts, which was incredible. And then one of the great reveals, if I can say this in show history, Grant Povich over there gave you are not allergic to shellfish. Not allergic.
Oh, fantastic. Not allergic to crustaceans. What a glorious day for Garrett.
He's so happy.
That is great news for him.
You have no idea, Cakes. We got him Jumbo Lump Crab Cake Company crab cakes here. He's got a bunch of seafood he's going to be pummeling.
I can vouch that is a quality product. We had that a few weeks ago, or probably months ago, right when the NFL season started. And that is delicious stuff. So you guys are eating well today. I saw Danny's plate. Don't think I didn't see it.
Well, they're Matt Valdez approved. Like he like turned up the Balmer to like 77 out of 10.
Yeah.
And he said they're good.
Yes, of course. Fantastic.
On to football matters. Cakesy. What if Washington beats Pittsburgh and gets to 8-2 this weekend? What's Johnny Cake Sawville going to be saying on Monday on the Junkies?
I mean, if they get to 8-2 and beat an AFC favorite in the Steelers, I mean, then like deep playoff run hype really gets ratcheted up to like 10 or 11, don't you think? Like, I mean, if you can beat the Steelers coming off a bye week when they're rested, then I just think the expectations, which are already high, which have already been reset because they already have 7 wins through 9 games, then they just go through the roof if they can beat the Steelers at Northwest Stadium.
It's not a matchup I love, Cakesy. So as I'm doing a deep dive on him, trying to figure out where I stand, and Mike Tomlin's just so good at this, getting the most out of everybody every year, no matter what. How are you feeling about the matchup? Specifically, do you expect Washington to win?
I expect it to be close. I don't know if I'm still kind of teetering as to whether I'm going to pick Washington to win or not, because as good as they've been, like, how many really good teams have they beaten? But you can also say the same thing about the Steelers. Like, how many impressive wins do they have out of their wins? Like, I know they've beaten the Chargers. but they had, I think, 27 hung on them on that vaunted defense against the Colts. So, like, they can be scored on. It's just a matter of, have they faced an offense that's going to run the ball as relentlessly as this Commanders team should run the ball at them this weekend. I like the Commanders' chances. I don't know if I'm going to pick them yet. I might need another 24 hours to ruminate on that, but I think it's going to be a close game.
Cakes, we're going to ask callers this coming up in a few minutes. Would you take 1-1 deal or no deal style right now in their next 2 games, or would you rather let them play out?
Ooh, would I take the bird in hand? Would I take 1-1, or just let it play out with the Steelers and the filthy birds from up north that Danny hates?
I hate them.
Detests them so much.
I do. Yeah.
You know what? I think I'm a bird in hand guy. If you guarantee me one win out of the 2 with those 2 teams on deck, you know what? I'm taking the deal. I'm taking the 1-1.
Deal or no deal. So the reason I think it's so interesting is Danny originally said if the win was against the Eagles, he would do it. And I think that's an easy, obvious yes.
That's easier, yeah.
Because it's the division. You're trying to win the East. It's worth basically a win worth 2, right? But I'm saying you don't know when the win's coming. It could be Pittsburgh. It could be Philly. It's blind. Or you just go play 2 football games. You taking whatever's in the suitcase, the mystery, or you just taking the money that's offered?
I take the suitcase that Howie Mandel with his glorious bald head hands me. He's team bald. I love that about him. Because you know what? Either one would be a really quality win. So I'm not going to parse it to the fact where it has to be the Eagles instead of a win over the Steelers. I'm taking that deal. I'm taking the 1-1s on the table.
I like that. Casey, who's someone that's not getting enough shine on the Washington Local 53, in your opinion? Everyone's talking Daniels, Kingsbury, Dan Quinn and company, et cetera. Who's someone that you go, take a look at this guy for a second?
I think it's Rodriguez, who came in last week when his number was called, when B-Rob couldn't go, and just gave you like just rumbling tough, 4.5, 4.8 yards per carry, like put his head down and get the tough yards when needed. And that just kind of encapsulates the teamwork that this team has shown us through the 9 games. I mean, he's such a good dude that when Marshawn Lattimore shows up on the scene, he's just like, you know what? You're a stud. You get 23. You're a multiple-time Pro Bowler. I'm basically the new guy in town. Take my number. I'm not even going to charge you for it. That's the type of team guy that I am. I'm going to go with Rodriguez.
Can't spell Cakes without the M for Maryland. Johnny Cakes Allville, the boys are coming to Maryland tomorrow. So I'm getting yelled at by Marylanders because I've been saying we're going to Bethesda because it's listed as North Bethesda, but apparently it's Rockville. So we're going.
Let me explain this to you, Grant. I know you're a Virginia guy,
which is in the DMV, Virginia. Whether you like it or not, Cakes.
We're
Virginia
part of it, okay?
Part of the DMV. There's a V in DMV.
Understood. But let me just point this out to everybody's listening. There is no such thing as North Bethesda. Okay, that's people in Rockville who are jealous of people in Bethesda that want to fancy up their address and their area code by calling it North Bethesda.
North of
is that a thing?
Yeah.
It is. This is a fabrication. It's like it's fiction, is what it is.
Is there a North
that's
only?
All I can say. Maybe there is, but I don't know exactly where that is. I could not point that out on a map, Danny. That's a good one. It's a good retort.
Well, that's what I'm wondering. Like you can't just. I'm with you. You can't just do that. Like, you know what I mean? Like you rebrand something, or it's like now we're going to charge more for the same townhouse. Like it doesn't feel right to me.
Right. You know what? Rockville sounds good. Hey, I live in Rockville.
Rock
That's
Vegas,
a cool
man.
name. What's wrong with Rockville? You have to be North Bethesda all of a sudden to sound cool? I don't get it.
My mom grew up in Rockville. You sleep on that knowledge, Cakes.
There you have it.
Bet you didn't know that about Janine Paulson, did you?
I didn't know that either.
I don't think Cakesy knew it. I know you didn't know.
I had no clue.
I definitely did not know that.
You sleep on the Paulson family tree, Cakesy.
I thought all of the Paulsons just grew up in I believe it's King George, Virginia. I'm getting the town right, correct?
We're first generation King Georgians. I was born.
Yeah, I mean,
Cakes is going to be blown away by this. You don't know where I was born.
I am. Hold on. Where was Jeeps born? Can I get a hint?
Yeah, the Allvilles.
Oh, Bills. You weren't born in Olney at Montgomery General Hospital,
I was
were you?
born in Olney,
By God.
Maryland, guy. You sleep.
No, you weren't. Hold on. You're Olney's most famous original citizen then.
I don't like claiming it.
Is
but
he a Hall
I
of Famer
was.
there too?
So I moved to Virginia at 2 months old to King George County. And I was there. I've never lived anywhere else.
See, here's the thing. If you ascribe to the Jason Bishop theory of where people are from, it's not where you grew up. It's where you were actually born.
I mean, that's a terrible theory.
Jeeps is an Olney guy, much like Robert Griffin III. You don't know where he was born, Grant. We're going to go round and round on this. You don't know where Robert Griffin III was born.
Well, Corpus Christi, I think. No, he was in Japan, right?
No. He was born in Okinawa, Japan.
Yeah, that's right.
He is the most famous and most accomplished Japanese quarterback of
In
all
NFL
time.
history, yeah.
I mean, what a terrible logic by Bishop.
When you see Bishop in the morning, tell him that's Nubs.
That's like saying your dad is whoever like actually made up half of you if you've never met the person and someone else raised you your entire life.
Hey, that's his own wackadoo thing, man. I don't know what to tell you. That's kind of the way he just lives his life.
All right, we're going to be in North Bethesda.
Of Bethesda.
Rockville. Rockville,
God,
Maryland
I am
tomorrow.
tilting my face off when you say that. Over here.
Sports and social, Cakesy. That's where we're going to be.
All right, you guys enjoy Rockville. Enjoy Rockville. It's fun. It's a good time.
Thank you, pal. Good catching up with you.
North Bethesda zone, Johnny Cakes
All right, boys.
We love our guy, Cakesy.
Good talking to you.
The M stands for Maryland. Grant and Danny on the Fan. You just heard the question we asked him. Let's pose it to you next. Would you take sight unseen, deal or no deal here, 1-1, a win in the next 2 games, or would you rather take the mystery suitcase? Whatever happens in those 2 games happens. How confident are you in the locals? Let's do that next on Grant and Danny. Grant and Danny on the Fan. We're going to play a little deal or no deal. Can you get the deal or no deal music for me, if you don't mind? So we've come up with this idea. This was never a TV show. No matter what you hear, we came up with this idea right now.
Like, if you think you've seen something similar, no.
The actual Commanders playing 2 football games and them garnering 2 results is what we're going to put in a suitcase, which is going to be held on a stage by an attractive female. And you're going to determine whether you're going to take the offer that we're giving you or you're going to take whatever's in the suitcase. And we're going to call it deal or no deal. So the deal here is a 1-1 record for Washington. You can let them play out their next 2 games against the Steelers on Sunday and the Eagles on Thursday. Home and road. 4 days apart. Short week game against Philly. And you could roll the dice and say, maybe this team's good enough. They're 7-2. They've only lost once since week 1. They're rolling. They're going to beat both of these teams. They're favored in one of the 2 games this weekend against the Steelers. But Danny, if you risk it and they don't perform like you think they're going to, they might go 0-2. That might be in that suitcase.
That's on the table.
Are you taking the 1-1? I think it's too easy to say if you can make the Eagles game, because that's now a no-brainer. So I think if you select 1-1, the one could be the Steelers or the Eagles, and it's even more likely because they're favored in the Pittsburgh game that it's the Steelers.
And it's at home, which now matters. It didn't used to. Used to be actually a detriment.
By the way, if they
now
win,
it's a positive.
They're 5-0 at home. Do you know when the last time they'd be 5-0 at home was?
Nope.
Just take a guess.
91?
Correct. The year they won the Super Bowl.
God.
1991.
I mean, get out of here.
The last time they were 5-0 at home.
So, yeah. So, you'd pick that as the most likely, even though Philly's on the road at Dallas. Short week, they come back, but then they get to come back home. Washington has to travel. So I would say if you're likely to part up, which one do they win, which one do they lose? If you sort of equate them both as difficult games, you'd say win the first one, lose the second one. That may be the most likely outcome. So most likely they go 1-1 somehow, some way. But that's kind of the safe, if you do that, you're all good type pick.
All right. Darius, hit the music. Danny, you're first. Deal or no deal? 1-1 record in the next 2 games, or you will take whatever happens with the Commanders against Pittsburgh and Philadelphia.
I am taking that deal. I will take a 1-1 record of the next 2 games.
I got a suitcase right here.
That's cool.
Could have 2 wins in it.
It might.
Might have Jaden Daniels lighting up Pittsburgh.
Might have 1 cent.
Lighting up Philadelphia.
It could.
You're taking the deal.
I would take the deal.
No faith in the boys.
It's not about that. It's
I'm
just
kidding.
It's playing the odds, playing the percentages here. I would take that.
All right, let's go to the phones. Rick is in Richmond. Rick, you know how to play deal or no deal?
Yeah, I know you guys just created the game, but I think you guys got something here.
I think we do.
I agree. So that we've already had networks reaching out to us about it. They really love the idea.
And the music, we just did that.
But who do we want to hold the
I love
suitcases? That's what I can't figure out. Who's going to hold? I'm thinking like heavy set, gross guys with chest hair coming out of their t-shirts.
Yeah, like unshowered,
absolutely.
like sloppy looking dudes.
Unkempt
Yeah.
dudes.
It'd be fun if they're holding the briefcase, like displaying it.
Because I don't think it'd be inappropriate to have just a bunch of attractive females holding them.
Yeah, that wouldn't work.
Yeah. Not good on television.
You want this on TV?
Yeah.
Nope.
All right, so play the music, Darius. Rick, do you want a 1-1 record, or are you taking your chances with 2 games?
That's a tough one. I'm taking my chances with the 2 games.
He's playing.
He's playing.
Going.
He's playing.
Go.
The audience loves it. The audience loves it.
Why do you feel so good about the 2 games?
I feel so good because, there's something in the locker room. The team's been talking about it. Us as fans, we've been seeing it. There's something special that we haven't had in so long that I'll take any team any day with the guys that we have. I think, Steelers, they got Russell Wilson. I think, our guys are going to get after him. I think that we're going to be explosive. And of course we got Jaden Daniels, who will do anything to win, as you saw with the Hail Mary. So I'm going with my chances.
By the way, shades of Dan Quinn there from Rick in Richmond. He almost went into an anybody, anytime, anywhere situation.
Any place, anytime, anywhere.
Paint that on the walls over in Ashburn. Let's go to Sam, who's in Gainesville. Sam, are you ready to play deal or no deal?
I am ready to play deal or no deal. Hey, it was great meeting you guys last week in Manassas. That was awesome.
Oh, thanks for
appreciate
coming
you,
out.
dude.
It was awesome to have everybody come out. That was great.
It was one. Yeah,
All right.
It was wonderful. Okay, this is easy for me. I am taking that deal all day, every day, and let me tell you why. You have to look at the big picture, right? Big picture, that puts us at 8-3. And at the end of the year, it's all about how many wins and losses you have. And if you told us back in July, hey, boys, after 11 weeks, you're 8-3, we would take that 100 out of 100 times.
No doubt. But, and I appreciate the phone
Thank
call.
you,
It's a good call. He took the deal. I don't know what to say.
It's fine. He leaves with a good prize.
They're 7-2. You know what that winning percentage is, Danny?
77%.
It's better than 500.
Yeah.
500 is what you are accepting, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, yes, you're right. 1-1 over their next two gets you to 8-3. But what if they won both? They're favored in the Steelers game. And what if you're taking a win? That's the deal you're making here. What if they beat Pittsburgh and lose to Philly? That's great that they're 8-3, but they might be behind Philly in the division all of a sudden, and they don't have the tiebreaker anymore. That's damaging. Let's go to Dave. He is in Raleigh, where I had my bachelor party, and he is listening on the Odyssey app. What's up, Dave? How are you?
Hey, guys, I'm great. I'm shaking my head in the car. First of all, this is a great idea. I love the question.
Oh, thank you.
Well, thanks.
We just came up with it.
And the game show, too.
Deal or no deal. Have we signed a deal with any network?
We haven't signed a deal yet for Deal or No Deal, but our agents are negotiating.
Good.
Mm-hmm.
Deal or no deal. Let's see. What are we going to call him? What's the guy in the big room upstairs in this game we're making up?
Like it's like a banking type person.
Let's go banker.
Yeah, the banker. Yeah.
What is the banker offering?
1-1 right now.
Okay.
Or mystery case.
Dave?
Guys, hell no am I taking that deal. And I'm for sure riding on those two games. I think, can I tell you why?
Yes, of course.
Listen, it comes down to two reasons. First of all, that is a loser mentality. That is the old organization. We're happy to get one win. This is a different organization. We're not back in July like the last caller said. We are legit. That's number one. Number two, which I think is the most important one, is we are half game out of the number one seed and a first round bye. Detroit plays in a tough division. They're not going to win out. We have a relatively favorable schedule down the line. Man, we are in it, man, to win it. I hope people realize that this is a legit team. Hell no am I taking that deal.
They can win every time
So I love
they
the
take
call.
the field.
And here's my counter to that. I think it's a great call, and I think you're right on. I don't think any of that changes with me saying 1-1, with me taking the 1-1 deal. Like, your points are all valid, and I agree with them. I co-sign every one of those things. My point is, it's an acknowledgement that the two teams they're about to play are 12-4 combined. Sometimes good teams play other good teams, and sometimes one of those good teams wins.
True.
Right? That's a normal thing. Washington belongs with anybody in the NFL right now. So, yeah, but I don't think that changes.
Do you want to present me with the question?
I'd love to.
Go ahead.
Grant Paulson. I'm talking to the banker. Yeah.
I'm curious what he's going to say. The banker is giving so many numbers.
Yep.
It's certainly not going to be the same.
All right, I'll tell
one.
him. The banker has offered a deal. Do you accept 1-1 over the next two games? Or do you risk it for this mystery case held by a slovenly, portly, gross-looking dude with an acne problem?
I think all of the people holding suitcases should be at least 500 pounds. That's actually how I envision my game going.
Yeah.
It's like the TLC show where they have to go to the doctor and he's
Yeah.
telling them like all these bad
And
things.
you actually have another job holding the case.
Yeah, you're going to hold the case on our show. They're just all
My
500
600-pound life case holder.
Right. It's going to be silly. Bruce Arians, former head coach of the Tampa Bay Bucks, now an executive, once said, "No risk it, no biscuit."
Mm-hmm.
I'm taking the case. We are playing football, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow.
We are lining up. Do I have Jaden Daniels on my side?
Yes.
Do I have Terry McLaurin down there somewhere?
Yes.
Do I have Frankie Luvu coming off that edge?
You do.
Do I have Big Johnny Newton winning one-on-one up front?
Johnny. You do.
Let's play football.
Wow.
Let's strap on those pads.
A lot of confidence.
Let's thump with Pittsburgh and Philly. And let's go win Pennsylvania. What do you say?
Take your chances.
Deal. We got to come up with a name with it.
Because what are you offering? You're offering one or the other.
Deal or not a deal? Deal
or nah?
Deal or no?
Deal or no? No. Deal or. Say it quickly.
Deal or better deal?
Deal or different deal?
Deal or different deal? That's not bad.
David Deal.
Let's do it shorter. Deal or different deal, deal or opposite deal.
What's like a yes deal or a no?
No deal, deal or no deal.
There it is.
Deal or no deal.
There it is.
We got it.
Yep.
Deal or no
Good
deal.
workshop session.
1-1, or you're playing the 2 games. You get 1 win, bird in hand, or you're going to play this thing out. 800-636-1067. Steelers and Eagles coming up for the Commanders. 6 o'clock this evening, Alex Smith is on the show, the former quarterback with the Redskins. He also made it into the Washington football team era in his final season. He was never a Commander, though. He only went through one name change. Didn't get to do both.
Would have liked to have seen one more, just to keep spinning it around.
That final year he was around for was the 2020 pandemic season, the playoff year. That's when he came back from that traumatic leg injury. A lot of people thought he was going to lose his leg, wouldn't walk again. Of course, he played. He ends up being their starter down the stretch. And there was some thought maybe he was going to play in the playoff game, but he was banged up, so they went with Taylor Heineke against the Bucs. And that was kind of the beginning of the rise of Heineke. Fans loved him. I mean, he was just an easy guy to root for. He played hard. It was a little bit of Brett Favre backyard football. But now I hope you kind of see what we're talking about. Like the whole, this is not what you should be wanting. This is not what you should be settling for. This is not the goal. The goal is a real elite, top of line superstar.
There's nothing pretend about it. There's nothing, I don't want to say that was fake because those things happened, but there's, we always talk about sustainability. That's my favorite word when it comes to sports. Anybody can win any given day, right? You can watch the Wizards play the best team in the NBA on a given night, and Kyle Kuzma gets hot and Jordan Poole's on fire, and you could beat them. You're not doing that over 82 games. You're not doing that in the postseason. You can have a nice moment. There have been plenty of nice moments. This is a sustainable, we have the thing that everybody else wants. It's our turn.
Playing a little deal or no deal on Grant and Danny. So 2 options. You're taking 1 win in the 2 games coming up in the calendar week ahead. This Sunday at home against Pittsburgh. Next Thursday, a week from today, at the Link in Philly. Sight unseen, games don't get played. You're going 1-1. You're on to the next. Or are you letting the games play out? Danny is taking the 1-1 record.
Take that deal right now.
Thinks fears enough that they're going to go 0-2 that he says, I will take 1 out of the next 2. On the other hand, I am going, absolutely not. I want to go play football. You're favored against the Steelers at home. I think they are every bit as good as or better than the Eagles, even though they won't be favored on the road in that game. I think you can win both of these games. If you lose one, fine. If you lose both, to me, the juice was worth the squeeze. It was worth the risk. I think there's a good enough chance they could win both. So I am going to take the suitcase, not the 1-1 record. I'm going to watch them play football. You're doing the opposite.
Yeah, I mean, to me, again, this is 2 really good teams. If you end up at 1-1, you're in an outstanding place. If you lose both, you're in a good place. If you win both, that's obviously incredible. But my 1-1 bargain is I will take 8-3 through 11 team games played to be in a nearly solidified, rock-solid playoff positioning. Still a puncher's chance if the 1 win isn't against Philadelphia of winning the division. And if you do beat Philadelphia, you're way ahead in that regard, right? I mean, this to me is such a good scenario that I'm willing to accept it.
I've just gotten to a new level of confidence.
Which I understand. I get that.
Team. I don't think unrealistically, it's not like I now believe they can't lose. But when you've won 7 of 8 in this week-to-week league where there's a game every Sunday or whatever, you've gone 2 months basically with 1 loss. It's just hard to not think, roll the football out and take your chances with these guys.
So I'm not doing this when they play Titans bye week Saints, right? I'm not doing this.
You probably want to play those out.
I'd love to go see what happens, or even maybe like Dallas if they're still banged up and Dak Prescott's on IR and whatever, and then Tennessee. This again, 12-4 combined record for these 2 teams. Like they're not pushovers. They are not bad at all. And the fact is, Washington doesn't have a lot of banked wins against really good teams just yet. That's not me complaining. That's not me saying, well, they're frauds. No. Nobody's saying that. Okay. But my point is, those other teams are pretty damn good. They're going to the postseason too. They're having similar conversations in their burbs.
Did you hear the update last night on Dak Prescott, by the way?
It's ripped off the bone, apparently, that hammy?
That hamstring partially tore off the bone. I don't know what I don't know. Not a doctor, never stayed at a Holiday Inn. Don't know much about it. What I do know is that takes a little longer to come back from, because that requires, if they opt to do it this way, surgery. When your hamstring rips off the bone, you could surgically repair that for a smoother recovery, but obviously it would take a little bit longer. They're dead. They are done.
They're not good.
Even if he played, they stink.
That was kind of my other point there, is that it's not as if with him there's something,
but
without
at least
him
you could talk it into, like, he gets hot, they throw the ball over the yard or whatever.
And it turns out that Jonathan Mingo is the answer.
Yeah, they win a bunch of games, 37-33. It is over, Johnny. Let's go to the phones. Let's welcome Anthony and Calvert on for a little deal or no deal. Anthony, how are you?
Doing well, guys. How are y'all?
Good, buddy.
Doing very well. We got to talk to the banker here very quickly. Make sure that I have the details correct. You want him to go 2-0? Oh, 1-1. It's 1 win in the next 2, 1-1, or you can let them play these 2 games out. What are you doing, Anthony?
All right, I want you to picture this, man. You're in an alley, right? You got the burning barrel. It's a cool fall afternoon, maybe a winter evening. You're kneeling down on one knee. You tuck that hat down a little bit, and you roll that dice, babe. You play him. I want to see him play. I want to see him win. Play the games.
Love it. Appreciate you, dude.
Russ loves it is the listening audience. The watching, the viewing audience?
All the audience, everybody.
Okay.
Viewing, watching, listening, judging. Look at the baby. Hi, honey. This is the confidence. I think people are maybe mistaking me saying, hey, 1-1 with some sort of lack of confidence in Washington. Like I just want to make the quick distinguishing remark here.
It feels though when you say 1-1, like you were worried they're going to go 1-2. Otherwise, you wouldn't make the deal. That's by nature what you're guaranteeing.
Which I guess I understand.
One.
Yeah. I guess my point is this is like nothing will change for me. We talked about this last week. They're above referendum for me now. Like when it was fraudulent, or they got up to that 6-3 start before they lost to Houston with the aforementioned Alex Smith, who's coming on in about an hour. Where I go, yeah, I'll make these kind of bargains because this isn't really they're not very good. We can all sort of see that the other shoe's going to drop. I'm not calling for any shoes to drop anywhere at this point. They're above referendum for me. This is more about the fact that you're due for some of that bad luck at some point. Some of those, balls that are fumbles that you recover, you don't. These other teams that are about to play are 2 of the 3 best they've played this year.
Let's go to Becky, who's in Remington. What's up, Becky? How are you?
Hey guys, first of all, real quick, couldn't do my 3-hour-a-day commute without 1067. Love y'all.
Well, you're sweet.
Thank you so much. Thank you. We have a suitcase here if you'd like to play Deal or No Deal.
I am definitely going no deal, not only because I think our boys can win those games, but I wouldn't get the adrenaline rush of 2 weeks of football.
Well, that's a good point.
Well, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I still want to watch the games though.
Which case do you want? Do you want that hefty fellow over there or the other one? Which case are you grabbing?
The no deal.
No deal. Okay, the no deal.
The no deal case.
Very good.
I still get to watch the games though, right? Even with my 1-1 thing. I'm just saying the games happen and they go 1-1.
Yeah, exactly. The games are still going to take place.
Okay, good.
You're not trading in games.
Okay, good.
You're going to get to watch games. They just don't win the games you're watching.
Yeah.
In your situation.
Right.
You have forced them to lose one of their next 2 games.
They're going to lose one of the next
That's
2.
what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying I'm not forcing you to do anything. Go play football.
But think about my scenario.
Who's showing more faith in them?
You are. Think about this. My scenario. They drop one to Pittsburgh. We're taking that little train up to Philly.
Oh, yeah, that's fun.
And I know.
That's pretty good.
Because I took that case.
Okay, how about this, though?
Yeah.
They beat the Steelers, as they are favored to do.
Right.
Now we're going to the link.
Yeah, and then I got to go.
No.
Yeah.
They're going to lose the game.
I'm just like, what's that big sea of piranhas? What are they going to do?
No matter what, in my hypothetical, we have no idea.
We have no clue.
We're going, it might be Bengals 2.0. Me, you, and Darius just sitting there going, what is happening right now? Every time they touch the ball, they're scoring tutties. 800-636-1067. Would you take 1-1 or let them play out these next 2 games? Also want to talk about when the last time they played a game this big at home was. You're listening to The Fan. Just heard we're going to have some cool things to give away at tomorrow's Friday field trip. Looking forward to seeing our listeners tomorrow out in Rockville, North Bethesda.
North of Bethesda.
Right.
Northern. I don't know.
Sports and Social Bethesda, it's called, in Rockville. From Bethesda! 2 to 6:30 tomorrow. Live show. Friday field trip, Grant and Danny. I wonder how terrible traffic's going to be for me. So I'm going to be leaving there to go to the Capital One Arena to see the Caps and the Penguins 7:30 puck drop tomorrow.
You'll be all right. You'll be all right.
You sure?
Nope.
It seemed, looking at it today, it seemed like it was a bit of a hike. Because, like, do I go through the city, down through Tenleytown all the way down? Or is that a around the Beltway situation?
So let's start planning this out, you and me tomorrow. We'll take a commercial break in that late 5 o'clock hour. You and me will look at it. And I'll give you options.
I'm a little nervous.
I'll give you will have options. It'll be like,
I don't miss puck drop.
You and I both know that.
Daddy don't miss that puck hitting that ice.
I'm going to overlook that. You just called yourself daddy. Then I'm going to go past that and talk about it. We'll get you your directions. You'll get there. We'll figure this out.
Alex Smith is on the show in 1 hour at 6 o'clock. Excited for that. Tomorrow, we've got our guy Charles Davis on the show to help us preview the Commanders and the Steelers this weekend. I am the most excited for a Commanders game I've been in a long, long time. And I think my reason is just, A, it's really, really good teams. In fact, see if we can find this out. There's a lot of things for the research department to work on today that we're throwing at you. When is the last time this deep into a season a Washington team has been 6-2 or better playing against a team that is 6-2 or better? That's going to be tough to find. But obviously, they have not been 7-2.
I was going to say they haven't been that, so there's only a couple years to choose from.
2008, they were 6-2, and 96, they were 7-2. Otherwise, 6-2 hasn't existed for them. But to play a team that's really good when you're really good in week 10 or later at home just hasn't happened. They've had their hot stretches where they might make the playoffs against some good teams at the end of years, but I think that's a different situation than what we're talking about, which is in almost every power rankings done for the NFL right now. 2 teams in the top 10 are meeting in Landover, Maryland on Sunday. When is the last time that's been the case in mid-November?
You got to think back. I mean, I don't have it on top of my head.
The early 90s, maybe?
Probably. I mean, you're looking at that Dallas winner-take-all game in 2012. Doesn't exactly fit the criteria. I mean, because obviously that's at the end of December. But that caliber of game here, where 2 teams have playoff caliber records and are playing.
Those 2 teams would not both be in the top 10.
It was win and go
NFL.
in. Exactly. Yep.
And so right now, I'm just pulling up the first random NFL power rankings I find, and it's Eric at home on NFL.com. I just Googled power rankings. He's got the Lions. Any problem with that?
Nope.
The Chiefs?
Nope.
The Bills?
Nope.
The Ravens, 1 through 4.
Mm-hmm.
Washington's 5th.
There you go.
Pittsburgh Steelers, 9th. He is saying that 2 of the 9 best teams in the NFL will be on the field. That never happens when I'm going to games this late into a season over there, ever. Darius, you seem like you figured something out.
You're not going to believe this. That 2008 year, when we were 6-2,
okay,
we played the Pittsburgh Steelers.
I remember. That's when it all fell apart.
They were also 6-2.
That was a primetime game.
Yeah. So, yeah, they were 6-2 going against a 6-2 team that week in 2008.
All right, I will take it. That's a great answer. Thank you.
This is all flooding back to me now. Celine Dion's
That was such a fraudulent 6-2 team. It's going to sound like I'm dismissing that.
No, they were.
But it was such a fake 6-2 team that I didn't even view that as that kind of game. But I guess at the time it certainly was. If you go back, this station didn't exist, by the way. There was no sports talk on the FM dial in Washington, D.C., which is hard to fathom. But yeah, 2008, your boy was in college. I was at that game. It was the Terrible Towel Takeover game.
That's what I was going to say. It's the
Jim
Monday
Zorn
night takeover where how do I quantify this? That was the first time I think it was impossible to hide some of the damage that had been done to this fan base. Like that Monday night takeover on national television where people tune in, the raucous atmosphere of RFK, like that was still in people's minds. And everyone was in on Washington, the then Redskins. And when the whole stadium was Pittsburgh and they had their towels like, wait, is this in Pittsburgh? And it wasn't. That was the first time I think there was no pretending anymore. We're like, well, we got a season ticket waiting list and everybody loves us still. We're the same. And everyone knew that it was a lie at that point. That was a seminal moment.
That was this week, by the way.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly, it was right before
Monday, November 3rd.
Like Election Day, I feel like, as well. But it was this week in 2008, and they got trounced. And what I remember about that game is that Ben Roethlisberger got hurt. didn't finish the game. So, in fact, they got the good fortune of, if you could say that, sadly, the starting quarterback of the other team getting hurt. Their offense was struggling. And DC native Byron Leftwich
he carved them up.
And he ate their lunch. Like, Roethlisberger was actually really struggling, hadn't been playing well. And all I remember about that game was Leftwich came on, and you thought, they're going to beat the Steelers. Jason Campbell had not thrown a pick all year going into that game, I think. He threw a few interceptions.
He had two.
But Byron Leftwich was coming in, and he was about to lose the game. And then he lit it up. Willie Parker was their running back, probably went crazy.
Good Willie Parker pull, 21 for 70.
And then that it was over at that point.
Do you remember Leftwich's statistics?
No clue. I just remember he played in this. I mean, he wouldn't have thrown it a lot, but he was like no incompletions, and he threw touchdowns.
7 of 10 for a $129 in the tutty. He was comfortable.
Only one touchdown?
Yeah.
I remember him I remember in my mind, it was like 11 of 12 for 200 yards and 3 touchdowns.
Other than that, that 2018 team led by Alex Smith, that team was 6-3 headed into a matchup with the Texans, where Alex Smith would go on to break his leg.
Yes.
That Texans team was also 6-3. So that's the next closest, I guess.
So you know
instance
why
of
I
that.
think I dismissed these is they were like that 6-3 team was on a bridge to nowhere. And respectfully, I mean, we got Alex Smith coming up at 6:00. So I guess I should hedge when I say that. But like they couldn't score. They couldn't really move the ball. Their running back was 100-year-old Adam Peterson, I'm sure. Adam Peters was their running back before he was their GM.
That's how good he was.
Adrian Peterson at running back. And Smith in an offense that wasn't particularly explosive or interesting, or they couldn't get chunk yards. Like that was a really pedestrian team and a bad offense, probably, if you looked at the numbers.
Oh, definitely was bad. Not even maybe. It was a bad offense. They couldn't crack 20 points.
This is so different. I'm going to look up the stat that the junkies were citing today. My wife actually called me about it. I got a text from my wife out of the blue. Think about how random this text would be to get. She goes, when are you going to have Warrington Sharp on your show? I'm like, first of all, my wife knows who Warren Sharp is. Second, who's Warrington Sharp? And third, what is happening right now? And I was like, what? And she's like, Warrington Sharp, you have him on your show. And I'm like, she's like, my phone auto-corrected it to Warrington Sharpie. And I changed the Sharpie and it didn't change.
And left Warrington and left the city of Warrington.
But he had a stat that said essentially, when these things happen, a team goes to the Super Bowl. I think this is the one they were citing. The Commanders' offense. You ready for this? 49% of drives reach the red zone, which is hilarious. Half their drives get to the red zone. Number 1 in the NFL since at least 2000. That's dating back to the greatest show on turf, Rams. 61% of their drives score points. Number 1 in the NFL since 2000. Again, we're talking about 25 football seasons. The Commanders' offense has the highest percentage of drives getting to the red zone and the highest percentage of drives that result in points in 25 seasons of football, 32 offenses every year. He said, and guess what? Over 50% of the teams in the top 10 in percentage of drives to reach the red zone through week 9 made the Super Bowl that year.
Damn.
Over half of the teams in the top 10 in percentage of drives to reach the red zone through week 9 made the Super Bowl that year. And when he's saying top 10, he's not saying in that year. He is saying the all-time top 10 teams in percentage of drives. So the 2024 Washington Commanders, 18 Rams, 18 Saints, 07 Patriots. By the way, that's Randy Moss and Tom Brady. 07 Colts, 06 Colts, 18 Chiefs. Over half of those teams got to the Super Bowl. Washington has that resume right now. So I am juxtaposing this authentic, legitimate, awesome offense against the Zornian Redskins and against the Alex Smith, Jay Gruden Redskins, and they just weren't as good as this group.
No, and it's not the same, and that's okay. It doesn't besmirch what anybody else did or didn't do.
That was via Warrington Sharpie.
Warrington Sharpie. When he comes on again, we got to tell him about that.
Yes, we should.
Like, some people know you as Warren Sharp. Others, Warrington Sharpie.
Why did your phone correct that? That's also interesting.
Because if you capitalize Warren, maybe you're looking for that. Like you live in Virginia, maybe it's like looking for the Warrington. Sharpie, I couldn't help you there. Like if it's a capital S in Sharp, like let the capital like the formal name stand.
She's artsy though, so she probably talks about Sharpies and text.
Oh, she's
right?
artistic. She is artistic. Yeah.
She's a very good artist.
Can I give you one more crazy parallel between
Sure.
the 2008 game and this game?
All out.
Parallel it up.
2000, and this is courtesy of my guy Jalen. He hit me up and gave me this information. 2008, they wore all burgundy in that game.
Oh God.
This weekend, we're wearing all burgundy.
Yeah, I don't know why are they doing that. By the way, enough with the all burgundy. It's not even the right burgundy, right? I mean, do we have to do this? I'm not an all burgundy guy.
Nobody is. I'm not saying nobody. There are a couple adults who like it.
White on white, yes.
Mhm.
White on burgundy, yes. Not the new one, but the old one. By the way, they should go back to the 1991 colors from when they last won a championship. Burgundy on white, sure. I even, Danny, cover your earmuffs.
Oh,
You can
no.
say whatever you want.
Don't say this.
You can say whatever you want. I'll take the blacks over the burgundy on burgundy.
You know what? Over the burgundy on the burgundy, over the run on run, I would take the black jerseys that have nothing to do with the team.
Now, I would not say that if they were wearing the correct color burgundy. Like when they first ever wore the burgundy on burgundy, it might have even been that Steelers game, honestly. They did it on a couple of primetime games back in the early 2000s. It might have been the first time they ever wore that look, if I remember correctly. Regardless, that version, which is just the actual color that they are, still didn't think it was a great look. It's kind of pajamas-like, but that's way better than not the correct burgundy on burgundy. Because they currently have a different color burgundy than the old burgundy.
That's right. It's very Arizona State third alternate uniform. This current pajama look, where the same on the top as the bottom, that's the worst thing you can do. Like uniform wise, that's the 1 seed. The 2 seed is where a jersey that has nothing to do with your team or your colors or your history or anything, which is the black on black. That's not the worst look in the world. It's just you for the first few seconds, if you don't know anybody, you're like, oh, the Steelers are playing in Washington for some reason, and this would happen to be. But it's wrong. If they could somehow find the right ones and we could start doing the color combos again. But again, the only thing you can do same color is the white on white, as long as you got those burgundy socks or enough of those accent marks where it looks clean. Like again, think of the Sean Taylor era where they had the white on white that looked just so awesome. But this I'm looking at this John Allen jersey. It's like a USC freshman autograph jersey. It's wrong.
While we're reminiscing, and that was not the goal of this segment, but before we move on, I got into my feels a little bit yesterday. So what was the first time you ever went to a Redskins game? And I say Redskins because that's what it was at the time, but maybe you didn't go to one when they were the Redskins. I don't know. But for you personally, I'm assuming you did.
The years run together, but I want to say it was like 85 or 86.
So you don't like distinctly remember the game that you first went to?
No, I saw them play the Minnesota Vikings at home.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the first time, I've talked about this game on the show a few times. The first time I ever went to a game, and the only time I ever went to FedEx Field, was that Boomer Esiason overtime game against the Arizona Cardinals, 37-34 Arizona, one of the wildest games in pretty much the team's history, going back and forth with missed field goals in overtime. I didn't realize it until we had Ken Harvey on, and I was doing some of my research yesterday to talk to Harvey. But Danny, that was basically this week 28 years ago. So your boy, as a 8-year-old with his dad, went to RFK Stadium for the only time I ever went to that stadium to see what was the 7-2. Sound familiar? 7-2 Redskins in 1996 play the Arizona Cardinals at home. It was this game.
Wow.
As an 8-year-old kid at RFK Stadium, the first and only time I ever got to go to that stadium. And I was looking up the stats from the game. I've told you before, the reason I originally brought it up was because Boomer comes on our show sometimes. And Boomer Esiason threw for a record
500 some odd yards.
522 yards that day. By the way, 3 touchdowns and 4 picks. You don't see that very often.
The game was different then.
Gus Farrat threw for 212, a tutty, and a pick. Terry Allen ran for $124. My guy Mark Logan ripped off a 36-yard run, had a touchdown. Michael Westbrook was involved. The only really legit memory of the actual game, other than the game-winning field goal, that was in my end zone, because I was sitting down low toward the end zone, and I didn't have a good view, and a lot of stuff I couldn't see. But I distinctly remember Brian Mitchell fielding kickoffs at about the goal line right in front of me. And I can smell RFK. It's so weird how memory works. You know, like certain things about that day. I remember walking by and seeing certain players on the sideline, Rich Owens for some reason. And I'm like walking down. We sat in these like bleacher seats. I don't even know how it worked. But my uncle was in the military and got some giveaway seats for being in the Marine Corps. And he passed them along to my dad, who took me to this one game ever. Such a strange thing. And I called my dad yesterday. I'm like, that was 28 years ago this week. And he was like, oh, okay.
Is that right? How's everything else?
And I thought it was the coolest thing.
Yeah.
I'm like, 28 years ago.
So I looked it up. Mine's 38 years ago, almost to the week. November 2nd, 86. They won in overtime against Minnesota. 44-38. How's this for a box score? Tommy Kramer for your Minnesota Vikings.
Yeah.
20-35. So not a great completion percentage. 490 and 4.
Damn.
490 and 4.
So you saw a day too.
I certainly did. Completing passes to a bunch of guys I don't really remember. I don't remember Steve Jordan or Leo Lewis, but those guys had wonderful afternoons. For Washington, Jay Schrader, 24 of 47, the most Jay Schrader line possible, just throwing fastballs, one speed. 378, 2 tutties. Gary Clark goes for 6 for $123, including the game winner in overtime. Art Monk, 6 for $102. Clint Didier, 5 for 99, please and thank you.
Let's go.
That's a passing game right there, pal.
So I got a 17-yard Farrat to Westbrook touchdown. Farrat was my guy, by the way. I've been texting with him to try to get him on this week. It's one of those things where he responds like once every 4 days, and he's like, yeah, that sounds good. And then he's like, let me check something. And then like, so we'll see. We'll try to get him on.
Can you come on Tuesday? Then Wednesday, he's like, yeah, totally. What time?
Exactly. So Farrat to Westbrook, Terry Allen 1-yard run, Terry Allen 1-yard run, and a bunch of Scott Blanton as their field goal kicker. Wow. I know I'm over talking about this. 28 years ago.
28 years, man.
This week. 7-2 Washington. I just went to the game going, man, my football team's pretty good. This happens. Wait till the next year when we're 7-2. Now I'm this, whatever this is. This guy right here.
So, sorry. It sounds like I'm one-upping you. I don't mean to. I was just saying my group that year.
Get back to your thing.
Well,
I apologize.
Well, they went 12-4
Okay.
and lost the conference title game to the Giants, who won the whole thing.
No.
And then they did win the Super Bowl the next year.
My team that I'm talking about, they went 2-5 down the stretch and missed the playoffs.
Oh, okay.
And they haven't done anything since.
Yeah.
So it's very similar.
It's almost the same. It's like, it's like blow for blow. They scored, I think it was 21 unanswered to force overtime and then win it in overtime. And then went 12-4 that year, and it's not a big deal.
What's your feel on the Steelers game? Do you like Washington's chances? We'll get into that next. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. We got Alex Smith coming up in 40 minutes. Thursday night football tonight, the Bengals at the Ravens. I saw somewhere that the Bengals have traveled to Baltimore for a Thursday night game 4 straight seasons. I don't know if that's accurate. I didn't bother looking it up, but I saw that somewhere. If that's true, that's ridiculous.
That's wild.
Well, it's crazy, but it's also unfair.
Right, because you're gonna play them twice every year,
yes,
and it's gonna be one of the marquee ones, one of the primetime ones. But the fact that it's Thursday 4 times, I would complain if I was the Bengals.
Yeah, I'm sure they have, probably after the second one and the third one. But just the short week primetime situation, not cool. It's hard enough to go to Baltimore and win.
Mm-hmm.
Washington found that out the hard way a few weeks ago.
Yes, they did.
So on Thursday night especially. The Bengals are 4-5. If they win tonight, Danny, that means they've won 2 straight and 4 of 5. That means they are 5. They would be, 5-2 in their last 7 after their 0-3 start. And I think at that point, I would say, as I put my head on my little pillow tonight, they're going to make the playoffs.
Yeah, because you look who's ahead of them, right? So you still have to deal with the Ravens, Texans, Steelers in their own division, Bills, Chiefs. You're not getting a top 2 or 3 seed. But you know what else they'd have to climb over? The Colts and the Broncos. Who do you feel more confident in? If Cincinnati wins tonight, even if they just play well in general, do you feel more confident that the Broncos kind of continue their decent play or that the Colts get right? No, I mean, to me, Cincinnati is in the best position because everybody else below them is garbage. The bottom of the AFC is bad. The top is really good. The bottom from the Jets on down, it's a bunch of 3-6 and 2-7.
Look at the schedule remaining. If they can beat Baltimore tonight, I know they have the Steelers in 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Chargers all of a sudden not a pushover either. By the way,
they're solid.
They're pretty good. You knew Jim Harbaugh was going to have that team playing hard.
Yep.
They're 5-3. They are a playoff caliber team. Yeah. But the Chargers into the Steelers, I think that's probably a splittable situation for the Bengals, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is, again, if they get past Pittsburgh. Then the stretch run, they have a bye week. Dallas, no Dak Prescott. Tennessee, Cleveland, Denver, and you close with Pittsburgh. That 4-game stretch there of Cowboys, Titans, Browns, Broncos, they could easily go 3-1, and they could possibly go 4-0. So if you're 5-5, now I got to find another win against Baltimore, one of the Steelers games, the Chargers. And if I go 4-0 in that stretch, I'm a 10-win team. That's playoff stuff.
Yeah, pretty crazy right after their start. I think they could lose tonight and still be in a decent spot. I would take them before tonight over the 2 teams ahead of them, Denver, whose record's much better, and the Colts. Like, let's say they lost to Baltimore in overtime last time. So let's say you're 4-6.
4-6.
That's not where you want to be. Obviously, you know that. I know that. Everybody knows. However, they're still good enough, I think, to rip through that part of the schedule you're talking about. I think they get to 9 wins, win or lose tonight. Regardless, I think 9 wins does it at the back spot of the AFC postseason.
So Denver's 5-4.
Mm-hmm.
They still play the Chiefs twice. Not fun.
Yeah, I think Denver's adorable, that they're cute. They beat 5 bad teams. I think they're giant frauds.
See, I like them more than you do. I do not think
defensively they're good, but
I don't think they're good, but I like them a lot more than to call them frauds. I think they are a fringe playoff team because they're excellent on defense. And while
frauds is too strong. I'm thinking about it. Frauds is too strong.
Yeah,
like they're not as good as. Well, hey, look at this team's 5-2 coming into the weekend
they're
or whatever.
Pain in the ass to play.
Yeah,
they beat the Panthers by 2 touchdowns. They beat the Saints by 23 points. They beat the Raiders by 16. Like, they have walloped teams. They beat the Bucks by 19. Remember that?
Yeah, that was
before the Bucks had their injuries.
That's right.
Too.
Yeah,
like, they have some really, really good wins. They got destroyed by the Ravens, which is going to be hard to explain away. They lost a close game to the Chargers in the division, real tight game to Pittsburgh early in the year, and then a real close game to Seattle. But Chiefs twice, Atlanta 2 weeks from now, very losable game. They will probably beat the Raiders, Browns, Colts. Let's say you go 2-1 in that stretch. You have to split with the Chargers now. So if I say they win 4 games the rest of the way, that only gets them to 9-7. That's why the Bengals winning tonight gets them to 10.
It'd be massive. Yeah, I mean, but they do play the Bengals at one point, so that may be for that 7th playoff spot later. But yeah, I think the point stands. Like, to me, Cincinnati has always been dangerous. And the talk that you and I had going into that matchup with Washington all the way back in week 3, which seems like eons ago, was they haven't played well yet. Nobody's saying they have. There's still this idea and this energy that they're capable of doing that. And they haven't been consistent. They refuse to be for whatever reason. They got waxed by Philadelphia, this Bengals team. And they had a game against Cleveland where, shortly after Washington just destroyed the Browns and showed you how terrible they were, they struggled mightily in that game and barely snuck away with a W against Cleveland. So they haven't really done it yet, right? And that's what's so frustrating.
I will say that that loss the Bengals had to the Ravens the first time they played a few weeks back is a killer for them.
Mm-hmm.
That was the home game where they lost in overtime, where they botched the hold.
That's right.
On a field goal, 41-38. They had that game won a couple times over. If they held on in that game and they come into today 5-4, doesn't seem like a big deal. But then you have the potential tiebreaker over the Ravens, and they will have been 5-1 in their last 6. Just a game changer to have a split in the season series with Baltimore, with the house money going into tonight of even if you lose, it's a 1-1 season. Whereas now you're at risk of losing both to Baltimore and missing out on a tiebreaker.
And I saw, I think a moment ago, I forgot who had, but I think T. Higgins is probably out tonight.
He's
for
always
them.
out.
Yeah.
I mean, he was doubtful as of Tuesday.
Okay.
So I believe that. By the way, that guy is costing himself so much money. There's nothing you can do if you're hurt. I'm not like saying there should be animus or anything, but he got tagged. He's been at odds with the team. I don't know if this is the Devontae Adams kind of situation or what, but don't you think if you go into the offseason after 2 years where you missed a lot of time with nagging core and tissue injuries or whatever's going on with him as a receiver, that might cost you a little bit of money based on some question of durability?
This smells to me like a 1-year prove-it deal somewhere. You know what I mean? And then maybe try one more time.
I know a place.
Where?
I would love T. Higgins. I'm a T. Higgins guy.
I didn't understand when he was coming out why people weren't interested. Like he lasted into the second round. I'm going, someone should want this. Someone should say he'll fit for me.
You know what I think when you watch him? He is not a twitchy guy.
No.
And he's not, there's not like I don't know if this is a word that I'm about to make up. Dynamicism? Is that a thing?
Yeah.
Is that actually
dynamicism?
a word?
Dynamicism.
That's not a word, right?
I think it's a word.
He lacks like dynamic traits.
Mm-hmm.
Everything he does, though, is really smooth. He is an SUV. He's not a sports car. And he's big and he's long. And he kind of gets in and out of his breaks, not with twitch or any kind of wiggle, really. But it's like smooth, but he boxes you out. He runs good routes. He's got good hands. He makes contested catches. He's nifty on the sideline with toe drags and stuff. I think he could be an acrobatic kind of contested catch guy as well. I don't know if he's a wide receiver 1 in a world without Jamar Chase or if he's just a really nice compliment. I think he'd be a really good fit here opposite McLaurin. It would cost a lot of money, and I'm not sure that they're in that market. But I love T. Higgins.
So it looks like dynamism is the word we're thinking of. Dynamicism.
What is
we said dynamicism.
Yes.
Dynamicism. Yeah, there it is right there.
So
like
that's
that.
the word.
We had it right. Yeah. It's a thing.
And what's
it's
the
like,
definition?
It means you're dynamic. It means you're possessing the attributes
So
of someone that's dynamic.
Dynamicism.
Yes.
Do you agree with that?
100%. So
I think you watch him and it's like nothing sexy. You're not writing anything down to call your scouting director about. But you look up and he's got 8 for 87.
Yeah, to me, he's tall, which I can't stop. I can't quit. The big receiver. This is a tall, smooth, good-handed route runner that could absolutely help nearly everybody. I never understood why people seem to just have no interest in that dude. Just goes for 1,000 yards every time he's healthy.
Here's what else I love about him, and this is just my own little thing. This is if I could use my third person stuff. This is just a Grant Paulson take.
Okay, yeah. Okay. What does Grant think?
Look at how he handled his situation, and look at how Jamar Chase has handled his situation. Now, I suppose someone could suggest that he's not actually as hurt as he's making it out to be, and it's dragging into the season. I don't think that's the case because I think he would want to be playing. These are the games. This is the whole point. This is why you're in the league, and because he would want to be putting forth production so that he could go get paid. But if you look at like some of the press conferences Jamar Chase has had and some of the answers he's had, I mean, he's come off. It's so off-putting. It's just kind of like hold your nose. Like really? Oh, that's awful. Jamar Chase seems like a pain. T. Higgins has just kind of gone about his business. I don't even know what the guy sounds like. There's never been any interesting press conference that I've seen from him. Like, it just seems like he is a guy that goes about.
Does he tweet emojis a lot?
I don't think he does that a whole lot. It doesn't seem like to me. But he's a good player. He will not be on the field again tonight, though. They're used to it. He has missed
Yeah.
most of the season.
I don't have it in front of me, but I just feel like that offense is better when he's doing it.
Oh, you think?
Well, I mean,
when one of their best players is out there?
well, yeah, like I know it's very novel, but it unlocks everything. Like Jamar Chase is an absolute badass. Everybody knows it. But there's that you get tired of Chase, then it's Higgins. Then it's back to Chase. You get tired of that, and then it's Higgins. It's like it always seems to be that 3rd down and 6, right? Where he's making that first down catch and always going beyond the sticks.
I know that a lot of people feel like watching the Ravens in primetime has gotten stale. I still love watching
It's not for me.
Their offense. Their efficiency is on par with the Commanders and nobody else in the league. It's Washington and Baltimore in their own tier, and then a huge gap, and then everybody else in terms of when you're looking at the percentages of drives that go into the red zone. It's 2 teams that go for a lot of 4th downs, that get a lot of 4th downs. They both have cheat codes on 3rd and short, 4th and short to stay on the field, to avoid punting. In the case of the Ravens, they get to scoring range quicker because Justin Tucker's leg is so big and long. But both of those 2 teams are in a league of their own right now in terms of offensive efficiency, EPA, expected points added, those types of things.
So here's what's unique for me about watching them. Most of the time when I'm watching a game on TV, I do what everybody else does, right? Like you sort of watch the quarterback, and then with kind of an eye towards both maybe any open space that you see to the left or right, depending which way you're going, part of the defense, and then the pass rush. You're monitoring the defensive ends, and is your guy in any danger, right? That's kind of how we usually watch offense. When Baltimore plays, what I find myself doing is watching the 2nd and 3rd layers of the defense. And here's what I mean by that. They're all sitting there either flat-footed, sprinting in the wrong direction, or something else on nearly every play. Because everything is either about a handoff that happens or doesn't, a fake that happens or doesn't, Lamar running or not, and defenses are either flat-footed or flowing in the wrong direction. Like, that's the genius stuff about it. That's what that kind of a weapon allows you to do.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Alex Smith is joining the show in 20 minutes, right at 6 o'clock. We will take our first good look at how the Steelers have been playing lately next on the Fan. G&D on the Fan. The Steelers and Mike Tomlin as underdogs are as scary an opponent as you're going to find. There's not a more profitable head coach over the last quarter century than Tomlin as an underdog. And how about this, Danny? With extra time to prepare for the game, as a team out of the bye week, the Mike Tomlin-led Steelers have been a juggernaut. They are 13-4 after the bye week under Tomlin over these last 17 seasons. And they have won 7 consecutive games out of their bye week. Last year, they were an underdog coming out of the bye against the Rams, and they went to LA and beat them by a touchdown. 13-4, 7 straight out of the bye for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah, here is what you know for a Mike Tomlin coach team. They are going to be really well coached. That's up and down. That's always. They get the most out of their group every single time, always. There's never any doubt about that. You can beat them. Teams beat them all the time. I mean, they've finished 9-7, 9-8, right around there for a bunch of years in a row. This year, they obviously have a better record than that. But it's not going to be because they're sloppy. It's not going to be because they don't know what they're doing.
I actually think that the Bears game, which was the last time Washington was playing a really good defense, and one of the only times this year where they've played what I would consider to be a great defense or a top 5, top 10 type defense. I think you would consider that a win for the Commanders offensively. Like we said, we're going to learn a lot about this offense. We'll see how they handle the really good defense. And someone could say, well, before the Hail Mary, they had 12 points and they were awful in the red zone. So, they got exposed a little bit or whatever. I don't believe that. I think process was that they moved the ball all game long, up and down the field. They made chunk yardage plays. 20-20, they were a juggernaut. I don't know where you're at on that, but I believe they had their highest yardage day of the season to that point. And I know they had more yards accumulated than any opponent the Bears had played until that point. So I actually think that if you viewed that Bears game as like let's figure out how good this offense really is, I think that went really well for Washington.
I'd say it's better than maybe the point total gave you, right? Like Chicago took a few things away. They made it hard. And Washington still, as you said, was able to move the football significantly. Obviously, the red zone stall out and woes, were the story of the game until the Hail Mary washed everything away and sent everybody on a jubilation ride. But yeah, I mean, Pittsburgh's a little bit different. I mean, obviously down in, down out, they can stuff you, right? They'll do a good job, especially up front, limiting some runs and power things. To me, it's the havoc they can create that's different than anybody else they'll face, quite frankly. The TJ Watt off the edge, there aren't many of those guys. TJ Watt, Max Crosby, Myles Garrett. Now, they shoved it on Myles Garrett, by the way, against Cleveland. He had 0 stats. Name a stat that Myles Garrett had. 0. There were none. He played in the game. We know that. That was it. He had snap counts. But that ability to pressure and cause panic, rush throws, fumbles, sacks, interceptions, those things, it's the chaos-creating machine of that Pittsburgh defense is what makes you nervous.
I'm just trying to go through this in my head. I think they may have, so far, Washington's played one defense ranked in the top 15 in yards per play, which seems crazy to me. Because the Bears, by the way, with the Washington game and the Arizona game where they got dominated, have gone from ranking 5th to like 16th.
Oh, they got bumped out, yeah.
Over 2 weeks. So stop me when you hear a team that Washington's played. Jets, Broncos, Titans, Texans, Eagles, Chargers, Chiefs, Vikings, Bengals. There's the first.
Bengals.
9th. By the way, when they played them, that defense was awful.
Oh, they were horrendous.
Okay. Now let's keep going. Raiders, 49ers, Packers, Dolphins, Falcons, Bears. That's 16th.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty crazy to me.
Yes, it is.
That means Washington, as of right now, has played one defense, the Bengals, in the top 10, or in this case, in the top 15 in the NFL in yards per play. So this is just the most basic, how good of a defensive team are you? And when they played Cincinnati in week 3, they were ranked in the bottom 5, I believe, at that time. The next team you get to after Chicago, by the way, Buffalo, would be Cleveland at 18. That's why I can't wait for Sunday, because the Steelers, 10th in yards per play. They are 4th against the run, which is the strength for Washington. They're much more mediocre, 16th against the pass, but they're top 3 in picking off passes.
Yeah, they'll turn you over.
They're 4th in not allowing first downs. Like, they're awesome on third down. Awesome is strong. I think they're 11th now, but for much of the year, they were in the top 5 to 7. This is kind of a good against good matchup. They're also number 1 in the red zone defensively. How much have we talked about Washington's red zone offense?
Yep.
They're number 6th in goal to go. So you're about to get tested against a Super Bowl caliber type defense right now.
Yeah, the rushing part of this is what's going to fascinate me in terms of the nuances of the game. You know how good that pass defense is. Maybe not necessarily, again, down in and down out. They'll give up some things, but in the name of creating chaos. Like, that's ultimately what they're going for, is you getting in bad down and distance. Then we can have our guys tee off on the outside. And they just added Preston Smith to the mix, which is so fun. Anyway, but you look at that rushing part of it. There's always this sort of push and pull with players. I mean, we talked to, multiple Cy Young winner Max Scherzer about this. We talked to, some of the great pitchers that have come through here and otherwise. If the scouting report says great fastball hitter, do you care about that? Or have they seen your fastball? Or is it, hey, you know what? They're great at this. Let's do something else. Like, that all depends. It depends on your bulldog mentality. It depends on how you trust your secondary stuff that day. So it's a similar quandary for Cliff Kingsbury and company. You're going, our rush offense is awesome objectively. Well, this is a really good rush defense. Do we still do it because we know we can win there? Or do we maybe look elsewhere for some of our easy, cheap yards on early downs? That's the chess match.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Alex Smith, who played here in Washington, now an analyst at ESPN, joins us next on G&D. Grant and Danny on the Fan, taking you up to 6:30 tonight. Remember, tomorrow we will be out in Rockville at Sports and Social Bethesda, North Bethesda. We're doing the live show. It's our Friday field trip series. Come on by and kick it with us. Should be an excellent time.
As Washington continues to build the foundation of success on and off the field this season, it's time for you to plan for your future as well. As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori and Morad can help you update your last will and testament or set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that Grant and Danny sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
On the line right now, we are fired up to talk to Alex Smith, of course, former quarterback here in the nation's capital, very successful, longtime NFL quarterback who's become handsome television gentleman. You can find Alex every Sunday morning on ESPN Sunday NFL Countdown. Alex, thanks for joining us in D.C. How are you?
I'm doing great. Great to be on with you guys. How you guys doing?
Doing very well. Alex, super quick question for you. We were in the other room. We heard our producer getting you on
oh boy,
the call. How many times did he ask you, how are you?
I only think once. Did he ask a bunch?
It seemed like he said it 3 times in a row, and he was very nervous talking to you.
He seemed like he was super nervous about it.
It seemed fine to me. I didn't.
Oh, good.
It.
Okay, here we go.
He wasn't sure if you picked up on it or not. He's like, I'm pretty sure he noticed.
Because he goes, how are you? And then, how are you? Are you ready? How are you? And I was like, dude, he'll be fine.
I thought when he picked it up when you were on hold after he'd already put you on hold to say, how are you again? That was a bridge too far.
I didn't notice, so all good.
All right. Well, we appreciate you hopping aboard. There's a lot of ground to cover here. So why don't we just start with your thoughts on Jaden Daniels? I've been watching you on ESPN. You seem very impressed like everybody else. And how could you not be? But how is he doing this? You're a former #1 overall pick. You know what it's like to make the transition. You also know what it's like to be here in D.C. where nobody could really break through the wall of 30 years of not winning. And suddenly he and a lot of other people, frankly, have helped change this culture in one fell swoop. What do you make of this?
Oh, I mean, listen, you're asking the wrong guy. You're talking to the guy that threw 1 touchdown and 11 picks his rookie year. It was an absolute disaster of a rookie season. Like what Jaden is doing, honestly, it is unprecedented, and that's saying something, especially after the rookie season that C.J. Stroud had last year, which was arguably the greatest rookie season at quarterback, I think, for a top pick. And Jaden is one-upping that, and it's just remarkable. I mean, he's top 5 in every passing category there is as a rookie. They've turned the ball over 3 times as an offense in 9 weeks. I mean, that's the best since 1933. To say that with a rookie quarterback is absolutely absurd, that he hasn't turned the ball over and put it on the ground and put it in harm's way. It just is truly kind of one of a kind. And then to be leading, on a per drive basis, the most efficient offense in the NFL. And I think if there's one spot, I mean, this offense has been amazing, but if there's one area that it obviously could greatly improve, it'd be in the red zone, right? Like, I mean, I think they've struggled in the red zone. I think they're 26th in the NFL. With that being said, they're still the most efficient offense. They're the only offense in the NFL that averages at least a field goal per drive. And so just what's not to like? I mean, he's been so composed. He's so good at, I think so accurate, throwing the ball downfield as well. And then, when he wants to use his legs, I mean, he's as good as there is, opening up. And so, man, like I said, I don't know what that's like to be playing like that as a rookie. But I don't think anybody does. I'll say that. I mean, I think he's in kind of his own territory, and obviously really happy for the organization and the city. It's been a long time, I think, to be this excited, and it's deserved.
Well, Alex, I mean, you joke about it, and like a lot of young quarterbacks, there were turnovers in your career, but it really became something you were really good at, which was taking care of the football, not putting it in harm's way, avoiding negative plays. And I think that's a skill, right? I think it's something that you to your credit, really developed over the course of your career. I just would love for you to try to quantify. You did a little bit, but really double click on it. The idea that not a 10-year veteran or not a guy like, that went through the struggle of turning it over a bunch as a rookie, like a Peyton Manning or something like that, is already doing this to a record-setting pace of not turning it over, let alone for a rookie.
Yeah, I think really speaks to kind of his maturity and how ready he was for this, and just his entire journey that led up to this season. Again, since 1933. Think about that. I mean, how many people have come in the NFL? And this is not just for rookies. This is any offense. This is the fewest turnovers through 9 games. And again, it's you just never see it, right? Like, and it's even little things, putting the ball on the ground, QB center exchange, ball handling with running backs, like stuff just happens, right? It takes a while usually to acclimate to a pro offense and pro speed. And that just hasn't been the case with Jaden, right? I mean, he's really just hit the ground running. And listen, I'm a guy that, like, you know, I shouldn't have been playing my rookie year. I'm a big advocate of certainly letting these guys sit and develop. And Jaden, though, man, has obviously shown that he's been more than ready for this. And, you know, and how quick this turnaround has happened. I mean, all of a sudden they're in contention. I'm so fascinated about the game this Sunday because, you know, they go get a win against the Steelers team. Like, you're really talking to them, I think, about a valid, you know, NFC contender. I think everybody's kind of waiting for the shoe to drop, you know, from this rookie quarterback. And again, they're not believing that Washington could be this good. And you go beat a Steelers team this Sunday. Like, I think you kind of put some of that stuff to rest.
Alex Smith on Grant and Danny. I'm just thinking back to how we got here with Jaden, or how it's been so good so fast. One of the things that I think I undervalued about the pre-draft process when trying to figure out how good he was going to be was that he played in 55 college games. Is this like a Jaden Daniels specific thing, that he is this mature and this professional and this prepared? Or do you think that's something that should be baked into the algorithm for more teams moving forward, that he was a 5-year college guy who played in 55 games?
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly part of it, right? Like, and this was an unusual class. We saw it with Bo Nix, who made more starts than anybody. Even, you know, Caleb obviously had been kind of basically a 3-year starter in college. So a unique class in that standpoint from an experience, but it's not like every 5-year starter all of a sudden is going to be successful in the NFL. I mean, these guys are individuals too, and you have to just go into so much of what is in their background, what motivates them. Are they ready for this? And, you know, clearly Jaden, you know, even just on all fronts from a processing standpoint, was just so ready to handle this. And I think too, you really got to give your hats off to Dan Quinn, what he's done. You know, I think on the defensive side of the ball, it might be the most improved unit in the NFL, you know, so far this season, from where they started at the beginning of the year to where they're playing now. You can just see how well coached this football team is. The moves that you know, Adam Peters has made, Frankie Louvu, like, I mean, this guy is a freaking stud. You go get him. You go make this trade to get Marshawn Lattimore. Like, they've just done some really nice things. I think the receiver room, you know, you talk about Noah Brown and Zacchaeus and these guys, like, there's just really good football players there. And so there's a lot that goes into this, but certainly, you know, quarterback's the most difficult position in sports, and to have gotten that piece so right at this point, obviously bodes well. It's why everybody's so excited. And again, it's deserved. And this Sunday, I think it's the game of the week.
Alex, is it a bridge too far or premature, maybe irresponsible, whatever word you want to use, to put Jaden Daniels in an MVP conversation?
Listen, I mean, obviously it's strange to have it at this point.
Yeah.
You know, week 9, like, we're only halfway through. So, but listen, it happens, right? Like, that's the media. They're going to talk about it. So if you stopped it, if it was the season was done right now, he'd no questions in the MVP conversation. When you talk about most valuable players, right? Like, the difference, like, if you took them out of that situation, how good would the team be? How he's playing, again, I said he's top 5 in every single major category, throwing the football and playing quarterback. You have to include him in that conversation. And now listen, it's crazy because Jared Goff's setting records, Lamar Jackson setting records. These guys, you know, obviously you got this guy named Patrick Mahomes in Kansas City. Josh Allen's playing great. All of these guys are in the conversation. But Jaden Daniels, I mean, listen, if the season was over today, yes, he absolutely has earned the right to be in that.
Alex Smith, outstanding work at ESPN. Make sure you check him out. A Monday Night Countdown, among some of the other programming that he's on with us on Grant and Danny. So you were not necessarily here for some of the worst of the times that we've been through over the last 3 decades, but you saw your fair share of what we'll call, you know, just nonsense, right?
Yeah.
So some of the, I think your perspective is even more compelling to me because you were in the building. Like, you know how hard it's been to get this thing turned around in terms of, you mentioned Peters in year 1, Quinn in year 1. Like, it's staggering to me that the veil's already kind of been lifted on this thing. Is that just because there's new ownership, so it's possible? Like if Peters and Quinn were hired 5 years ago, would this have been possible? Or is it just that you finally got the quarterback right? Like, how do you make heads or tails of it?
No, listen, I think that's why football in the NFL is the greatest professional sport there is. There's 1,000 variables that go into winning teams and losing teams and the difference. And so much of it does come down to people and getting the things right. And so it's all of those things. Absolutely. Ownership matters. It matters. It makes a big difference. Getting a functional formula, functional people that can work together and work as a team and put the team, before themselves, that matters. Right. And certainly when I got there in my time there, there was a lot of dysfunction, right. And a lot of it coming from the top, and, it's hard to overcome. And, I felt like I could, and I was in my 14th and 15th and 16th year, I was old wily vet at that point, and felt like I was equipped to handle it. I couldn't imagine obviously a young rookie quarterback stepping into that role. But
did you know it before you got there too? Because you didn't sign there, right? You're traded there. You have the perspective. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I mean, you'd heard stories, but again, you feel like you can be a part of the solution. And that's certainly what I believed during my time there. Like, you want to be a part of the change. And certainly the core of that team, a bunch of those guys that are still there, that's what sold me. I wanted to be a part of it. I saw the certainly the opportunity and the room for improvement, and liked what I saw, and again, I thought I could be a part of the solution and helping it turn. Unfortunately, obviously with my injury and, kind of getting pretty sidetracked with that, didn't really feel like I got a full shake out of that. But obviously, again, I'm still such a fan of that area and that fan base. And so I know it was a long, few decades, and certainly happy for all the change that's taken place.
Alex, you mentioned sort of the functionality top down. I think this marriage for Daniels and Cliff Kingsbury has been perfect. Right, just the way that they're running the football, they're taking, and it's not to take anything away from Daniels. Like, each one's complimenting the other. Just seems it's always the right play call. Just seems it's always the right thing at the right time, and the right ideas and concepts. I'd love for you to go into that, what you're seeing from those two.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
Yeah.
Listen, you don't have Jaden doesn't play the way he does without great scheme and coaching, and you don't have one without the other. It takes both. And I think Cliff Kingsbury, to go back to his, this was an air raid guy, and when he was at Arizona with Kyler, and they played more 10 personnel than anybody in football, and they were always in the shotgun. And to see what they've done now, I mean, Washington's one of the most balanced offenses in the NFL. And again, I mentioned how efficient they are. They average more points per drive than anybody. You start looking at them historically, they're up there with it's the best of the Patriots teams, the fast break on turf Rams teams, they are playing at such a high level, and they're so balanced. And again, I think I've just seen so much growth from Cliff. Multiple tight end sets. What a great rushing football team this is, and obviously the creativity to build some really interesting concepts around a quarterback that has a lot of tools. And so I couldn't agree more. I think it's been a great marriage, and obviously it's shown up on Sunday. And again, they got a huge challenge though this week. This Steelers defense is for real. I think they're number 2 in points per game given up, and they are stout. So I again can't wait to see that chess match.
Specific to Pittsburgh, if you're going up against a team with TJ Watt or a player like him, I mean, he individually has wrecked a couple games. I think he single-handedly make the Falcons look awful in week 1, and everyone was like, this team stinks. And it's like, well, TJ Watt just kind of wrecked their day. But do you quarterback differently or change the clock in your head for those games, or what's your prep like, and then your game plan for not letting that guy beat you when you're in the pocket?
No, listen, usually as a quarterback, those guys are there, right? You can't turn on the film and not know that TJ Watt obviously is a force to be reckoned with. But certainly I think the way you build the scheme, listen, that should take care of itself. There's a job to do, and I don't think you're going to live one-on-one blocking him a lot of the time. And as a quarterback, you can't be focused on D linemen. Otherwise, you don't have a chance at success. I think you do realize, listen, you better have good ball security in the pocket, right? This is a disruptive D line that has caused a lot of turnovers, especially the last 4 weeks. And so I think if there's something you can do fundamentally, it's certainly being sound with the ball in the pocket. But other than that, you got to go let it rip. You got to go play football. Your attention's downfield, especially when you're throwing it. You can't be concerned with defensive ends and outside linebackers. You got to, again, I think, let the O-line and the scheme and tight ends and backs, whoever's involved in that, they got to do their job, and you have to do yours. And there's a trust that goes on there. And then I think that one of the amazing things, obviously, about Jaden is that sometimes when the pass pro doesn't hold up, that he's good enough to still go make a play, because he's a special player, obviously, when it comes to his legs and being able to get out of trouble. So going to need it probably again, because this is a good defensive front, not just him. Highsmith on the other side, Cam Hayward in the middle has always been one of the most underrated, I think, interior D linemen. They just go trade for Preston Smith. He's going to get it. He's going to be returned into Washington. I'm sure he, would love to get back there as well. So again, I think all the way around, just going to be an awesome matchup.
Alex, just for you as a guy that played offense at such a high level for so long, how did you like to attack? I mean, obviously, you just mentioned it. They got a bunch of really good defensive players, so it's not like it's a one-man band over there. But just take someone like TJ Watt, for example. Was your philosophy, let's double him no matter what? Or is it like let's make him accountable in the run game a whole bunch, make him deal with pulling guards and be physical with him, try to wear him down? Like, what did you like to do to try to counteract a pass rusher like that?
Oh, I mean, I don't think there's any one thing. Like, listen, you don't want to be dropping back 7-step drops,
right?
And one-on-one blocking him a whole lot, right? I think you got to be sound in your schemes. You got to be chipping him, and got to get even just lining up a tight end over there helps, believe it or not, right? Like just some interference. Yeah, you gotta make him play football too. You can't let him pin his ears back and rush the passer all day long, right? Like they want to play with the lead. That's what the Steelers want. You got to mix it up on him. You got to keep it balanced. And then I think just in generally, not just him, but this Pittsburgh Steelers defense, you have to match their aggression. This is an aggressive defense that wants to dictate tempo and the pace of the game. And you have to match it, right? Like, I don't think you can go the other way. You have to have your foot on the gas. And listen, they're going to make some plays, but you hope when you make yours, you making big plays too, to kind of counter it. I do think you kind of have to match that aggression, so to speak.
Alex Smith will be on Sunday NFL Countdown this week. He's also part of a feature on the Center for the Intrepid, the Veterans Hospital, where he rehabbed the leg injury that he suffered back in 19 into 20. And while we have you, I just want to say, I think a lot of us knew how serious that was. We thought on the surface, knew it was different than a normal break, but it really wasn't until some of those documentaries and things that you did, the E60 stuff, came out, just how unbelievable what you went through and persevered through was.
Hear, hear.
So having been here and on the air throughout that entire thing, man, we knew it was a grind to get back and that it was an awful injury. We had no idea what we didn't know, though.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I didn't know what I was in for either. You hear about broken bones all the time in the NFL, and obviously I had no idea about the complications of a broken tib fib. And then when the infection set in and things got really sideways and I went septic, and, for a long time, they were talking about cutting off my leg, and went through, numerous surgeries to try and keep it. You never expect that to happen when you're playing professional football. And, in the time, it was a long time where I felt sorry for myself and, how did this happen? And poor me. And you mentioned the Center for the Intrepid. It's a place I was lucky enough to get this designation for civilians to go down to this military rehabilitation center. And it absolutely changed my life and changed my rehab. And there's no way I come back 2 years later if it wasn't for that place and the people down there. And so it was really cool that ESPN sent me down there to do the feature on it. Actually, I was just down there and again trying to shine a light, obviously, on a special place and special people. And again, everything that it's kind of about and such a part of my life forever. And so, very cool. And obviously, I was scared to death when I signed up for the documentary, because again, they were talking about cutting off my leg and the outcomes were not optimistic. And I'm so fortunate that it went as far as it did, and that I was able to, lace up cleats again and go back onto the field. And I get asked a lot why I did it, but for me, I'm so much of a better dad and a husband and friend, having gone through everything, and obviously incredibly grateful that where I'm at, and grateful for every day, and that I kept my leg, and that, I can go do the things I can do. So, again, wild ride, and that will air this Sunday. So obviously with Veterans Day coming up, it was kind of a cool way to shed some light on a special place.
It was an incredible
awesome,
journey.
man.
We'll
Yeah.
be watching for sure. We'll let you go on this. We can't keep you any longer, but I do want to ask you one thing that you probably don't even know existed, but I do want to get your thoughts on it one way or the other. So when you were here, I want to say this was probably during the recovery, but maybe it was soon thereafter. I don't remember. I think there was like a game when you and Urban Meyer were in the box, and there were these like rumors because you were sitting watching games with like Bruce and Dan at one point that like you were going to be a future front office guy and like the GM. And you were like working into this role here where you were going to be some like Dan Snyder advisor GM. Did you ever hear any of those rumors? And did that ever get to you? Or was that a thing?
Listen, I remember hearing the rumors when I was up there. Like, I was in the middle of my rehab. I had a metal cage stuck to my leg for a big part of this. And even that, I remember watching the games from up there. And Urban happened to be in town that day and came to the game, and obviously amazing to see him. But
and then the story that night was Urban Meyer is going to be their coach and Alex Smith is going to be their GM. Like that was the story.
all crazy rumor. Listen, I was so focused on my rehab and trying to see how far it would go and when that road would end, and that was my singular focus. And it was the only way that it actually happened. I in no ways had any intention of doing any front office job, nor do I now. So. No, pure crazy media speculation.
A lot of fun. Alex, this was great, man. Really appreciate the time. Enjoy the weekend.
Same, guys. Great to be on.
You got it. Thank you. We'll be watching this weekend. There's Alex Smith on Grant and Danny. Always been such a good dude, man. Well respected around the league.
Tough as nails. You kidding me?
The documentary is still one of the most incredible just sports journalism things I've watched.
Your jaw drops. Like, wait, what?
The images of his leg.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to get graphic. I don't want to get into them.
Can't unsee it.
My wife's still mad at me that I tricked her into seeing it. She wouldn't look at it. So like the next day I'm like, oh, look at the baby. And then I show her like Alex Smith's leg. She still brings that up whenever she's upset at me.
It's about trust.
That I did that to her.
And it's violating trust. God.
I just would have said, take my leg.
I don't know what I would have done.
Like
I don't know.
The guy played. And he's got Aaron Donald jumping on his back.
So that's part. And then I said this at the time. I tried to distinguish this. That was a me issue. And I don't mean the Alex Smith playing football part. Like, I couldn't handle it. I was so squeamish and so uncomfortable with the idea. So having seen what I saw, that's the initial injury. That's the leg in question. Like I saw it, dude. I saw that spiral thing that looks like scaffolding around. And oh my God. And then he's moving up in the pocket.
He's back.
And Aaron Donald is coming around. Oh my God, Aaron Donald jumping on top of him. I'm going, like, this is it.
By the way, that's how you know football is like not for normal people or is like modern day.
I ain't wired for
gladiators, whatever it is, because Aaron Donald tested that leg. Like he could have just been like, oh, there's Alex Smith. Let me tackle him. Nope. I'm getting all my body weight. I'm jumping on him and I'm twisting.
It's the new Aaron Donald backpack. Comes with the force of 1,000
when you think
kilotons.
about it, it's actually kind of messed up what he did. A little bit, but it's football and it's the NFL and you're out here. So we're about to find out.
It's not a thumb war,
dude. And by the way, like he was not the kind of quarterback that I like to watch. It's very conservative and we're not taking shots, and the offense, it wasn't really even just his fault. They did not have a good offense. It was not like he or the offense were lighting it up, were prolific in any way. Having said that, post injury, Alex Smith was actually my favorite version of Alex Smith here. If you go back and you watch the Detroit game and some of these games where he'd come in, I want to say it was like him bailing out like they would bench Haskins and bring him in or something. That was as good as, like, he was lighting it up and he was putting up numbers and their offense was humming, and they were better with him after that injury than they were really before it, when it was, one touchdown every 2 weeks and a cloud of dust.
Wasn't he really good in that Steelers game where we beat them on that weird,
he
like,
had
Tuesday,
that
Wednesday
throw.
night?
Was it to Cam Sims down
Cam
on
Sims.
3rd and something?
The silly Cam Sims one-handed catch.
That was the throw for Alex Smith here in DC.
Pittsburgh was like 11-0.
Yeah. And they put on a day and a half's rest or whatever it was. So the game was a Wednesday or something.
I think they had like a Thursday game and then played Washington on a Tuesday or something like that.
Yeah. Because it all got,
that can't be right.
No, seriously, it was something like that. It was all COVIDed. Because the Ravens
but the Sunday
game got
canceled. It got moved to Tuesday, and then maybe they played again the following. I don't remember. I know they played I think they played 4 or 5 days earlier, and then they played Washington in this early week game, and they lost. And the Commanders won, and they were not named that. Those are the things that I remember.
That was WFT.
Thank God for that.
Wasn't it?
Yeah. That was the first of the two names that weren't Redskins that they've had.
Yeah, okay, I got it. They played Baltimore on a Wednesday. All right.
Okay. The Wednesday.
Yeah, so it's before.
Yeah.
So so that got pushed back, and it was weird.
Yeah,
Then
I think there was an outbreak with the Ravens.
well, yeah. Remember the old rules about testing? It's like you got to wait
Yeah.
4 days now, and then you wait 6 days to call your baby. What are you going to call your baby? 6 days and 2 days to call yours and leave a voicemail.
Bob had a baby. It's a boy.
Right. Then they played Washington on a Monday. That's what happened, and lost
on a Monday. That was cool. Good to have Alex Smith on the show. Speaking of great interviews, Charles Davis tomorrow. We love talking to him to get us ready for the Commanders and the Steelers on Sunday. We will be out and about. Again, you got to come see us tomorrow. We are in North Bethesda. It's Rockville, Sports and Social Bethesda. The Friday field trip series. We'll have some gifts to give away to our listeners. First come, first serve, which will be cool.
From Bethesda!
Should be a great time. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. Darius Dameron.
Darius Dameron.
He's right over there.
It's Darius Dameron Day.
He's going to go eat some crab cakes, enjoy seafood and peanuts tonight because he's not allergic. For him and Ryan, Grant and Danny saying so long. Thanks for listening to The Fan.
Thank you for coming.